Are we all ready for Andrew to defend his PhD in Deltaruneology? I'm glad someone in chat knows the vibe today. I really have been feeling like this is some sort of thesis defense. Hi everyone. Emphasis on the word defense. Interesting vibe this time. Can 10 be sped up by 3000%? Actually, he can't. You cannot do that in OBS. I tried to. Okay, so this is a continuation of a very long tradition that the last one I did was like 2 fucking years ago for the Gaster stream. Not the Gaster stream, the Gaster motif video. Where I put out a big Deltarune theory feed block for all of the deep sea sort of tube worms to come out and feed on. And then after a week or two, I come back and I read as many comments as I can and give a response. And the title's always a misnomer. I never actually make it through all the comments because that's too many comments. But I go for like 8 hours and I do as many as I can. Depending on how long my voice can hold out, which these days it's usually pretty good, although as I found out yesterday, my ability to talk on stream has sort of decayed a lot over the last month of not streaming. But as I stream for longer, it kind of seemed to warm up and I could do it more easily, so hopefully that happens again today. Oh, I forgot that Deltarune streams got like 10 million viewers, up to 500 concurrents. Who the fuck is Player Carter? Who's talking about Player Carter? That's a Deltarune theory guy. My voice is higher outside of my scripted videos? Is it really? I think that's just kind of how I talk normally. Actually, I modified the filter I used on the video slightly to be a little bit less bassy, because this room that I'm in now, since I moved out, the acoustics are worse and it sort of amplifies certain bass frequencies, so I didn't want to accentuate that. Oh, Player Carter put out a new video, says Molly. Okay, that must be recent. So, yeah. I just had lunch and I'm already feeling a little bit sleepy from that, but I'm going to bounce back. This is going to be a long trek. So the common threads that I've seen with these comments are, as I mentioned yesterday, if you watched the Koru stream, which you should, that was a fun stream I did yesterday, no one agrees on shit. No one, you can't say anything about the game without someone piping up and saying, well, actually, I interpreted it this way. And that applies to like the things that I thought would be contentious, but also equally to the things that I thought would be completely obvious and clear-cut, which is worrying. It's like there's no distinction between actually leveling a sort of a hot take or something and saying something that you think is the most basic shit in the universe. You are going to get pushback either way. So, yeah, it's going to be a hell of a grab bag today. I've read pretty much every comment on the video as it's come out so far. I just haven't, responded to most of them. Okay, we got donos coming in. We got 50 Czech bucks from Tamkish. Thank you for that. How dare you start a stream when I'm about to go to sleep? What a day to be European. I know, it's a common affliction many suffer from. 2 o'clock is a pretty normal stream time for me though, so that's how the cookie crumbles. But thank you for the dono, regardless. And oh my god, 50 euros. Okay, that's a big one. Thank you very much, Spindrift64. Just to say, OMG Heimster Cunningham. OMG High Spindrift64. Thank you so much for that. You're buying my groceries for the next week. Woot woot. Ooh. You hope you're reading these comments on the Patreon post. Yep, I'm going to start with the Patreon video, and then I'm going to go through some top comments, then I'm going to go from the bottom up, probably. Another $2 from Jungle Boy, thank you as well. Hope everyone is having a great day. Me too. I'm having a pretty decent day. I got some banh mi for lunch. It's pretty good. And Mr. Brick & Co. Oh, hey, I recognize you. I used the clip from your Death Knight video quite a bit in my video. We got $5, thank you. About to film with my crew, so I can't stay, but I wanted to say I genuinely couldn't believe it when I got jump scared by myself in your vid. Thank you. Hey, I'm glad you're cool with it. Full disclosure, I haven't actually watched the full Death Knight vid. I watched like several minutes of the intro to make sure it was not completely incoherent rambling. I really needed footage of, you know, archival specimen of Death Knight video. But it looks cool. I like the lecture style format that you do with your crew and like the fucking digital whiteboard. It's very whimsical. Banh mi slaps? I haven't had it too much actually. There's a place near me that I met Toby for lunch recently, so I got some more there because it was good and cheapish. It had some pate on it, which was strange. I ordered the one with like the house special, and it had like some sort of liver paste, which I didn't hate it, but it was a strange addition. Oh, liver paste. I'm not gonna get super derailed talking about liver paste, but let's keep it a little bit focused. $5 from Cooper Maxwell, too, thank you. The post-Chapter 4 consensus is a lot more divided than post-Chapter 2. Yeah, the way that I describe it is like, back in Chapter 2, everyone was very divided over what version of the future they were living in. Like, it was obviously very, very divisive leading up to Chapter 3 and 4 about, like, everyone had their own sort of battle-hardened night theories and whatever. But that was all speculative. What happens in Chapter 3 and 4 now, though, that I've seen is actually kind of more terrifying, which is that everyone currently lives in a different version of the present, where even though we've seen all of this information dumped on us, and it's not so much about speculating about the future, people are interpreting what we actually have currently to work with as meaning wildly different things, which is remarkable. And one goal that I have today is to be more clear on what opinions I expressed in the video are what I think are very clear-cut, and which ones are a little bit more speculative, because not everything I said in that video I think is like the only way to interpret the game. I'm not completely confident. But some of the things I do and I will fight people about. There's a bit of a distinction there, which doesn't really come through in the video because I don't like to waste too many words about like offering meta qualifications to all of my different statements I make about how much I do or do not believe it on a 1 to 10 scale. It's just tedious, and the video doesn't flow if you do that. What lo-fi am I playing? This is the same fucking lo-fi playlist I've been using for like 4 years. It's Undertale lo-fi beats, or lo-fi Undertale beats to stay determined to by Lewis Plays Guitar. I'll post the link in chat. It's a very nice lo-fi Undertale playlist. Not scared that Materia is gonna snipe me. I don't monetize my streams, so it doesn't matter. I did have to change two songs on my final upload of the video because they were getting hit by the. I don't want to derail into talking about fucking copyright bullshit. It sounds like a huge mess behind the scenes, and I don't really care to be completely up to speed on how it works because honestly, it doesn't matter to me. It only matters to me if there's a solution, and there isn't currently. So. Who the fuck cares? The point is I don't monetize the stream, so it's irrelevant if it gets copyright claimed. Why don't I monetize the streams? I just don't feel like it. I kind of like the way that I explain it in my head is that the streams are funded by Patreon, and the videos, I monetize the videos just because it's like they actually bring in quite a bit of money, and it'd be kind of silly not to, but For the streams, it's just like a treat for my core audience, who a lot of them are already subscribed to my Patreon anyway, so it's like, yeah, I'll just do those for free. And $5. Well, I say that, then I get $5 donation from channel, thank you. Hey Andrew, just wanted to say I loved your theory that Carol's black katana was a gift from the night. Yeah, we're jumping the gun a bit, but that is one of the statements that is more of an actual theory, I would say, in that video. That's a statement that I knew going in would be more divisive, because I hadn't seen a lot of people bring it up. So that's very much my take, and it's a take that I stand by as being a decent interpretation, but it's definitely more of an interpretation on my part than it is going through just like the very basic facts. And another $5 from Arcane Akuna, thank you. Do you think Des was getting paranoid before she disappeared? I don't know if there's any evidence to indicate that. I can't think of any information we have that would say yes or no to that, honestly. Thanks for being so clear about here's what we actually know and here's what is interpretive. Well, I'd like to be more clear is the thing. I'm going to be clear in this stream, hopefully. I generally try to be fairly safe with things that I put out there, but clearly you can't be safe enough. There's always going to be people who disagree, so let's get to the comments now. Start with the Patreon stuff. Why is... I keep resizing this window. Oh, there it is. And now if I full screen it, and now if I go into OBS... There we go. That's good. Your mom loved my Gaster motif video? Nice. Good for your mom. Alright, so this is the Patreon upload. I'm going to go through these first because it's only a small number of comments. I got so many fucking Patreon subs, by the way. I just want to shout that out quick. Like, it was literally an afterthought when my video got stuck in the copyright limbo and I was like, I gotta delay it. I'll put it in an announcement. Then like, I posted it and then I thought, hang on, I'll edit it and say that you can watch it early on Patreon because it's already up there and it's not monetized anyway. And little did I fucking know that got me like, it literally doubled my Patreon income in like a day. Actually fucking nuts. I don't want to consider the ramifications of that too hard. I guess offering actual incentives to join Patreon is the way to go. Maybe I'll do more of that in the future because I do like actually being able to pay rent. It's fun. Comments on the Patreon post itself? Oh, I forgot that was the thing. There's only like a handful of those, aren't there? I thought those were mostly just like, hey, cool, the video's out. Alright, well, we got a lot of the same stuff here. Deltarune? Yes. The knight is obviously a Destiner, Snowdrake's mom. There, a theory no one's come up with yet. That must make it true. You got the right idea, Hot Dog 81. Deltarune? True. It's a new era, boys. That it is. I felt the sentiment very much when the chapter came out. I'm about a month late at this point, but that's about as fast as I can make a video. This might be an actual comment. Okay. Doesn't solve everything, but to me it makes sense that Des is lost just by being the knight, and isn't her sane self. Chris going easy on her and Carol conspiring around her doesn't mean she's cooperating back. My best guess is that she's corrupted or whatever by pure darkness or whatever. Team Carol is trying to find a way to restore her while managing damage control. Chris without the soul, you can't close fountains, Titans to clean up the mess. Chris is doing it with specifically... going with it specifically because of their promise, guilt, again, the shelter. So this immediately touches on a lot of common themes we're going to see pop up over and over again. And I don't disagree with most of this, actually. Like, I cut the video off quite deliberately before getting too deep into speculation on the nature of Death Knight. Because, like, I said at the beginning, like, my first impression is that Des is the knight. The evidence seems to point to Des being the knight. I honestly think that any other interpretation comes from either under or overthinking it, which sounds, I don't know, kind of like a dipshit way to phrase it, but like, it seems to me like if you watch an actual like casual observer play Deltarune, like Joel Vinesauce is a good example, where like he's really into the games and he cares about the lore, but he doesn't follow along with all the theories and shit. His first assumption when he saw the knight was, oh shit, antlers, is that Noelle? So like, that's your litmus test of like, okay, does the casual player know what the fuck Des is? Probably not. But then you have the other side of the spectrum, where you have the super hardcore, battle-hardened brain rot entities who are telling me now that Death Knight can't be true because it's too obvious. I've literally seen that sentiment. It's too obvious, therefore it can't be true. It's not obvious. It's obvious because you're a brain rot goblin. I think the fact, to me, that Death Knight is not obvious to a casual player, but is obvious if you are deep into the lore, is a strong indication that it is the correct conclusion to draw. Because if you pay attention to every detail, it is the obvious conclusion, and if you don't, then you will miss it. I don't know. Makes sense to me, because once you get into stuff like Carol Knight, Rudy Knight, that is then like going even further into like, okay, let's consider the less obvious conclusions and find a way to make it like there's an even more secret, clever way to reach this conclusion that I'm going to come up with that isn't the one that is accessible to the casuals, even though Death Knight isn't accessible to casuals, evidently. And it just becomes this show of mental gymnastics. But honestly, like Death Knight or Carol Knight isn't the most ridiculous claim. I don't think it's true for several reasons, but it's not as weird as some of the other interpretations I've seen. Yeah, I think this is very front-loaded. I knew that this would come eventually, but I'm going to open up with sort of a monologue now after I read this dono. Donkey Spittle. Okay, thank you for $5. The only real thing I ever disagreed with you on was the knight giving away the shadow crystals. Sean makes it seem like two distinct entities. So that's another big fucking topic. And like I touched on it once in the video because it was my initial assumption that, okay, the knight now gives away shadow crystals. I'm not confident on that at all. Like I've since talked to like Molly about that, and I think there's a pretty good argument that it's not the knight. It's not clear though. So that's one of the things that I'm very much not clear on, is if it is actually the knight that gives them away. It seemed like it was in Gerson's case because of the, like, why did it come into his study otherwise? That just seemed weird. But yeah, doesn't have to be. Okay, but I was gonna go on my little monologue here just before we start. Like, the general premise that I approached this video from, okay, never mind, there's another dono. It's gonna be one of these. Okay, $5 from Mountain Duwat, thank you too. Oak and acorn, chicken and egg. Eggs are not too important, not too unimportant. The extinguisher is the most important. Am I brain rotted? Probably. I don't know what you mean. Eggs and acorns. Chickens and oak trees. True. Okay, what was I gonna say? Alright, oh, I see. This is the perfect lead-in, the perfect segue. I see in my YouTube Recs right now. There is... OBS, please. OBS, please? What is happening with OBS right now? Okay, it's ruining my mojo here, OBS. It's really fucking with me. That is the right capture. Can I resize the capture, OBS, please? What? That's not the border of the capture, though. Fuck. There we go. Fuck. Okay. Is my cursor visible? Here. See this? This is Greg from How to Drink, looking miserable on this YouTube thumbnail about Mountain Dew flavored Doritos. I've been watching lots of this guy recently, and this guy makes cocktails, and he talks about cocktails and mixed drinks. And when he discusses how they taste, he always talks about having a formalist approach to describing the quality of a cocktail. I promise this is leading back to somewhere relevant. And he's like, well, I may like it and I may dislike it, but if I put that aside and I try to find a formalist approach to describing it, where the cocktail is successful if it accentuates the flavors of the spirit, it unpacks the different notes that it has to make them more accessible to an untrained palate, and if the elements of the drink are balanced with each other, nothing dominates, then it is a successful cocktail, whether or not I personally enjoy it. I would describe my approach to this video I made like with a sort of, it has its own formalist metric of like what I tried to buoy up in terms of interpretation and what I tried to refute. And that can be described in short as like, fuck. Hang on, hang on. It's scuffed as hell. Basically, number one, I was proceeding under the assumption that if Toby wants to mislead us, if Toby Fox is writing Deltarune and wants us to come to a conclusion that is not true, then he will succeed. And that there is in fact no counterplay to that. Is that true? Not necessarily, but I believe that if you do assume that Toby is trying to mislead you, and you also assume that you can, if you're enough of a genius and you think hard enough, you can outthink his attempts to mislead you, that will lead you to incoherent theory crafting. That's where you get motivated reasoning. That's where you get just like throwing out information the game is trying to tell you because you think that it can't be real. It's too obvious. It has to be a misdirect. You're overthinking everything and you can't accept information at face value anymore. If that's how Toby wants to play, then I'm not playing with him. Like, if he wants to give us a game to make fan theories about that is deliberately designed to lead us to incorrect conclusions to the theories, I give up. You win, Toby. Congratulations. I will be gladly misled. What I will do, though, regardless of if my interpretation is correct or not in the long run, my approach is to take the information we're given, assume that it is not misleading, and try to incorporate as much of it as possible into the interpretation that I go with. So that as little information as possible is wasted, so that it's not just like he gives us info that doesn't mean anything, because that doesn't tend to be how narratives are constructed. It's just like, here's superfluous data that doesn't have relevance and you shouldn't be thinking about it. And that also doesn't assume too much that we don't see demonstrated to us. That's the box I try to operate within. And as long as the conclusions I demonstrate in the night video obey those kind of general tenets, that is, I'm happy with it. Even if it doesn't turn out to be true because we were being misled by Tricky Tony. I don't give a shit. If I came to the obvious conclusion, then it turns out to be wrong. It's a great success. I did it. Because my job, as far as I'm concerned, is to follow the most obvious and clear-cut conclusions. Okay, monologue over. And we already have more donations to read. I'm so behind. I'm so fucking behind, but I needed to get that out of the way because people need to understand the goals that I'm operating on when I make a video like this. Okay, we got $5 from Emily Gordbort. Thank you, Emily Gordbort. My theory is Dessa's guitar is the night at the shadow of her memory. Carol and Chris are conspiring to put her back together. I had a comment about it. That's a lot to unpack. I don't know what to say to that except it could be true. That's the kind of territory where like the door on that sort of extrapolative theory crafting right now, like, okay, Des is in some way the knight. What does that imply? I don't know. It could be fucking anything. Like, so I'm not even going to try to refute that. That could be real. I just don't know how to say yes or no in any more detail than you've put out right now. Also, $2 from Sausage Snob, thank you. The Tricky Tony fallacy, perhaps. Yes, we have the Tricky Tony fallacy coming in, which I think is something that has fermented over time as we've gotten further and further into the chapter 3 drought of like, well, there's nothing more to discuss, so we're just gonna invent new topics by assuming that everything we know is wrong. Which I don't like that approach. It's just not interesting. Okay, we got £5 from MM. Thank you to say, Andrew, can you say Sigma balls, please? You got your wish. I think that was all the donos. All right, nice. Thank you, everyone. I've probably missed a lot of chat because I was trying to just get my thoughts out there. Oh my god, 1,500 concurrents. I didn't realize there was this many of you. All right. I gotta pace myself here. This is during my actual Deltarune streams. I got really overwhelmed by how fast the chat was going. And if I keep paying attention to all the people posting theories in chat, I'm never going to get through the comments. So please don't hold it against me if I'm ignoring chat slightly, because I'm not going to be able to make any progress if I'm not actually focused on the comments I already have. So yeah, that was, I guess, indirectly my response to this comment. And also I sort of said this as well, is that theories about what Des being the knight implies, like, I don't necessarily disagree. Just because I didn't give my own take or extrapolate doesn't mean that I think that any suggestion is wrong. If anything, I think that anything is fucking on the table right now. Like, Des being a half-titan, sure. Des being corrupted by the darkness, sure. Des, or the night being a manifestation of Des's fucking dust that fell into the super dark world. Why not? Like, literally fucking anything. It's on the table, because we know nothing about it right now. It's absolutely mysterious. So whatever fanfic you want to write, just knock yourself out. And €1 from Villa Koronen. Is that Finnish? I hope so. That's embarrassing otherwise. Thank you for that, for €1. And $2 from Lynn Lantern. A huge fan of your work. Loved the last video. Thank you too. Wait, you didn't actually thank me. I did the thing where, like, the cashier says, have a good day, and no, the other thing where the cashier says, enjoy, and then you say you too, and it's, like, weird, because he, like, what did you actually mean by that? Anyway, thank you for the $2. All right, we got only one Koru song and one Haley Lab song used. I admire the restraint. Well, it was only one Koru song because that was the only song that I could get to fit with my voiceover. I tried to add like 5 more. And in fact, I used 4 Haley Lab songs, but I credited them by alias. So you have to have the rot to know that I'm even using Haley Lab's music. You have to know who the fuck Darius is. And we got 3,000 arsebucks from Mel. Thank you, Mel. Thanks for the background listening drawing material. The video went hard. You already know that. Nothing to say about Deltarune. What's your absolute favorite cocktail you've made so far? Oh, thank you for indulging my weird interests, Mel. The best one so far was actually the... it was a variant of the cold brew shakerato from How to Drink, which was a combination in equal parts of espresso, orange juice, Campari, and what the fuck else was it? Gin, which sounds gross, but it was actually delicious. Orange coffee really works. Aside from that, gin sours are very good with egg whites. And also we got 100 arsebucks from Coca. The Argentinian contingent has arrived. The Death economy is booming, folks. Cash in while you can. My brother was an Alvin Nighter and he's homeless now. Thank you for the concise summary, Coca. Yeah, if anyone really lost out, I think it was Alvin Nighters. I mean, Alvin's still in on the conspiracy, maybe. I think, like, I was, like, vaguely Chris Knight aligned, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, because Chris is still part of the Knight gang, even if they're not literally the Knight. It's, like, it's the same kind of outcome that I would be looking for from the story. And, oh, £10 from Gecko, thank you. That's Gecko, the key artist for RAM. Huzzah, I second good background listening for drawing. Have some fuel for your flower and cocktail interest. Thank you, I appreciate that. Everyone's gonna give me money to get blasted now. Everyone's just like, Andrew, go drink gin. Okay. Not yet. That's for the second half of the stream after I lose my will to live. I'm gonna be rigidly sober for the start. Yes, orange coffee. It's a Koru reference. Also an Omori reference. I should do IRL simulacrum next Koru stream. If only cocktails didn't get you drunk. If only they didn't get you drunk, Molly. Bang an intro, my man. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I was really happy with the intro. I usually leave it to last, and I was very happy how it came together, just like the big, crazy montage. I love editing things to the beat. It really is just a primal source of happiness. Cutting footage to the beat. And $5 from Balding Pied. Thank you. Wow, 3,000 whole comments. I sure hope there aren't too many gas leak theories, even though they're the most entertaining. I think we've moved on from gas leak theories, and we're more so into the here's my take on why Carol is the knight, number 4,000. That's the new landscape. There's some long fucking comments. I think this is some sort of Deltarune Patreon release video. Yes, Susie, yes. The prophet has spoken once again. All right, don't lay it on too thick. And Tamkish, Deltarune Brain Rot is canon now. Mic Room. Yes, which ironically I didn't get any of the fucking jokes in the mic room until they were explained to me, and I think neither did Molly. I remember talking to Molly because she told me how to get into the mic room, and she's like, that's some of the most confounding shit that I've ever seen in the game, so... like, we were just in the wrong part of the fucking brain rot room. What does that mean? We were in the brain rot crowd, but the wrong half of the brain rot crowd to get that brain rot. I see a checkmark user, Site42, in chat. Curious. Great video, Andrew. Your work always hits the spot. 10 points added to score. Nice, I'll buy a gumball with that. Oh, here we go. Here's the fucking essays. Here we go. Though here's the thing that's been on my mind. As it is not necessarily the knight who is doing all of the fountain making, but rather Chris carrying it out like a henchman, which fountains did they actually make? That's a good question. A very good question. That was one of the bigger revelations that kind of got skimmed over, actually, in the, like, chapter 3, was that, like, we always used to think of the knight as being defined by the person who made the fountains, right? Like, whoever made the fountains was the knight, therefore Chris was the knight. But, like, now it's, the knight has nothing to do with making the fountains. The knight is just the knight, defined by being the knight, one specific guy, and the fountains can be made by anyone, and that doesn't make them the knight. So, like, it's, the door's wide open there. Oh, Site42 makes SCP Foundation videos. Cool. I had a passing interest in SCP years ago. You think Chris only made the TV world, says Molly? I wouldn't, yeah, I don't think Chris made the other ones necessarily. I don't think it really helps. I think having Carol available as, like, even if she's not the knight, Carol could have made fountains. That's very useful. The point is, like, there's options. You can't really pin it down so easily as, like, this one character couldn't have been there, because there's, like, 4 characters who could have done it. Okay, we got more donos. $5 from Squoosh. Thank you. Kind of crazy how bad we are collectively at predicting the game. Chapters 3 and 4 were like a massacre for theories. Yes, but that's... we were so bad at predicting the game because, like, we didn't have a precedent for how much the game would derail its own structure. Like, we were working within the bounds of what we thought we could extrapolate, but actually the only way to predict the future was to kind of just go off in a random new direction, which usually leads to complete nonsense. So I don't think we had much of a chance for a lot of the twists and turns that were thrown at us. It's exciting, though. I like that we can't predict the game. If we could predict the game accurately, then it would be boring. And we'd spoil the ending for ourselves. Everyone who $5 from JFT as well. Thank you. Everyone who asks who is the knight, but no one asks how is the knight. Also, good luck on the release of RAM. I've been having a good time playing it. Thank you. I'm glad that people are trying out RAM. Apparently, we had like a good 100 or 2 sales after the release of the video, so it's bringing in some people. It's good to see. Is RAM going to be at Seattle Indies Expo? No, RAM's not going to appear at any more show floor events. And was there one more dono? There it is. 10-ish pounds from Calcorp. Thank you. Here is some cash to help you drink a whiskey drink, then a vodka drink, then a lager drink, and then a cider drink. Drink the drinks that remind them of the good times. He drinks the drinks that remind them of the best times. That's me. I might branch out into whiskey next. I'm going to have to consider what my next investment in a base spirit's going to be. I wanted to start with the gin because it sounded funny. It's like it's a liquid that tastes like a pine tree. I'm like, sign me up for that weird shit. Whiskey mentioned. I know that Wonder on the Discord has a habit of just drinking straight scotch. It's very refined. If only I could be that kind of guy. And 980 from Jack Doubt. Thank you. 1471. That's the message. I hope that's not some sort of evil dog whistle. That is a number, though. That's the bunker code. I got a comment recently that I will not get to read today because it's way too recent, but like, it was saying like, what the fuck was it? Like, we already know the shelter code. It was written on the fire extinguisher. So Chris is blocking you. We could access the shelter if Chris didn't block you. That's a brand new take, dude. Wow, you really. The door code for the church was actually also the shelter code. So we know that Alvin has the shelter code. All right. Okay, I still have to get to this comment. In Chapter 2, Queen depicts Chris's small knife instead of December's more sword-like blackened knife when describing the knight. So if it was Chris's doing the physical task in the obscured footage of the event she has, that might make sense, but then she still has the name, and it didn't look like the conspiracy gang made any sort of deal with the Queen like they did with Tenna that would have clued her in. So I think the biggest stumbling block here, a lot of comments seem to be trying to like contradict me or incorporating at least as evidence the fact that like Dessa's light world form. Like if Dess is the knight, what is she in the light world? And the answer is I don't fucking know. It's completely mysterious. It's not even clear, I think, whether the knight even changes form in the dark world versus the light world, because the black shard we get from their knife doesn't change form. That's the one thing that doesn't change between dark and light worlds. So it's one of those situations where you're between a rock and a hard place. Like either the knight has a light world form, which is just like some weird looking Death pops out if you subscribe to Death Knight, which again I do, which is weird because like she's not really that missing in that case, or like the whole ass knight just comes out and it doesn't change, in which case like, well, how do you get that into the fucking library with that? I don't know, monsters can look pretty weird. Maybe that form wouldn't even turn heads in the light world. It's just like, oh, it's some weird looking dude. But I don't know. And the thing is, it's not my problem to find out right now. I'm leaving the door firmly open to the whole plethora, the whole spectrum of what Death Knight could imply. I don't know one of those. The knight is wearing a cloak like the river person. But fucking maybe, I don't know. It could be literally anything. Can't the knight shapeshift? It literally can. This is what I mean. It's so nebulous. Like the knight's weapon has no consistent design. The knight's actual body changes, like it turns into a little Pepsi ball at random. It seems to be amorphous. God knows what it's capable of, is the point that I'm trying to make. Like, God knows what the knight in the light world implies. I wasn't trying to imply any specific interpretation. So does the image of Chris's knife literally imply that it was Chris who made the fountain? I don't know. I think Chris, we know, could have made the fountain. Like, we know that Chris has the stamina to go around and do shenanigans without the soul, because apparently they do. Like, after Chapter 2 Weird Root, they go and visit Noelle in the middle of the night, somehow. So they can do that. It could have been Chris, but it just, I don't know. It almost doesn't really matter. Like, who specifically made the fountains is kind of a... That's a chapter 2 level question. We're on to bigger fish to fry here. It could have been any of them. Although the computer lab closet flavor text with the context of chapter 4 does make the illusion that someone was somehow using that space for something stronger, maybe they were both at the library because someone still hid the shadow crystal inside the decrepit machine for someone to find. Maybe. Assuming we still don't know about the shadow crystals. That's such a fucking poignant thing to bring up. Because on one hand, I want to say that, okay, there's a link between the knight and the shadow crystals because it has a shadow crystal for one. It drops one after you defeat it. There's the thing about the fallen star crying tears that turn into glass. That reads as shadow crystals to me, and the knight is crying in its original animation. Some people say it's drooling. I don't know. I think if you have a reference to an entity that cries tears and it looks like it's either crying or drooling, I'm going to go with it's probably crying, and that might mean something. Maybe not. So that immediately made me think, like, okay, the knight's tears make shadow crystals. It has shadow crystals. That's how it works. But, like, then you think about it more, and you have, like, well, Spamton didn't actually get a shadow crystal. He just found one in a robot. Did the knight put it in the random robot? That's why? Why would it do that? And, like, Jevil got a shadow crystal, and Jevil knew the knight. That's, like, clear-cut. Okay, that could have come from the knight. But then, yeah, why isn't it the same with Spamton? If Spamton was working with the knight, why didn't he get one personally? So it's not clear. If anything, this is more of, like, a gut hunch. I think shadow crystals may originate from whatever the fuck the mantle holder is. And don't ask me to elaborate on that. That's more into, like, fringe speculation right now. But I think the shadow crystals may have a deeper, more mysterious source than the knight, even. And the knight, in fact, got its shadow crystal from the same source. I don't know. It's nebulous. Okay, we got $2 from Irving the Fourth. Perhaps the knight was wearing a morph suit. Yes, true. The shadow crystals coming from Gaster is, like, another, that's an older interpretation, which... I feel like a lot of the stuff that got attributed to Gaster, my instinct is to detach Gaster a little bit more, because in the new chapters he seems to be a bit more ambivalent and sort of peripheral. Like, if he gave a shadow crystal to the knight, for instance, then why is he cheering for you to defeat the knight? Like, he doesn't really seem to give a shit. And there's not really any more direct evidence that brings Gaster into the forefront in the new chapters, so my new inclination is to say, okay, Gaster probably doesn't have much direct influence, but again, there is still stuff that ties shadow crystals to Gaster. There's the fucking, the Spamton phone call and stuff, but Spamton didn't specifically have a crystal, did he? It goes in circles. I'd say Gaster's a bit more passive, though. We're talking about stuff that has so little to do with the video already. That's the problem with these fan theory comments, is that, like, they have nothing to do with the video after a certain point. And also we got $10 from Fields and Furret. Thank you. You should drink my instant heart attack coffee. What is an instant heart attack coffee? How do you make that? You just put, like, raw caffeine crystals into it until you die? It's just 5 espresso shots in a cup. I have, like, accelerated heart rate issues at the best of times. I don't need to do that. Doesn't sound like a good idea. You tried to send the recipe, but it failed? DM it to me if you want, I guess. Oh, it's your favorite energy drink, double serving of gamer sups. What the fuck? Oh, like gamer pills? Like the multivitamins that, like, they try to sell you on YouTube ads? Grind some high caffeine beans, combine in a sealed container, and brew for 48 hours. Well, that I stumble at the gate because I don't have a favorite energy drink. I never drink energy drinks, so I can't make that. Okay, where am I in this comment? Probably here. In regards to the unused classroom fountain, I honestly feel like it could be either one. Although King says, via Jevil, the knight who pulls the fountains from the earth, holy fountains, and the prophecy also hammers home that the knight makes them. Yeah, the knight, there is like lots of more vague evidence that is like the knight is associated with making fountains still. It's not completely decoupled. So it would be a bit more elegant if the roaring knight did in fact make all of the fountains. Which, okay, that's weird, but we have to accept that. If like it's on the table that the knight can somehow make fountains, even if you don't know how that works. In the light world, that is. We've already seen it make a fountain in the dark world. Sweet clean ABI with $5. Thank you. Why would Carol invite us, the soul, to come by her house anytime? Okay, so that's a very nuanced thing to unpack, and I couldn't quite do it justice in the video. The way that I interpret that phrase is that she is speaking to Chris. Like, literally, she is conveying to Chris that Chris can come by anytime. The fact that the word is highlighted like that, like, that's not a diegetic element. Like, Chris did not hear the word being highlighted in red. That is, like, an explicit double meaning that is being shown to the player. Like, Carol is talking to Chris, but she's thinking about the soul. She's like, you, Chris, who I really just think of as the vessel for the player's soul. I think that's what it means. She's not literally inviting the soul over because she knows that the soul is constrained by Chris's body. It's to show that Carol considers Chris as little more than a vessel for the player, who's the actual relevant party. It's just kind of a spooky way to convey that. I've seen people say that the red text actually means nothing, which is deeply funny. And if you're on that level, then I don't even... That's fine. Like, I don't have to be the one to convince you otherwise. Pop off. What do you think of all the Lucifer parallels? You mean like the Lightbringer reference and the Fallen Star? I mean, the Fallen Star is more of a Wormwood reference. But probably also relates to Lucifer in a Miltonian sense. I don't know. Basically, my answer is I don't know. I think that there can be biblical parallels in Deltarune that don't necessarily carry predictive power. It can just be allusions to things that are in the Bible, and that's okay. And another $5 from the Mimic. I made the Mimic. Hi Mimic. $5, thank you. The sheer specificity of the full prophecy means we can't discount pretty much any amount of forward planning by the conspiracy or friend or whatever. Maybe, I guess. Like, the thing with the prophecy is, like, it's specific, but is it holistic? Like, what is the breadth of details that it specifies? We only see a little bit of it. And so, I think writing off infinite foresight as just they know the prophecy, it could work. It's just a little bit of a blunt instrument to take to the narrative. It could be that's just what it boils down to, though. I don't know. I prefer it to a time loop theory, at least. I think time loop theory is an even blunter instrument. That's even more of a nuclear bomb than just saying that the antagonists can predict the future via the prophecy. I think this is my most viewed stream ever. Like, I have more concurrent viewers now than I did actually playing Deltarune. This is almost 1,800. Jesus. Okay. In regards to the unused classroom, I feel like it could be either one, although... No, I read that. So unless the prophecy means the knight is using Chris like a tool to make the fountains, is the same as her making them herself, the knight being her, I would assume December created at least some fountains on her own, like she did with the church one. Although it would be weird for them to arbitrarily take turns. Yeah, I just don't think it matters that much, honestly. Like, the logistics, I don't think is what we necessarily are supposed to be focusing on with so much laser precision. Like, to some extent, you should consider logistics. But, I don't know. I hope it is explained eventually what it actually looks like for the knight to make a fountain in the light world. I think it will be. Like, once we know what the knight in the light world means and looks like, I think it'll become much easier to conceptualize what it could mean for them to have made the Chapter 1 fountain. But right now, it's very mysterious because we just don't know what that looks like at all. Okay, another $2 from Emily. Gordbort. Red is noteworthy, yellow is meh, blue is stop. For text color coding? I guess so. It seems fucking whatever Toby Fox woke up feeling that day, for the most part. Okay, where was I? On that point, it's interesting that while Chris did seemingly receive the Order's Dark Fountain next church tonight, obviously in-game we see that December has made the fountain herself already in the evening. Did she only do it hands-on herself as a change of plans because Susie taking the guitar somehow necessitated them to expedite the ordeal? I don't think... I mean, they get to the church, it's like getting later into the day. I think tonight is just a more general sense of, like, just after the afternoon, I suppose. It doesn't have to mean, like, literally the sun has gone down. I wouldn't put that much weight on that phrasing. And, I mean, the way it pans out, too, is that they end up... Like, most of the time they're in the Dark Fountain is after night anyway. They enter it slightly before sundown, but they spend time in it during the night. I got $10 from Booty Cute. Yeah, I'm Booty Cute. Hi, Booty Cute. This you done it the last stream too. This reminds me of the RTVS Sonic Forum simulator where they had the Thing who would just like post a giant image of the Thing from the Fantastic Four and go, "It's clobbering time," and that's all they did. Legendary. It's clobbering time. 4K image of an action figure of the Thing. So here's the thing. Villains are clobbering for you. And who knows who the beep made the castle town fountain? That is... I feel like we're going to be learning that in chapter fucking 7 at this rate. I'm not even closer to guessing about that. Unless that was back when... There is like an interpretation that I can maybe see panning out about like leading up to Dessa's disappearance. She was clued into supernatural things before that she actually went missing. And so like, I don't know, maybe leading up to her going missing and becoming some sort of shadow monster man, she made a dark fountain in the school for some reason. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Could be like that. Or it could have been fucking Gerson. It could have been literally anyone who knows about dark fountains, who is like everyone apparently at this point. $20 from Nathan Sims. Thank you very much. That's a hefty one. I like your observation that the night could cause the roaring whenever and chooses not to until the fun gang reaches them. Any deeper thoughts that might not inconvenience you to share that you may have in the moment? Yes, actually. So that's, I think, a rare, like, clear-cut point. It's not clear-cut, but I think it's, like, very, very strong. The knight is not trying to do anything that's, like, specifically antagonistic. It really does not seem, aside from kidnapping Undyne, it very rarely seems to have a proactive motive in the Dark Fountains. I really did mean that when I went on that rant. Like, in chapters 1 and 2, it doesn't even show up. Doesn't have any direct influence on what happens. In chapter 3, it fucks around until the very end. And in chapter 4, it fucks around until the very end. And it's just stalling. And it makes the Titan, but it obviously planned for them to defeat the Titan, because if the Titan was supposed to destroy the world, then it could have made 50 Titans off screen. It could have been making Titans the whole time they were fucking around with Gerson in the study. It could have been doing anything else. So it obviously does not actually want to destroy the world. My honest thought on what the Knight is trying to do, it's like, I don't think the Knight is even necessarily working against the Fun Gang, not in like a traditional sense, where it wants to defeat them. I think if it wanted to defeat them, it could have killed them in chapter 3. Like, it had them all down. Chris was pantomiming it, but like, if it wanted to, it could have fucking executed them. So it doesn't actually want them dead. It doesn't want them permanently out of the picture. I think legitimately the Knight is actually more working with the Fun Gang in just a way that they don't realize and is sort of manipulative. It's stringing them along because nothing else really makes sense. Its actions are not proactive enough to imply it actually has its own agenda that it could achieve independently of the protagonists. Like, if they're not actually trying to stop the Knight is deliberately coming to fuck with them for some reason. They are its plan. That's my best take on what the Knight is doing with the Fun Gang right now. But I don't know what exactly that is. Is the Knight trying to make the prophecy come true? Is the Knight trying to train them up and make them stronger? Is the Knight trying to make the soul stronger? I don't know. One of the above, perhaps. What do you think about the connections to hope in Chapter 4? That's a $5 donation from TN, by the way. Thank you. The connections to hope in Chapter 4. Chapter 1 and 3 were about dreams. What if Gerson closed eye is pink? Willingly blind to dark. That's several questions. Well, I think that Gerson still has the yellow and pink motif because his eyebrow is pink. Even if he only has one eye, he still has the color scheme. But yeah, there is definitely more of an emphasis on hope in Chapter 4, which wasn't really mentioned that much. Was hope part of the lyrics? And don't forget, there's when the light is running low and the shadows start to grow and the places that you know seem like fantasy. There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth. No, it's the truth. So hope isn't mentioned. But Gerson definitely talks about hope a lot. The prophecy mentions hope. It can overwrite the dark. It seems like hope is mainly Susie's thing right now. That's like Susie Elemental. So yeah, it's definitely being emphasized and brought up as potentially even like a mechanical thing. Like you can always guess that maybe an abstract concept like hope or determination can become a mechanic if Toby Fox is at the wheel. But I think we don't really know too much about it right now. Chris being left-handed. Okay, I'm getting I'm getting activated by chat here. So this is gonna come up several times, and I want to absolutely drive a stake through the heart of this vampire, because if anything pisses me off more than bad evidence for a theory I disagree with, it's bad evidence for a theory that I do agree with. And people bringing up the handedness of the Knight to say that Des is the Knight, and because Des is left-handed, is a terrible argument. And to exemplify how bad it is, I actually saw a comment that was arguing that the Knight could not be Des for that exact same reason, because the Knight is right-handed. And I was like, that's a dumbass argument, but like, thank you also, because it demonstrates how bad it is to argue the other way. The Knight has no definite handedness. Depending on its animation, it will be holding the sword in a different hand. And in fact, no one in Deltarune has a distinct handedness. Their sprite is mirrored, so depending on what direction they're facing, their dominant hand changes. It means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. But that was so fucking funny, saying the Knight can't be Des because Des's mouse is on the left side, but also the Knight is right-handed in the fight. It's like, thank you. You demonstrated it perfectly. So no, I think Des is the Knight, but that's not why. Yeah, one of Tennis shirts says VT. It's bad. It's a problem. It's even like lampshaded in Homestuck a lot about like characters turning flipwise or something, so their sprites just mirror. It's a thing. Okay, am I done the comment yet? Ultimately though, who made the fountain isn't as compelling as the deeper question of why any of them are doing it in the first place, what the ultimate motivation was behind the conspiracy, and how that ultimately ties into the larger narrative of the soul and the Big G himself. Yes, like, all of the details, I left them out of the video because they just, like, I tried to skim out anything that, like, didn't lead to a conclusion. There's a lot of things I could have brought up, like the Chris Slash theory and stuff. People ask about, do you believe in Chris Slash? And I'm like, maybe, but it's not evidence for anything. It's nebulous. Like, I would have to be arguing for a theory to support another theory, and that just confuses everything. Just leave them separate. But yeah, like, a lot of these details don't necessarily tie into the bigger, more relevant mystery of why literally anyone is doing anything in this game. Thanks again for all the streams and analysis. Keep on keeping on. Hope you get an election trucking sequel. One day. One day. The election trucking sequel will be me in a Discord call with fucking Courier New. I assume both of us completely hammered. That was real life fanfic I just wrote. There's no plans for that. We got $5 from Naishi. Thank you. Toby Fox. It is incredibly important to the themes of Deltarune that Chris scratches at the door and howls and whines for dog treats. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. The references to Chris making the dog noises, they did not let up. It seems to be getting progressively worse with time, actually. And we got 22 tries from Ordinary Pickle. I don't know what that is. I've never heard of a try, but thank you. Andrew, you've been reading one comment for 25 minutes. It's because people keep donating. It's not the comment, it's chat. I'm getting barraged with donations. Oh, hey, Toffee. How's it going? Toffee just uploaded her a supercut of her blind Deltarune playthrough, by the way. It's on her second channel if you want to check it out. It's quite funny. I'm not reading chat, I'm reading donations. I can't ignore donations. They're paying me money. Alright, new comment. Wondering what the implications of Chris losing their hand at some point, given the numerous pieces of foreshadowing. That is another thing that was like, that's definitely part of the new chapters, and it's a thing that I could have talked about, but it's also not the premise of the video, so I didn't comment on it, obviously. I think there is potential foreshadowing for Chris losing a hand. It's there. It's vague, but it's kind of there, so neat. Chris being the dog furry in the goat household is very funny. I mean, it's kind of... yeah. I never really thought about that too hard. Dogs also don't have horns. I don't know. People, they change their Sona species over time. I'm a fucking Haley Labs fan. I should know this. What about Sona? Oh, Sona. Yeah, Sona. $2 from Marnix. Thank you. Responding to $3,000 on the response stream. I hope so. Daddy's got to get a new bottle of Campari. Okay, so $5 from KJ. Thank you as well. The knight may be revisiting places and toys from her childhood with the fountain. Chris may be trying to remind her, just like the Undertale amalgamates. Okay, so like that's a version of the knight. People say the knight, or rather they argue about how coherent the knight is, like how lucid it is. And I think it's a little bit ambiguous, but I don't get the impression that the knight is completely incoherent. It looks like that at the start of the fight, when it does its like kind of, it hunches over like Shadow the werehog and like kind of drools at you or something. But later on, it seems like it's pretty intelligent. Like it sort of just sits around and it does the fucking crossed arms and floating backward away from Susie like Dio. It laughs at you. I get the impression the knight is not that deranged, that it could be like they're leading it around like a wild animal. I don't really buy that. And $5 from Jack Dowd as well. Thank you. Would Chris own a fursuit if they had money? That's actually a hard question to answer, because like on one hand, obviously, on the other hand, maybe it would remind them of their phase in their youth where they wore the horned headband, and that would raise too many complex feelings about being an imitation of a monster in a community of actual anthropomorphic animals, and they would feel deeply insecure, and like that was not reflective of anyway. I don't know. Is it that's what I'm saying. Like it might be, they might get a little bit less of a pass on that if they're not like 8 years old. If they're just walking around in like a monster suit. Only to prank Noelle. Yeah, there we go. No, monsters anti-furs? We're not discussing this. Getting flashbanged by a barrage of out-of-context and barely understandable Homestuck spoilers as I'm reading the damned thing is the last I was expecting as I went to watch this, but what the hell, sure. Yes, there's a very niche subset of humanity who will, I guess, genuinely be spoiled on an Act 6 Homestuck flash. The nice thing about Homestuck spoilers, though, is that they are completely incomprehensible. Well, especially if you haven't read the comic. Even if you have read the comic, they're usually incomprehensible. The logistics of the Knight's ineffable plan piss me off. Utterly incomprehensible behavior as far as kidnapping Toriel is concerned. Same here, buddy. It really does confuse me how it specifically works. Like, the details of the end of Chapter 3 are deeply baffling to me. And I think it'll be alleviated once we know what the Night in the Light World looks like. But even then, it's like, what the fuck is the purple laser beam? What the fuck are you doing? What is that? 20 bucks from Inky S. Thank you very much. I like your vid, so here's some money. Hell yeah. By the way, what do you think about quantum mechanics being important in the late game, with Friend possibly being a Schrodinger's cat? Sans Clopen dialogue being foreshadowing. That's new to me, buddy. I didn't know there was a quantum field theory approach to interpreting Deltarune. I think Friend being a Schrodinger's cat seems kind of random, considering it's already a Cheshire cat. Quantum mechanics is referenced in Undertale, maybe? Did Sans Beck reference quantum mechanics? I think it did. I don't see it being relevant, because when people try to bring pop quantum mechanics into stories who aren't quantum physicists, it makes no fucking sense. That's just the truth. Even Outer Wilds, so I'm sure that Alex Beecham understands how quantum mechanics works to some level, but like the way that it was portrayed in Outer Wilds does not really reflect how quantum mechanics work. It's just not a thing that, like, it just doesn't help. It just makes things more confusing. Clopen is topological, not quantum mechanics. Okay, leave it to the experts. $1 well spent. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous about how convoluted this is getting. The Carol lore plagues me to this day, but that can hardly dampen my enjoyment of another video's worth of well-grounded, witty summarization of the key details. Excellent as always. I look forward to this video being cited ad nauseum by the theorist community in a good way. I mean, hey, that's, I guess, what I'd hope for. About how convoluted it is, I think, well, the ideal is that this is a symptom of having partial information, where, like, it's going to seem convoluted because we don't have the key pieces of the puzzle yet to make it make sense. I could see that Chapter 5 drops some basic lore on us that is suddenly like, oh, that's how it works, okay. Although, maybe not as well. Like, there's still, we don't really know the logistics of how the fountains in Chapters 1 and 2 are opened anymore in Chapters 3 and 4 than we did before, so I don't know. Comparing it to Carol lore is interesting. Carol lore is convoluted in a different sense, I think. Carol lore is convoluted because of how vague it is. Good lord. Yep. My leading theory is that the Knight is not Des exactly, rather the Knight is a Darkener who absorbed Des's soul. Again, Des Knight is a spectrum. That's all I can say. Whatever version of Des being the Knight makes sense to you, I'm happy to go with it, because there's not really going to be any more evidence for or against any one interpretation than any other interpretation. Des Knight pride flags? Once you make them up yourself. Klopentruckung. Let's fucking go! Thank you, Kermit. To add another point to this, what is this? This about wraps up our first phase of analysis. Direct acts of collaboration between Chris. They put the timestamp afterward. Something behind the door worth hiding? Yes. And as for things. Okay, it's about the door in the church. The closet. The True and Neo closet. Oh, but first, we got $2 from... shit, wrong window. Sans does seem to do sort of topology-based jokes from some dude Wilson. Does he? I don't know. Sans seems like a well-rounded scientist. Does he mention donuts? Does he mention teapots? The pork sushi joke was from Election Trucking, and that's the thing about Election Trucking. I don't remember if I thought of that or if it was a chat member. I have very little memory of what jokes came from where in that fic. Oh, it's a big one. Whenever Chris uses the check action, the game usually responds with this type of structure in the narration. Information about set enemy, sometimes including attack and defense. In this description, the narration mentions the player or Chris. It uses you. Yes, except for the couple exceptions. However, in the fight with the knight, it gives you Chris analyzed the enemy, but Chris couldn't learn anything. And then Chris points to the distance and nothing happened. Yeah, I think this is in the same vein as the things that Chris does to sort of block you from learning more about the knight. I think this is definitely in line with that. It's just something that didn't occur to me to like make its own specific point. But so adding more evidence onto the big pile of evidence we already have doesn't hurt. I think there's plenty of evidence regardless. My voice is already getting a little bit sore. That's a great sign. You need to say so many fucking words in these streams. So many words. And $5 from Sawsep, thank you. Favorite part of Deltarune was when Asgore got the truck mode upgrade and got bodied trick shot against deaths. Oh my god, that's a Ram reference. That was a bit of a mindfuck. Which... that upgrade in RAM is itself a reference to a fucking John Boyce video, so that one goes deep. And another 3,000 Arsbucks from Mel. The entire economy of Argentina is being funneled into my stream. Can you add a pineapple rotating GIF in the lower right corner? Add nothing else just for the stream. Thank you. Yes, of course. The lower right corner, though? The pineapple usually goes in the upper right corner. I guess I could put it down here behind Akazet for now. There we go. Ananas. Oh my god, a million donations. $2 for the tea fund from Balding Pied. Thank you. I'm not actually drinking tea right now because it's too hot, but spiritually, that is for the tea fund. $2 for a tea break. Everyone wants me to drink tea now from Irving the Fourth. It's too soon for a break. I'm fine for now. I'm drinking water. And $10 from Lordy Fars. Thank you. Will RAM be on consoles at some point? My computer is old enough that Steam is no longer supported on it, and I don't have the resources to get a fancier one. The game looks great. No, there's no plans for a RAM console port because it doesn't make enough money. That is the shortest answer I can give to that. Console ports are a pain in the ass and they're expensive, and they're only justified if you know that you'll make your money back, and RAM is not popular enough to do so. Two more donos instantly. Okay, we got $2 from Spog Salad 199. Thank you. Your RAM game is very fun. I like the Punch Guy. I like the Punch Guy too. The Deadlift's kind of still my favorite character, honestly. That was one of those just strokes of genius you fall into sometimes. And I'm glad that Ram's getting shoutouts, by the way. I should probably I'll put the link in chat in case anyone wants to look at Ram. That's my own game that I develop. But let me obtain RAM. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. The music's gone now. Oh shit. The music. No, shut up, shut up. There's the RAM link. There you go. Okay, we need new music. One Shot. Fuck yeah. This playlist is so solid. It's been with me for years. It never gets old. It is kind of soporific, though. I'm Jinico! What's the playlist? It's a private one that I have for my streams. It contains Lo-Fi Undertale, One Shot soundtrack with Rain, Lo-Fi Omori, Night in the Woods relaxing mix, Outer Wilds piano covers, and 5 hours of Toho jazz that gets copyright claimed, maybe. All right, this is the other video. Here we go. Okay, so this is talking about the narration. This is the only time in the game the narration doesn't follow the usual check description. It's pretty obvious that Chris is purposely holding back information. Yes, agreed. Chris is like, I could tell you about the night, but I'm going to not. It's just like when you do the cutscene in Chapter 4, where you try to visualize the night, then Chris visualizes Jockington instead. It's phrased similarly to looking in Asriel's room. Yeah, it's in line with any time that Chris blocks you passive-aggressively. Same with, like, turning the doorknob but not opening the door in the church. These parallels could maybe hint that Chris knows just as much about the night as they do about Asriel, which is just more proof for Death Knight. I mean, maybe not. The point is that Chris knows the night, though, on some level. Another 2,000 Darksbucks from Mel. Oh boy, hubba hubba. Thank you. Stop donating and go buy RAM and play it, maybe. Yes, thank you, Mel. In case you're wondering about the financial breakdown, by the way, if you're into that effective altruism type shit, I think YouTube takes like 30% of what you donate. If you buy RAM, Valve takes 30%, and then it's split. I get about $5 per RAM copy sold, if you want to do the mental math. Cool night facts, they're gonna swoon you. I've seen some, well, one particular piece of night fan art that incorporates a different definition of swoon, quite memorable. Did I miss donos? Did I? There's a lot of donos. Oh, I did. Oh, I did, I totally did. Okay, there's $5 from Gavrosa963, thank you. 963, is that a reference to the file that Kara generates at the end of the genocide route, by the way? System information 963? I remember. What happens when someone that is not alive gains the will to live? Death Knight is Flowey IMO. It could be. Death Knight is a spectrum. I'm going to keep saying it. Whatever your headcanon version of Death Knight is, it's valid. They're all real. It could be like Flowey. That's why I brought in that comparison into the video, is because I was trying to make the point that, like, Flowey does not really resemble Asriel, and if you don't have the lore on how to get from one to the other, it doesn't really make sense how Flowey is even Asriel, but yet he is, so that was my point. Another $2 from Jack Doubt, thank you. Play King of Roly Poly in the background, please. For a dono, sure. There you go. Materia Collective has sent jet fighters. Okay, am I caught up on the donos? Looks like I am. Nice. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. There was 30 shekels from ALD. Thank you. Will you make a video deconstructing the prophecy as shown in Chapter 4? Also, Chapter 6 is definitely going to be the Roaring. I don't know. Well, once RAM is out, I'll think about what my next video is. Topics I have for videos are like, yeah, maybe the prophecy, or specifically how the soul and different factions interact with the prophecy. I'm sort of interested in the prophecy from the angle of, like, is the knight trying to perpetuate it, or is Ralsei trying to, or, like, what faction actually wants the prophecy to continue and what wants to break it. But also the source of the shadow crystals I'm interested in. Maybe talking a bit more about my ideas about how the Shadow Mantle guy fits into that. But that's for the future. Not for a while. And the Roaring could be in Chapter 5 for all I know, honestly. I don't really know. Okay. This is the wrong video again. Okay, two very interesting things stuck out to me that weren't touched on for obvious video theme reasons. Okay. Is this a warning that it's not going to be about what I talked about in the video? The fact that Dark Worlds can bring back the dead and device friend amalgamate in Ralsei's lore info dump sesh. I don't know what device friend is. You're thinking of image friend? I know what you mean, like in the opening cutscene, there's that weird endogeny with friend's face on it. To me, the amalgamate hints that if something is brought back to life using darkness, when not done right, shit can go wrong. This is mainly as a parallel to Undertale amalgamates, and how they showed what can happen when determination is used to bring back the dead. Could be. That's a bit of a conclusion to jump to. It's very mysterious why they show the fucking endogeny amalgamate with friend's face on it. I don't know what to make of that. Gerson shows what happens when this process is done right. You have the ingredients, an image of the person, an item, their dust is coded into, it's tied to who they are, and of course the piles of dust. Ralsei also mentions that people can be brought back to life only in very specific darkness. Susie's attempts to bring Gerson back to life failed, not even from a lack of ingredients, but seemingly her idea of who Gerson was as a person. I don't know if the ingredients are necessarily important. I mean, like, the things in Alvin's desk are arranged in such a way that it resembles, like, a memorial. But I was of the opinion that that was just, like, what would be buried normally. You would have, like, you know, a photo and an object and the dust, and you would bury all those together. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, like, you need a photo for it to work, or you... I think mostly the dust is what matters. That's how Undertale worked, is you need, like, whatever the dust got on is what's gonna have the monsters, the reincarnation essence, that shit, the good shit. To me, this lends to the idea that the night is a failed resurrection. What if in the aftermath of Dessa's disappearance, Carol tried to bring Dess back using Dark Worlds? Once she's missing, the ritual was incomplete, creating the Roaring Night, an animalistic and insane creature. Carol's actions could be trying to rein this creature, using it as a weapon, or as a way to be her way of interacting with the Dark World without detection. Light nerds aren't exactly disguised well in their outfits. The idea of using a living weapon to avoid your own implications would be more interesting. I don't know about that. Reading too far into the relationship between Dess, or not even Dess, the Knight and Carol, is getting into sketchy territory. Again, I don't buy that the Knight is actually this out-of-control monster, because it's the way that it behaves during Chapter 4 is way too deliberate and knowing to me. It seems like it's actually quite intelligent. Whether or not Carol is the one actually in charge is definitely a point of debate. Like, she has that vibe of, like, orchestrating the conspiracy. But also, I really enjoy an interpretation where Carol is actually a bit over her head. Like, the Knight is actually the one that is in control, and Carol is trying to play along somehow to get something that she wants. The Knight specifically being a failed reincarnation of Dess, that's weird, because, like, that would have implied that Dess died. And if Dess died, then why was there a search for her? Like, if they had her dust, if Carol knew that she was dead and actually had access to her remains, then, like, there wouldn't be the whole thing with, like, Asgore's job crossing over with that. It wouldn't be a missing person. It would be she just died. And they don't talk about her like she's dead. Noelle was still trying to find her years later. So I don't see what Carol would have tried to do that wouldn't have involved, like, I actually have Dess's dust, I'm going to try to bring it back. If Dess is just missing, what was she trying to do? Like, there's not really a set formula to resurrect someone without having their body. That doesn't really make sense to me. Okay, where was I? And Carol having the living weapon, who it just seems a bit like, I don't know, the knight seems too intelligent to be fully the one in control here. Or, I mean, to be controlled by Carol. Because the knight has the real power, like, it has the hard power. I don't know what the term is, like, when it comes down to it, the knight is the one that is actually physically powerful and can do things, and would be useful, like, and I don't know how else Carol would be controlling the knight if it didn't want to work with her. Like, the knight seems to be a little bit beyond, like, the mayor can extort you by raising your rent or something. That's not what the knight's doing. It makes a little bit more sense to me if the knight is actually more so the one in the driver's seat, but I don't really know how to elaborate. Maybe Carol thinks the soul is the missing piece of the puzzle to bring her daughter back. She has it leveled up by closing fountains and slaying titans, and then will eventually give to the knight as a way of making it corporeal. I don't know, like, it does seem like the conspiracy has some interest in making the soul stronger. That's a valid angle, because the soul has it acquires, like, some new powers we see it have in chapter 4. It can light up and dispel titans and stuff. That's cool, but, like, whether that ties into the knight, how to bring back the knight, does it use a Lightner soul? Maybe. It even crossed my mind that, like, the reason they would want to sacrifice Undyne was, I don't know, maybe they want to give a Lightner's soul to the knight for some reason. I have no idea what that would do, but it's on the table. But that's too deep into areas where, like, there's so many different ways it could go that it's sort of exhausting to speculate. The weird hole thing in the center of its chest when the knight roars makes me think it's supposed to fit something in the middle. A soul would make the most sense. I don't know if that's a hole. That looks like an eyeball, kind of. I think the resolution is too low to really tell what the fuck that is. I've seen a lot of people jump into conclusions about that, surprisingly. Like, the thing in the knight's chest, like, this must be the magic eyeball. Like, okay, I don't know. I don't know about that. And speaking of holes, the biggest one in this theory is the fact if the knight is a darkener, how did it drag Undyne to the bunker? Well, I think the bigger evidence against the knight being a darkener is the fact that it makes a fountain. That's, like, very clearly stated, is like, the thing that Lightners can do is make fountains. We need Lightners to make fountains. All Lightners possess the power of determination, which lets you make fountains. So, like, to me, the most clear-cut way of saying the knight can't be literally a darkener is that it makes a fountain. Case closed. That being said, the knight doesn't seem like it's a normal Lightner either. It can do weird shit. It can fly. It's like an amorphous form. It looks like it's made of shadow. I don't think it's a normal Lightner, but I really think the knight doesn't fit into our current classification of, like, Lightners and darkners. Yeah, I agree with the rest of this. Like, obviously, whatever the knight is, it can leave the Dark World, because handing Undyne off to Carol like a football is inconceivably stupid. Okay. And there's another $5 donation that's been waiting for a while here. Squoosh with $5, thank you. Do you think you'll do another video looking for Gaster's motif in songs once more chapters comes out? I don't know when that's going to happen. I don't think there's that much more Gastery stuff in the new chapters. If anything, people are always talking about Freedom motif and Lost Girl now. That's the new hotness. So maybe one day, if I run out of other ideas, basically, I can bring that premise back up. But I'm not going to do it when there's other more relevant things to discuss. That's basically my response to that. And $5 from Lilac, thanks. Gaster punched holes in his hands as part of a worship ritual to emulate the knight because he's deranged and a fanboy. The knights and Gaster having... Okay, first of all, Gaster having hole hands is, like, almost totally fanon. It's literally 2 pixels on the Mystery Man spray, which is not actually confirmed to be Gaster in the first place. There are, like, 2 black pixels that people thought were holes, and that has expanded throughout the fan fiction universe for years. And there's that whole fucking fan comic hand plates about the holes punched in Gaster's hand, and it's such an institution now, and it's like, it barely is even canon. But now the knight has hole hands, and it's like, okay, is that real? Was it real all along? Does the knight have gassed or whole hands? Or third option, are they both just referencing Koru Observer? Because the Quo Obesk are implied to have gassed or whole hands for some reason. I don't know. I don't know what the whole hands mean. I honestly don't. $2 from Gavros963. Thank you again. What happens if a darkener is injected with determination? Probably, I don't fucking know, because I don't know what determination is in Deltarune. That was my first video I ever made, was about, like, okay, it doesn't seem to mean the same thing anymore. I guess we should assume that it's a new, different type of determination, because, like, it doesn't do the same shit. I literally don't know what it would do, or I don't even know if that is what would make the difference. If Spamton got Chris's soul, he seemed to think that something cool would happen, like he could go into the light world, is a common theory. Is that because it has determination? I don't know. Like, Chris makes a dark fountain with the soul out of their body, so it's not that direct. Like, the soul isn't the only thing that has the determination, so I don't fucking know. I don't know. New comment, the Delta Rot is real with this one. It sure is. Okay, I gotta take a break for just a minute, or I'm gonna get lightheaded. I've been talking a lot. Very quickly. Let's chill. You know what? I'm gonna go take a piss break real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. I got some new colder water drink. Welcome back, Andre Pissingham. Thanks, Toffee. Oh, did I miss a dono? Let me check. Let me check. Oh, I missed a donation that was saying that I missed another donation. That is unfortunate. Let me check. Okay, so that was $2 from Solaslow to say my previous donation was also missed. And the first donation, okay, I found it. Hang on. We got $5 from Solaslow. Thank you. To me, it seems like Des is the knight, but it was the kind of, but wasn't the kind of person who would do what the knight does. That's the most interesting new dissonance, IMO. I mean, that's true. But Chris doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do what Chris does, is the thing. Like, everyone in the conspiracy, they clearly have some sort of overriding goal. We just don't know what that goal is right now. And so, like, they're doing some sketchy shit. But they're probably doing it for a reason that they think is very important. So, we'll find out. And also, we don't know that much about who Des is. We know as much about Des as about kind of anyone in the town, I guess, and that, like, he's probably not evil. But that's about it. And we got... Oh, that was the only one. Okay. The narration at the door to the start of the door to the shelter at the start of chapter 3. Never mind, no. The narration at the door to the shelter at the end of chapter 3, along with popping up slowly in past tense, is in past tense. It makes me think it's a snapshot of Chris's recollection of the first seeing the door of the shelter. I haven't, like, analyzed this. It seems like a lot of narration is in past tense, isn't it? Like, Chris drank the hot chocolate, their throat tightened. Like, I think narration in general is just written in past tense mostly. So I don't think that leads anywhere. Oh, I have to read the wing things. Andrew... I remember... What the fuck is the scissors wingding? That's not a real wingding. You can't just post a picture of scissors and want me to read that? I remember your snow graves, I think. Nice. $5 from Basil, thank you. You pointing out that the knight has been what the knight has been doing feels. You pointing out that what the knight has been doing feels performative makes me theorize they are working for an even higher power. I don't know if it's a higher power or if it's a higher cause. They're kind of interchangeable to me. Like, it doesn't have to be someone giving orders. It could just be like, we know what we need to do to make a thing happen, so we're gonna do it, even if it's performative. Okay, Andrew, quick note. You titled the song even higher in the chapters. Like, this person has really wanted me to spell the song name right. Someplace even higher, Remlazar. It's not even higher, it's ever higher. Could not stop laughing at this part. Shit is so awesome. Was this the gag? I think it is. Thank you, Andrew. This feels like the conclusion after the slow crash out you were having trying to decipher this in the chapter 3 stream. It was exactly that. In fact, the whole section of the video where I crash out about what the knight's doing at the end of chapter 3, that was not originally part of the script. That was like one night I felt kind of stuck while writing, and this just occurred to me. It's like, I feel like ranting about this. And I just wrote it in like a frenzy, and I was like, well, I guess I have to put it in the video now. And it is, so I kind of shoehorned it in there, but I felt it. I felt it for real. And me going on the big, you know, hyperbolic rant doesn't mean I think there's no explanation, or that it can't make sense. It's just like, I don't know what to do with it right now. It's a lot. There's a lot of bullshit. $5 from Venus, thank you. I recommend Sock Muppets video about the True Lab entries and who wrote them. Oh, dude, oh, that one. I think I know what video that is. I bring it up because you mentioned them in a recent video. Also, Gaster. Okay, that I remember that video. I think that was the one about the writing on the wall, right? And Dorkt was on like a crusade back then about that video being, like, revisionist, like Alfie's erasure or something. I didn't have a good impression of it from what she said. If the video is what I think it is, again, I haven't watched it. If it's saying that like Gaster actually wrote the lab entries, I think that's dumb. Straight up, I think that's a bad theory. Like, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. That is just really stupid. And I don't need Dork to tell me that. Did I miss a donation? Oh, I did. It was $2 from Thumbtack. Thank you. Noel talks about stars in Chapter 2 and also star stickers. Okay, if you want to talk star imagery, that's a whole fucking file in the filing cabinet, a whole dossier about this. So, the fallen star cries tears, from the bitter water grows glass. Okay, fallen star tears, shadow crystals. Asriel has star stickers in his room. Des has the same star stickers. The Knight's attacks use star visuals, similar to Earthbound actually, or maybe Mother 1. They are star elemental. The starry night, there's like you fight the night underneath like the night sky, and apparently Noel mentions them too. I didn't even know that Noel talked about stars. And there's like the fallen star, the double meaning about like Des was like the musical prodigy, like a rock star to be, who then fell and disappeared. It's like the fallen star, maybe. It all connects, maybe. And yes, there's flavor text about you see golden stars in the night fight. So there's a lot of star imagery, which maybe it seems to be connected to shadow crystals specifically, but also to the night. Stars go on a Christmas tree? I guess they do. So do angels. My family was always an angel family for some reason. We had an angel. Fucking Lucifer Morningstar. Yes.
Silence, Lightbringer.
Side note, I've been seeing lots of fan art recently. New trend, I guess, of like depicting the soul as the angel. Like crazy looking seraphim player angel, and there's like talking to Gaster usually. Seems to be a thing. I have no opinion on it, but it's a thing. Not done with the video yet, but I feel I should bring up that I'll be right there. Could well be saying I'll be at church. Carol will be right there. Okay, so there's several comments along these lines, and this is why I opened with that monologue about like I'm going to assume no bullshit. If Toby wants to give us like literally like the sharpieing out words in his tweets to say that Deltarune releases tomorrow meme, if he wants to make the dialogue in his game that, where it's like a message that is censored to be a completely different message, that means the opposite of the first thing, you win, Toby, you can do that. I don't have recourse against that, okay? And I'm not going to delude myself into thinking that I have recourse against that. So like, if that's the case, if the real message was, I will be right there to the church, and Carol will be right there, and the actual person who was calling was Rudy, that's fine. But it's not what the game is telling me at the moment, and so I will ignore that. Right now, the game is trying to tell me if we assume the information is meant to be used and information means things, the game is telling me that the person who is on the call is the person who will be right there, which is Carol. That is it. That is the end of the interpretation. Uh, 740, I got one problem with this idea. What is that 740?
Chris make any phone call. Good point, but even though we don't see a phone call, Chris still clears their call history afterward, just like on the normal route.
Right, so this is the phone discourse. The whole phone call thing also, kind of tangential to the video. I didn't picture this being a big part of the script, but I knew based on how much arguing I ended up doing with the chat in my Deltarune streams, that like people love arguing about the phone. And so I'm like, okay, if there's one theory that I want to like curb stomp as hard as I physically can, it's that Carol was not part of the phone call. And I'm even okay with a group call where Carol was one of the people on it. That's fine. As long as Carol was there and as long as she's implicated, that's what I'm arguing. And I will argue it. So what is this person saying? I'll read the donations first, actually. Okay, with $2 from Jack Doubt, I learned that you can't send wingdings in supers. That's devastating. Oh, there's the fucking message. What is that? Why can't I read that? Oh, if it makes it harder on YouTube because like the spacing doesn't work. I can't tell what the spaces are between words. If you're adding, I can't. If you're adding this, oh no, if you, is it reading? Why can't, oh, I think it's, if something reading this, then you must be told the truth, night is papyrus. Lol. Oh my god, that was exhausting. No more wingdings, please. That it takes a while to. The YouTube renders them so shittily, I can barely tell what the fuck the actual wingdings are. Okay, $5 from a guy with a shovel. I think the story is heading in the direction of the Fun Gang being against fulfilling the prophecy, and the Knight and Carol and Chris working toward it. I kind of think so too, but it's not totally clear. The main reason I think that is because at the very end of chapter 4, when Susie's saying, "We won't let that happen, will we?" referring to the prophecy, and Chris is going to go follow her, they get called back by the phone call. And the phone call implicitly contradicts this and says, "But Chris, remember your promise." So that tells me, like, okay, well, the reason that Chris can't go meet Susie is because the promise involves fulfilling the prophecy. And so Chris cannot acquiesce to Susie's request. That's what it tells me. And you got $10 from Baduf. Thank you. Speaking of character dissonance, an interesting thing to examine would be going through the ways Chris voices dialogue choices to get a better picture of their character, since there's a lot now. That could be a thing. I don't know if that's going to be like a video that I make necessarily, because there's probably like, you know, maybe a dozen or so data points, but like not a whole video's worth that I could talk about. And we got $5 from Joe Crafter. Thank you as well. Dessa's room having army rations specifically is a really interesting detail. No army is ever mentioned anywhere, perhaps related to the shelter. I think that's not deepest lore. I think that's just she's like a survival person. That's a thing. It's like there's a type of person who owns a camo jacket and goes hiking and is like gets military surplus MREs. It's a hobby. I don't think that means that there's actually like a Cold War base in the shelter. And $5 again from Venus. Thank you once again. I'm a bit behind for reference, but I still recommend the video because the video doesn't say Gaster wrote all of them. Wouldn't like it if it said that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that video, but it's just doesn't seem particularly interesting to me. It seems fairly clear-cut that, like, they're just Alfies wrote them. Like, we have one that Gaster wrote, which is like the special secret one that doesn't actually play in game. But I'm not talking about Undertale. I don't want to talk about Undertale theories. That's not the goal here. Okay. Where was I? It was this comment. I hadn't even started reading it. By Gianni. I hope it's the same guy who voices Gabriel. Why does Carol sound unaware of what happened to Noelle at the end of Chapter 4? Chris could have told her many things over the phone because she would know about the soul if that's her voice. Over the phone because she would know about the soul. I don't see why Chris would hide this from her if it really is her. She's unaware of what's happening to Noelle, and of course, as he pointed out, the voice sounds different. Okay, well, this is making a lot of assumptions. It's unclear if Carol knows about what happens on the weird route, and it's also unclear if she actually cares. That's the spooky part. I could easily see a scenario where Chris simply does not tell Carol about this, because why would they want to? Chris is horrified by what happens in the weird route, so why would they willingly just tell that? Recount the whole situation. But it also seems like there's a possibility that Chris does mention it, and Carol's just like, works for me. Because Carol has this weird bent of like, it seems like she sees people around her as kind of further role in the prophecy. That's kind of how I interpret that text box where she says, "You are welcome anytime." It's like, to her, Chris is just the cage for the soul. Like, Chris is the role in the prophecy, and like, and there's like a vision of Carol as a sort of religious pageant mom, almost, where like, if the weird route is indeed like forcing Noelle back into the prophecy, but that's another whole thing, then maybe Carol is just like, for the greater good, I'll take it. And maybe she doesn't know the details about how horrifying the process of that is. So I don't think you can really say that, like, you can't make all these assumptions and then use those to justify, like, this is why it can't be Carol or something. Because this is still a bunch of assumptions about how Carol thinks, or how Carol understands and feels about the situation. So either Carol really doesn't give a fuck, or Chris is hiding the fact that we just brainwashed her. Well, again, either of those is, like, valid. I think either of those is likely. I don't think it is her. Her rival is a red herring. Here we go. The red herring. I'm just going to say it. I don't think Toby does red herrings anymore. And I know that he literally does. I know that you can point to, like, okay, here's that chapter 1. Chris had the knife. Everyone thought they were going to kill everyone in Hometown. That's a red herring. Yes, but, like, that was immediately dispelled. And that was also, like, hasn't been a thing since chapter 1. We're now getting deep into the lore and shit. Toby's not just throwing incorrect information at us. Or again, if he is, I don't care. I'm going to ignore it, because if he's going to give us incorrect information, it's not my job to try to, like, pretend that I know better and pretend that I can, like, think my way out of a scenario where he controls literally all the information we have about this game. Everything we know to be true, our entire reality within Plato's Cave, is constructed by Toby Fox. To think that we can call him out on, like, this part is a lie is delusional. It is complete madness. And, like, maybe some of it is a lie, but, like, how are we gonna tell what it is? If Toby wants us to believe a certain thing, then he's gonna get his way. We can't defeat him. So, no red herrings. Her arrival's not a red herring. It makes things more complicated if you say Carol is working with Des in the night and isn't the plot. Whatever it is, it seems more like that Chris is being manipulated by whatever the hell Des is now over the phone. Again, that's your opinion, man. That's just, it makes it more complicated. I think it's complicated. I think it is complicated, but that is also what the game is telling us is the case, so capiche. What is it, 7? Oh, this is saying, why does Carol come up as a coincidence? That's bullshit, dude. If you're getting to the point where... This is what drives me fucking crazy about the people who will argue about the phone not being Carol, is like, they will latch on to a detail like the voice is different in the weird route. There was actually a version of the script I wrote. I edited it. I literally changed it in post because it was too smarmy. Where I get to the end of that section and then I bring up, like, why does Carol sound different in the weird route? And then I basically say, like, when do I get to ask the questions? When are you going to start out answering my questions first? Because I just went through a whole fucking rant detailing all of the shit that wouldn't make sense and would be contrived and would be complete nonsense if Carol wasn't the voice saying, I'll be there soon. And I just knew that there was going to be someone in the audience who would ignore all of that and go, but what about the weird route? You answer my question first, dipshit. You explain any of that. And then I'll think about why Carol sounds different to the weird route. Because right now, the way it stands, I'm going to take one thing I can't explain about why Carol's voice sounds different in the weird route over a whole fucking flaming dumpster of things that I can't explain and make no sense, which is the other interpretation where Carol comes home by coincidence, which coincidentally also explains a call that Chris made to someone else that coincidentally sounded like it was going to be also referencing an event that happened later by coincidence. And it also means something different that we don't see happen and we don't know what that is anyway. It's like, how fucking difficult and contrarian do you have to be to argue that that is a coincidence? There are no coincidences in a constructed narrative. They don't exist. Coincidences happen in real life because there is no God. In Deltarune, Toby Fox is God, and he constructs the narrative to convey meaning to the players. There is no coincidence. Okay, glad we got that out of the way early. Next comment, though. Considering Undyne, maybe Chris is only half following Carol's orders in the same way that they half follow yours. Like turning the doorknob and not opening the door. Chris set up the Dark World with their mom as ordered, and then did their own thing by opening the door and slashing the tires. So that's an idea that I've seen a few times. It's an attempt to explain the jank at the end of Chapter 3, mostly, about why does the knight have this weird change of plans? Like, did the knight not know that Undyne was going to be there? And this is saying, like, the plan was to get Toriel, but Chris sabotaged that by making Undyne appear. The reason I don't buy that is because it doesn't explain the delay. To me, the biggest part of that, of the big rant about Chapter 3 and the night, was the delay. Because, like, I know that Tenna doesn't find Toriel until after the first board is done. It's not immediate, but that's like a difference between 5 hours and 4 hours. It's like there's still a huge swath of time between, like, Tenna has the Toriel all packaged up sitting there and he's just waiting. And, like, where is the... If the knight is a Dark World creature, like Ralsei can get there in, like, 10 seconds. Okay, that doesn't explain it. If the knight's in the Light World, you can walk across the whole fucking town in 10 minutes. Like, even if you discount, like, the distance that probably contracted a little bit in game versus how long it actually takes, but, like, that's not a 5-hour walk from, like, wherever in town to get to Toriel's. The only reason I think the knight would take that long to get there, or could, and again, this is something that Tenna lampshades, he says himself, why isn't the knight here? Like, it's not just something that I'm making up and the characters aren't thinking about. Tenna complains about this. Why isn't the knight here? And the only explanation is, like, if they weren't actually coming for Toriel, they were waiting for Undyne to at least, like, start leaving the police station or something. Or the knight was in fact waiting in the Dark World the whole time and only showed themselves when Undyne was about to arrive. So to me, like, if Toriel was the target, the knight would have been able to succeed. The knight should have been able to succeed if Toriel was the true target. There is no reason why the knight should not have succeeded. That is basically what it boils down to. Unless, like, it's legitimately that level of incompetence, where, like, I was at the grocery store for 5 hours, which was a joke. That doesn't make sense. $5 from Tori Kenyon, thank you. Maybe with no soul, you're technically just an object and will change form in Dark Worlds like a Darkner. Chris is soulless, Des in Darkner form. What? The Chris is Des? Chris is Des? Wait, what? Am I reading that? Chris is soulless, Des. But everyone changes forms between Light and Dark World. The Lightners also change forms, and Chris changes forms the normal amounts. I don't know what you're actually getting at there. Okay, I missed a lot of donations already. This is the thing about the stream, is if I spend longer than 10 seconds talking about the comments, then I get 20 donations that I gotta read afterward. Okay, first there was Cool Gloop with 9 New Zealand dollars. Thank you. New Zealand, Koru Observer reference. It seems abundantly clear to me that while Chris is colluding with the Knight and Carol, they aren't enjoying it at all. Yes, I think that's a very safe assumption. Chris is cooperating with them, but begrudgingly, in the same way that Chris is begrudgingly harboring the soul. And I think that Chris is harboring the soul based on the needs of the conspiracy. It's not their own choice. It's because, like, Carol and maybe the Knight know that for some reason they need to have the soul to seal fountains and stuff. So Chris is not happy about the situation. Okay, and also $10 from the Balding Pied again. Thank you. Thank you, finally someone gets it. Tired of linking the rain previews to Sans and getting brushed off because Lamau, it's just random weather. No, Toby chose to make it rain. He makes the rain assets. Yes, it is disturbing. Like, if you're talking to someone who doesn't understand media analysis on the level of, like, things happened because the author had to decide that that would happen. Like, it's not actually random. It can be difficult. It can be a struggle. At least on the level of, like, that's what I summarize as, like, information means things. I will always in these games assume that, like, if information is available, it's probably supposed to be used. Like, if it's not just like there's a scene where a character says I'm going to be there, and then a character shows up, and it's like those are unrelated events in the mind of Toby Fox. Like, that's not generally how it works. In real life, it could be, but it's not real life. This is a constructed narrative. That's the same. I'm going to get into this later, of course, about how the Gerson dust thing, and a lot of people, kind of understandably, they saw Gerson's dust in the desk and thought, oh, my family has grandma's ashes in an urn on the mantelpiece. That's what this is. That's normal. And that's an assumption arrived at via intuition about the real world. But then you look at what the game is actually providing you to work with, and it's like the explicit things the game is putting out is signaling that this is not normal. And in the case between, like, the game is giving us information specifically about this world, and I have this general intuition about how our world works, the game has to win that. You have to give it the game power to construct its own setting. You have to, like, if the game gives you information, take it seriously. Don't just ignore it because it's strange to you. Okay. In the time it took me to read that donation, we got 2 new donations. It's like fighting the Hydra in here. We got £10 from the Meth. Thank you. Not even Meth, the Meth. We have explanation as to how Gerson and Rules card can exist in different dark worlds. Rules card can last hours, Lancer lasts minutes. Gerson can literally teleport between dark worlds like Ralsei. Do we have an explanation? Not really. I think it's not something that's really going to be elaborated on. To me, that falls into the category of things that Toby just doesn't think about that particularly hard. Gerson seems to be able to teleport, just in general. That just seems to be a thing you can do, and I don't think we're supposed to question it. And another $2 from Elaine O.J. Wayne, that's a hell of a name, to say, Toby Fox is not Scott Cawthon. I'm not familiar with how Scott Cawthon constructs his stories, but yes, I've heard this sentiment often. Toby Fox is a little bit like Andrew Hussey, though, considering the events of the end of Chapter 3 did kind of feel like a Homestuck flash at times. Just the way that everything happened at once, like all the reveals just got dumped on you over and over again. That's how Homestuck is. Okay, do we have any more comments? Obviously, yes. This is one I just responded to about why I still don't think that Undyne could have been... Or no, I still do think Undyne is the main target, because Toriel was too easy to capture otherwise, and it's too much of a contrivance that the Knight actually just arbitrarily waited 5 hours and then just happened to get intercepted by Undyne at the same time. That's really contrived. $5 from some dude Wilson, thank you. Some authors use actual randomness in their writing, but I don't think Toby does frequently enough for it to be a plausible cause. Yeah, I'm sure there's some counterexample you can find, but, like, generally if you're interpreting a narrative, you assume, I mean, of course you're going to assume that the author made things happen for a reason, because otherwise, why would you bother analyzing it? It's like, You can't analyze something that's not constructed to convey meaning. There's nothing to analyze. I know I could have waited to write this comment until the public release, but 2 specific points I'd like to make. 1, it's possible that if the knight is a darkener version of Des, and her armor is made of the black shard shadow crystal material, well, I want to make it clear at least that black shards and shadow crystals have very different properties. Like, shadow crystals are transparent to the extent that you can't even see them, whereas black shards are opaque, so just common point of confusion. Black shards are not interchangeable with shadow crystals. Material like the sword, that the armor is allowing her to maintain her darkener form in the light world. Black shards can shapeshift and maintain their form in the light world. Shadow crystals are dubious in their function, but seem to let you see the light world in the dark world and vice versa. That sort of falls in the giant melting pot of ideas about the knight maintaining the same form in the light world, which that could be true. I don't know the mechanics behind that, of course. I don't believe that Carol's highlighted red U is referring to the soul. No, man, don't do this, bro. At the end of chapter 2, when Toriel tells the police that her tires are slashed, it's also in red. Okay, this is the comment that I was referring to. About, like... And this is, again, like... Those are... It's in all caps, dude. Like... It's absurd. Like, even if you delete the red text, if you remove the red part... And, like, okay, red text means nothing categorically... It's still in all caps. Like, there is nothing that Toby could have done aside from making the text also shake and glow and make sound effects, like Tenna, to draw attention to that. Like, he is on his knees in a tuxedo, begging to you. He is holding up a little, like, an engagement ring box that contains the word you in red text, and he's like, please read into it. Please read into it, player. It means something. I'm telling you information, player. And the player is slapping the box out of his hand and saying, Toriel said it earlier in red text. And Toby goes to cry and get drunk. It's saddening. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that. Also, a third thing. I don't think Gerson was strictly necessary to defeat the Titan. The Fun Gang could have done it on their own, only making the mistake of giving it an opportunity to heal its outer shell. Gerson sped up the process. Well, we don't know if they could have. The way they do defeat it didn't require Gerson explicitly, but we also don't know what happens if Gerson wasn't there, is the thing. Like, the only way we see them defeat the Titan was the reality where Gerson showed up, so I don't think you can immediately rule it out to say, like, because they could have, they would have. I'm also not asserting that Gerson being part of the Knight's plan is a guarantee. That's not something that I think is ground level truth. That is an interpretation on my part that I thought was relevant to the discussion. Because more so than anything, it's just a way of answering why Gerson was part of the plan. Because, like it or not, like, Gerson being part of Chapter 4 was not an accident. Like, that's the one... The only series of events that I don't buy is one where that was actually just an accident. Where Alvin just happened to have a dead body in his desk that just happened to get sucked into a dark world and become Gerson, who happened to be plot relevant and have a shadow crystal. It means something. That's the only thing I'll fight you on. I don't know what it means. I don't know why the Knight needed Gerson, or if it was to defeat the Titan, but, like, there was some fucking reason why Gerson was involved here beyond coincidence. But, yeah, beyond that, I don't know. I don't know why Gerson was needed or was not needed. Okay, so... I don't know if it makes sense for Carol to be the one in the phone call, considering she sounds different on the weird route. Alright. Right to the point. I know you say, I'll be there doesn't make sense otherwise, but if you think the caller as the Knight, then the Knight could be possibly referring to creating the fountain in the church. Okay, so this is... the Carol wasn't on the phone truther's other favorite point, is that I'll be there soon or whatever is referring to the church. Again, this bypasses my request for explain why Carol shows up. It bypasses that. It doesn't answer the question. it is possible to contrive a scenario where this text box means a thing that is not Carol showing up, but it doesn't explain why Carol shows up. That's the thing. Even if you can find something else that the text box means, you need that text box to explain why Carol appears. Otherwise, that happens for no reason. It's like a double connection. If you sever either end, you're left with a dangling thread. And a group chat, it can be a group chat. I think group chat is fine. I just think that Carol is in the group chat. That's all I'm saying. If the knight tells Carol, this is in the video. I mentioned this explicitly in the video. If the knight told Carol to go home, why does it say I'll be there? That doesn't make sense. It would say Carol will be there, or someone ... will be there. It says I will. So whoever was on the phone obviously said I will be somewhere. If that's not Carol, and that actually meant the church later, and also, by the way, why does Susie finding the guitar necessitate the response of, okay, I'll go to the church? Those aren't related. That's not a sequence of events. That, like, those aren't directly related. We know what is directly related. Okay, I will come home and stop Susie from getting the guitar because you have lost control of the situation. Again, why not take the obvious reading? We have a reading that makes sense, and we have a reading that does not make sense. And people are saying, I prefer the one that does not make sense. And I'm saying, okay, that's dumb though. That's really where it bottoms out. If you want to take the reading that doesn't make sense, I can't stop you. But it's not going to be right. It's going to be wrong. Unless Toby's misleading us. It really is as simple as that. Is chat frozen? I can't tell if chat's frozen. I'm gonna refresh in case. YouTube is fucking up. I'm hoping that the stream is still up, but my stream backend is down. I can't see the chat. Oh, we're back. Okay. So YouTube just crashed for a while there. It just crashed for no reason. That's cool. We're back, though. Did I miss any donations? We got $2 from Mimic to say way too many people assume Toby blatantly lies. Yes, they do. They do that. I don't know why they want Toby to be misleading them. It's so much easier if you just let the game tell you what's gonna happen. It's like, I don't know why you want the game to be harder to interpret. It's already fucking hard to interpret. There ain't no way the casuals are picking up on like what the fuck this web of bullshit is. Okay, we also got 100 Arsebucks from Koka again. Thank you. Unlike Scott Cawthon, Toby writes stories with themes and purpose in mind rather than as overly complicated ARGs for his fans to solve. I mean, if this was supposed to be an ARG to solve, then Toby would also be giving us information that makes sense still, because otherwise you can't solve it. If it's all lies, you can't solve it. The puzzle has to have like an actual rule set that you can use to reach the correct conclusion to be a puzzle. Okay, I got kind of loud there. Okay, the rest of the comment is, if Alvin is in on it, then why would he not have held Why would Why wouldn't he have not held choir practice at that time of day? I don't think... I don't know what Alvin has to do with any of this. That's why Alvin didn't show up. If Chris can call the knight who then tells Carol to come home and also goes to make the Dark Fountain, the knight could have also told fucking Alvin on another phone call. There's no reason that Alvin wouldn't have been looped into the plan. They're not that incompetent. Okay, like, again, why do you have this version of events that, like, requires the characters to do decisions that are confusing and make no sense? It's fucking around because the fountain opened earlier was a change of plan. Why did it open the fountain? Why did it need to? If it had no reason to open the fountain and it was just waiting around, what was the plan? And why did it make the fountain before it had anything to do in the fountain? Why was that its response? Susie has the guitar, emergency, okay. Solution, I'm going to go make a fountain for no reason and sit around and play Candy Crush. No, Balatro is the meme these days. I'm gonna play Balatro. Well, you fix the problem independently. I sure hope Carol shows up. Good luck, Lamau. I don't buy it. I will never buy it. And notice how the whole time I have not offered a single explanation for why Carol sounds different in the weird route. It's because I don't know. That is it. On the video, I said I don't know. I'm not going to go and offer random shots in the dark. It is a point that I can't explain. But I would take it 100 times over all the things I can't explain in the alternative interpretation. It is one thing I can't explain versus a stack of them. So, that I go with. There are theories. People do propose explanations for why Carol sounds different. I'm not gonna go into it. I think... You don't need to. It's a process of elimination thing. It's like, I'm not going to try to explain it because the alternative explains that it can't be. It's what am I trying to say? It's a proof by contradiction. I don't know how to explain it, but I know that there has to be some explanation because otherwise it makes less sense. I'm reiterating the same point over and over again now. I should move on. I think I know why Carol sounds weird on the phone. Okay, immediately. The next comment. The next comment is about this. Okay, never mind. I know why Carol sounds different. It all ties back to the shelter. God, this is like when Susie says, I'm never going to go to your shelter. I'm never going to go to your study, old man. Then this is the next room. It all ties back to the shelter. When Chris uses their phone in the dark world, all you hear is garbage noise. And that's when it's at Spamton's receiver. The other most significant place where garbage noise can be heard is outside the shelter. What I posit based entirely on seeing a visualization of the entire fuckshit situation in chapter 3 and 4, and assuming that Carol is the caller, is that Carol is calling Chris from the shelter. Here's the breakdown. Oh, it's a long breakdown. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think I'm gonna read the full thing. I think there's too many comments to actually spend the next half hour reading this. I used to read all the comments like this on my earlier videos. I literally just used to read comments that were this big. I think I can't afford to take that kind of indulgence anymore. Because your ass knows this isn't about the video. This stuff is not about the video after the first paragraph. Okay, but first, $10 from Mr. Cookie, thank you. I'm sorry if you've already talked about this, but do you have any thoughts on how the Knight has a lot of design elements similar to Titans? I mean, it does, yes. Do I have thoughts on why? Not really, buddy. I don't know. I'm not really in the business of offering speculation about things that have like 100,000 potential answers, because that's where the Knight is right now. The Knight's true nature is so open-ended that it's like, I'm gonna leave that to the fanfic writers and Toby Fox. I'm not gonna offer my own thoughts, because there's nothing to predict. There's no evidence to go off of. Okay, what does this say? The caller's dialogue is clipped and missing essential words to actively make sense of the caller's intentions, and this dark, jaggedy speech bubble implies the words may be harder to make up for the listener. So apropos of nothing, I'm going to address this point. I see it brought up often too, is about like Carol sounds different because in the weird route, the phone is up to Chris's ear, and normally the phone is across the room. That is initially what I thought was the explanation, but that doesn't make sense. In Chapter 4, in the sequence in the Holiday Household, when Chris calls for backup and the voice says, "I'll be there soon," Chris is holding the phone up to their ears, so that's not it. It does not work. Okay, this is saying, it feels to me like a representation of what hearing words through a heavy noise filter would be like. And listening to C.Ogg alongside the audio from the phone, they sound remarkably similar. I don't know about that. Like, C.Ogg, I'm pretty sure, is just like really slowed down sleigh bells. That's Carol's theme song, by the way. They sound remarkably similar, just extremely distorted. I need someone to look through the code to verify this, what the sound file is. I mean, I don't know if you looked in the code if they'd be similar, but like they don't really sound notably similar to me. It just sounds like a distorted noise. Whilst we don't know that Chris can't call anyone in the dark world without hearing garbage noise, it's entirely possible that someone like Carol would have the understanding of metaphysics of the world of Deltarune to engineer a device that can break through the communication barrier. I think this is orbiting around the point that basically the call sounds weird because it's from the dark world. That's an explanation. That is a possible explanation of why the voice sounds weird. Does that imply that if you make a phone call, you get garbage noise, but if you make like a Discord group chat, then you just get mild distortion? I don't know. Does it imply that the garbage noise is actually Chris sabotaging us? Chris is actually blocking us from making a real phone call, and that's how we get garbage noise? Maybe? I don't know. There's various ways it could go. Okay, we got another $10 dono here immediately. 10 bucks from Axis. Thank you. Hot take. A situation where Gerson ended up in the dark world by accident is Chris has reset at least once and is now trying to follow the prophecy on a technicality, where Gerson's whole theme... wait, what? The situation where Gerson ended up in the dark world by accident... If you mean Chris reset, and that's why dark world? This is a time loop theory. But time loops are usually to explain away coincidences. It's saying that things are coincidences because they aren't, because it's happened before. So what does it mean when you say that it's a coincidence or an accident because Chris has time loop? Wouldn't that mean that Chris would do it for a reason and it wouldn't be an accident? I don't really get it. I don't get it. Sorry. Okay, what was I reading here? Okay, $5 from Marnix. Forever. Thank you. You keep asking why the knight needs Gerson to be there. Gerson in the prophecy as per Susie fight. The knight doesn't... Gerson is in the prophecy. Well, Gerson is mentioned in the prophecy. I guess the smith. Well, the thing is, though, like, usually prophecies, you don't need to take explicit steps to make them happen. So, like, the fact that Gerson being there was prophesized is not in itself an explanation for me about why they wanted to do it. Like, that is not a causal reason. Like, they did it ultimately, or I guess another way to put it, Gerson is prophesized to be in the Dark World because Gerson was in the Dark World. This does not tell us why Gerson was in the Dark World. There was some other reason why he would have been in the Dark World that wasn't just secularly, like, because the prophecy said so, because he was, because the prophecy. This gets into philosophical points about determinism, but I don't think the prophecy itself explains why they wanted him there. because that implies otherwise that they could have chosen to not put him there, and that would have broken the prophecy. If the prophecy was that easy to break, it wouldn't be a prophecy. Okay, I'm gonna... How much of this comment do I read? How much do I read, dude? The town hall is notable for being at the southern tip of hometown, next to the church and the shelter. Carol knows the shelter code and has access to it, yes. Carol has an active presence in the dark world. I think I'm gonna... I gotta cut this off here. I think this is going on a lot about how Carol's in the dark world and stuff. Ultimately, the point about the voice sounding different, because Carol's in the dark world, that's just like a hard maybe. I think it's definitely possible that Carol was in the shelter. Carol definitely has access to the shelter. Carol could have made the chapter 4 dark world. She could have made it and not been the knight. Like, on the way back from work, Carol could have just ran into the church, poked the ground, and ran back out, and that wouldn't have even delayed her. Like, there's so many versions of events that could have happened that are all valid. So yes, it's possible. It's possible. Another point, this has now reminded me, the thing about the phone call at the end of the weird route, and this is like the biggest thing people bring up, to say the voice on the phone call, it's not Carol somehow. I think it's also self-contradicting in a way, because thinking about events causally is like, we get a phone call at the end of the normal route and at the end of the weird route. And one of them uses the weird sound and one of them uses Carol's normal voice. And they have different subject matter. But the thing that I think people skim over and that no one ever seems to mention is that regardless of which direction you take and regardless of how the voice on the phone sounds, Chris gets a phone call at the same time on both days, on both runs. And so what you're implying by saying that one of them with the scary voice is not Carol, and one of them with the normal voice is Carol, is that Chris, by coincidence, gets a phone call at the same time from one of two different people who are unrelated, and that outcome changes depending on whether you're on the weird route or not. Which is really fucking weird, isn't it? That's a really fucking big coincidence that, like... for one, why does, if the knight and Carol are different voices on the phone, why doesn't the knight call Chris to say, Chris, remember your promise, in the same circumstance? Why does that call not happen? And is replaced by Carol saying the festival. And in the other case, well, we know that Carol wouldn't call about the festival if the weird route didn't happen. But like, in the weird route, why don't you get both phone calls if they're separate phone calls? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, the fact that even if the sound is different, you get a phone call at the same time, and one of them is Carol. If anything, to me, that is even more confirmation that the phone call is just from Carol, because why would the one in the normal route be from a different person? But you still get it at the same time. Like, there's no causality there. It's just kind of moon logic. Okay. We got 100 Arsebucks from Alecatardo, something like that. Carol speaks differently in the weird route because it's meant to happen after your first playthrough, so by that point, in the full game, you already know. I mean, that's an explanation. I'm just going to keep saying it, like, you can table explanations. In my opinion, the reason I don't kind of is that it kind of feels, what's the word? It feels like a stronger stance to not make an explanation unless you have a really good one. Because I see a lot of people give kind of these... they make a stretch, and like that could be true, but it's also not like... It's not knocking my socks off. It's not like evidence. It's like a way to explain it away, but like... I don't want to have to be making excuses for the game. I'm like, well, this could explain it. I want it to be like, the game meant this. And if it's not that, it's just like, okay, I'll leave that on the back burner. I don't need to throw stuff out there. Okay, and we got another 100 Arsebucks from CIA4U. Thank you. Carol sounds different in the weird route because Chris's eardrums are blasted from the grooving sands in Toriel. That doesn't even make sense because it happens on both routes, but based. True and based. Truth nuke. I think the voice sounds different because Carol is holding the voice, the receiver closer to her mouth for no particular reason. This is me when I'm the knight. I sound like this when I'm the roaring knight. And this is me when I'm a Deltarune theory crafter. On YouTube. I sound different. I hope that actually sounded different. It would be awkward if it sounded the same. Okay, next comment. Deltarune theorists outing themselves as conspiracy theorists. You're just a bunch of green pippins. I did find it funny. Believe it or not, that was not the original premise of the video. It was like, dude, what if I made a literal conspiracy theory? I just realized at the end, like, huh, I guess this is a conspiracy theory, technically. Cool. That's what people talk about when they say conspiracy theories. Okay, we, Xanthopathy, 8... What's that? God, I got donation brain rot. I'm like, $8 from Xanthopathy. That's not what that means, Andrew. Speaking of donations, though, we got 10 pounds from Meth again. Thank you. It's entirely possible that Carol uses her evil shit phone with a voice changer and her normal phone to call Chris about things that are not evil conspiracy related. Yes, I think that's a possible explanation. That is a possible explanation. Okay. Maybe the mystery calls were ran through a voice filter. Oh, it's the exact same thing the comment was gonna say. It's the exact same thing. Alright, well that worked. r/Markiplier1? Is this a reference to fucking Reddit lore? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Good video, but honestly don't discount Friends' involvement. The Thing is the most flowy adjacent entity we've seen, and Chapter 3 was absolutely swarming with it. This is weird to me, because it's like, I'm discounting Friend's involvement. Like, Friend was not relevant to the discussion. Like, if Friends was relevant to the things I was talking about, I would have mentioned Friend. I'm not leaving him out because I have an agenda here. It's just, it didn't come up. The Shadow Mental boss was shown to outright spawn friends. Yes, I agree. I agree with this, but it's not relevant to the video. You should check out the first Fun Gang theory. It's good. I think I know what this is. I think this is actually about Des, Azriel, and Sham being a first round of the heroes that failed. I don't know what the details of the theory are, or what the evidence for it is, but it's a neat thought. It's tying Azriel in is fun. It's back to that, of all things, was an Azipants fic that tabled this version of Deltarune where Asgore and Azriel were in on what happened to Des together, and they were the only ones who knew, and Asgore took the fall for Azriel by covering it up, and that's why he lost his job. And that's like weirdly close to the truth. Like it kind of like, especially with Asgore, we don't know if Azriel's involved, obviously, but like, it was weirdly prescient for being a fucking ship fic. But honestly, yeah, Azriel being in on what happened to Des, because we like, obviously Azriel had some reaction to Des's disappearance. He probably had strong feelings about that. He probably would have, if possible, tried to do what he could to figure it out, to get her back, even if he wasn't qualified to do so. So it checks out to me. I could see that being a plot point. If Azriel was, not, I don't know if he's literally part of the first Fun Gang, but like if Azriel, before Chris was involved, Azriel himself was actually sort of in Chris's shoes to an extent. There's a theory that Des is the human? Des is a human to account... Oh my... Yeah, you're right. There's supposed to be a human in the prophecy. So people, they copy-paste Des being a human? And that's... I think that's just making shit up at that point. I didn't think that far ahead. I will not advocate for that. Susie half-human theory weirdly valid now, I guess, after she starts bleeding randomly. Okay, but like, I don't know about that. Hey Andrew, someone linked me to this without disclosing it was from an unlisted video. Oh wait, I didn't see this. This person got it leaked. I didn't see this at the time. Don't worry, dude. Don't worry, it's fine. I took that risk knowingly that people could just leak the video if they wanted to. It's not like restricted. But I figured that most people would be nice. Now that it seems more likely the knight was the one in communication with the secret bosses rather than Gaster, what do you think? What do you make of entry 17, garbage noise coming from Stanton's phone? That's a very loaded question, isn't it? The Chris's phone in the Dark World, yeah. Do you think it's a generic sound associated with Dark Worlds? So this raises an interesting point. I actually mentioned this to Molly, I think at one point independently, but like, is smile.og even the Gaster noise anymore? Because the more we learn about Deltarune, it's like things we thought were Gaster type things are now getting recontextualized as Dark World type things that Gaster was involved with because he probably discovered the Dark World. Including like Darker Yet Darker, that's a Dark World thing. Gaster didn't invent that. So is smile.og a sound that is originally just associated with Dark Worlds and is not directly tied to Gaster? It could be. I don't know, actually. I do agree that, like, the idea that Gaster was directly handing out shadow crystals, that's definitely a bit less viable now. Because we have other options. We have the Knight, we have the Shadow Mantle guy. And also it doesn't make a lot of sense for Gaster to have given the Knight a Shadow Crystal and then root for you to defeat her. That seems a bit counterproductive to me. The other half of it, too, is that, like, we assumed the Shadow Crystals had to come from Gaster because they seem to be operating on, like, sort of an eldritch, beyond the fiction of the game level, like a meta level that Gaster is associated with. But it kind of seems like we have other options for that, too, now. We have, like, whatever the fuck the friend is. We know that friend is on, like, the device layer, as Molly calls it. We know that friend is above the game's base level of reality. And friend is associated with, like, the Shadow Mantle guy, and the Shadow Mantle guy seems to exist across levels of reality, too. It's because Noelle mentions it in a blog post as being part of her game, but it's also part of a game in the Dark World, and it also references knowing Chris earlier, and it's in the shelter in the game, so is it like, does that mean there's another version of it in the real Light World shelter? I get that vibe from it, that it kind of transcends the boundaries between levels of reality, and it seems like a meta-type entity. So, like, okay, well that, you don't need Gaster. Gaster's not the only game in town for, like, mind-breaking meta shit anymore. So I do think the link between Shadow Crystals and Gaster has been weakened. Basically. I think somewhere in that rambling I probably responded to the comment. Okay. So we've got another $2 from Venus, real quick, to say, just watch the dorked video, I feel silly now. Oh, is that the one that was responding to the sock Muppet thing? 'Cause, again, I feel kind of bad for shitting on a video that I haven't even watched, but I remember how vehemently Dorked was slagging that, and I'm like, I can't imagine that this video is all it's cracked up to be. Okay. But again, I don't want to derail into actually discussing like unironic Undertale theory content here. Only ironic Undertale theories allowed. Bruh. Irony poisoned. Okay, we got 110 tries from Ordinary Pickle, even more tries for the pile. My friend theory is that there are entities in the device layer that work for ERAM, ERAM being the Shadow Mantle guy. ERAM is using them to watch us through the game, and that endogeny thing might be their true form and obscured by darkness. Potential. Friend is also very nebulous right now, to the extent that like any interpretation has a shred of truth potentially. I liked Molly's idea actually about Friend, where because we see a bunch of them, it's not like one thing. friend could just be a type of Darkner that is associated with the really spooky, like the Dark World and the Shelter, for instance. So it could be like a whole species of guy that is associated with ERAM or the Shadow Mantle guy as their source or their leader somehow. It seems like Shadow Mantle guy is very significant, actually. And I'm not going to elaborate on that too much, but it feels to me like that you shouldn't ignore Shadow Mantle guy. Like, that's important. Okay, and 100 Arsebucks from Connor Mule. Thanks. What if Carol was possessed when Chris called in the weird route? Carol was possessed. Carol wasn't possessed and was like, huh, Chris is a good friend to my daughter now. It wasn't the evil place. I don't know what would convey that Carol's possessing, Carol being possessed is a plot element here. I don't know if anything indicates that. So I don't know how to extrapolate further on that point. You've seen 10 of fan designs about Friend, which you thought was strange because their full design was revealed at the start of chapter 3. I mean, I don't know if that's literally what Friend looks like. It could be. I know that it's like a huge trend now to, as I say, staple the pointed tail of hell to a friend cat's ass, and that's like a new guy that is like the big bad or something, which, like, crazy enough, I don't think that's completely misguided. It feels right to me somehow. Like, yes, the pointed tail of hell should be stapled to a black cat's ass, which is also friend. It just makes sense. I don't know what it means, but it feels correct somehow, implicitly. But it's mostly because I've seen some really fucking cool looking fan designs. There was one of them that was sick. It was like a six-legged horse cat with the friend face and the tail. It was so cool looking. I wish I could pull it up, but I don't know how to find it again. Yo, it's on little cat feet. Speaking of friend and cats, Oreo-filled joy with $10. Thank you very much. Crack theory. What if there was an original fun gang and they used Chris's original soul and that's why Chris relies on us now because it's currently, I don't know, somewhere else? Potentially valid. There's going to be a lot of... That's going to be my response to a lot of things. That's potentially valid. The game is very open-ended about this kind of interpretation. We know absolutely nothing about how Chris lost their soul, if they lost it, anything. We know jack shit. Okay, so that's the end of the Patreon comments. I can start the real fucking video now. Alright, I think I'm going to start with the top comments for a little while, and then I'm going to go to the... I'm not getting through all of these. I'm not even close. I'm getting through like a few hundred of these. I should check the Patreon post. Okay, I'll check the Patreon post real quick. And there's a big one, actually. Okay. I don't know if Patreon has anything that's gonna, like, dox me if I show it. It doesn't seem like it does. I think it's okay. It looks okay. Okay. I paid for your Patreon. Now I'm gonna go to the theories. Something I noticed that as I was replaying Chapter 2 after finishing 3 and 4 was that after you talk to the pastor and try leaving the graveyard, you hear him mumble something to himself that I think is a hint for digging up Gerson's remains. Well, yeah, Gerson says something very... He says something. He says, is it right for this hammer? And then trails off, but like... It's suspicious, but it's also... I didn't want to bring it up because then I'd have to conjecture about what the fuck he meant by that. And that's unclear. It's like, it's just vaguely suspicious, so I don't know how to interpret that more specifically, is the problem. So I left it alone. I think there's plenty that links Gerson to being suspicious beyond that. Okay, $2 from Bar. Thank you. Knight equals des, knight equals bird, des equals bird, confirmed. Yes, I don't know why the knight can turn into a bird. I just, it can do that, I guess. You were gonna make a video that was 90% of the same points? Do it anyway, dude. 2 cakes. People don't care. The most bewildering central mystery I've laid eyes on in quite a while. And it kind of is, yep. It was very, I'm gonna yawn. Shit. What? Oh, the donations are still coming in. Okay, okay. £2 from Nohaj, thank you. Could you take Chris in a fist fight? Probably. They look fucking emaciated. They haven't eaten in 3 days. They're subsisting off of, like, butterscotch pie and Nesquik. They're probably shambling around because they're malnourished. Chris is also, like, 5'3". And, ooh, $20 from the Claude. Big one, thank you. I'm still curious what exactly about Susie saying, you can't beat us in the light world, the Knight finds so funny. Is it because they're a Lightener who could kick our asses, or because someone is dead and she doesn't know how right she is? Both? Either? I don't know. That's the thing. Like, that implies to, like, all the candidates, like, well, I don't know if it's all. If it's Carol, then that's funny, because Carol's implied to be, like, a terrifying ninja, literally, in the light world. If it's Des, then that either means that, like, she can't go to the light world, which, I mean, she can, though, because she takes Undyne into the light world, so she has to, somehow. And if it is Des, that probably means that she just stays as the knight, and nothing changes, and she's terrifying still. It is curious, though. Very satisfying to see you track the knight's motivation for the stalling in Chapter 3. I can't read this without yawning. Fuck. Help me. Personally, I just thought that being grabbed by the knight and wrenched out of the dark world might have and the tab crashed. Oh my god, I can't. It's the universe is colluding to stop me from reading this. Please, YouTube, fucking please. And the music stopped. The music stopped. God damn it. Fucking hell. Okay, we're back. I thought that just being grabbed by the knight and wrenched out of the dark world might in and of itself be enough to incapacitate Undyne. We also technically don't see everything the knight does to her. It certainly didn't take them very long to swoon Ralsei. Okay, yeah. Honestly speaking, literally speaking, I don't think it's impossible for the knight to just, like, on the way out have knocked Undyne out or something. Like, I made a big deal about it because I think it was silly that, like, we didn't just see it. Like, you could have just showed it happen, Toby. You could have just showed Undyne getting swooned and it would have been all simple, but, like, it doesn't rule it out that it didn't just kind of happen off screen. What I don't really buy is that, like, just being taken out... I've seen people say does various things for this, like, the knight took Undyne out, and then Undyne was so shocked that it was Des, the missing girl, that she just sort of, like, sat in slack-jogged apathy for, like, the 5-minute jog to the shelter. That doesn't seem believable to me. I don't think you need to go that far out of your way to do damage control for this. I think, if anything, you just say that, yeah, the knight knocked her out off-screen, I guess. It's fine. Because Undyne is a person, to me, that, like, if she doesn't understand a situation, she is going to react to that by, like, flipping shit and punching someone. She's not going to be stunned into silence. She's going to just start punching people if she is out of her depth. She's going to start screaming and shooting. Yo, $2 from Bar to say, Knight Amalgam, my friend. People are saying the Knight's an amalgam. I don't know what that means in a Deltarune where determination is not determination like an Undertale. I don't know how an amalgam would exist. But people do say that. Like, if monsters don't melt because of determination anymore, then what is it? How do you make an amalgam? What the fuck are you doing? Yes, Molly. We still don't know. What's the grape juice laser? Okay, new comment. I have some thoughts that I think remove this level of Machiavellian precognition necessary for the Night Gang's plans with Gerson. The meetings between the Fun Gang and Gerson isn't the result of planning at all. Gerson is off in the hub area in an out-of-the-way corridor of the first Church Dark world. An out-of-the-way corner the Night intentionally pushes Chris and Susie into. Now, that's kind of true, I guess. The Night does literally yeet you down into the area where Gerson is, so maybe that does make it a little bit more direct if the Night wanted you to meet Gerson. I like that. Didn't consider it. The Night basically picked the duo and manhandled them in front of Gerson's door. Additionally, I don't think Gerson actually necessary to beat the Titan. Theoretically, Susie could have tossed Chris and the Soul into the Titan at any point. Well, yes, this was in a previous comment that I read. To go even further, I think the Night Gang's actual plan with Gerson may have gone awry. They gave him a shadow crystal he didn't use, and the prophecy, from what we can tell by Gerson recounting this during the fight, seems to call for him to give them some terrible weapon. Like the other secret bosses do when their shadow crystal are defeated. Well, the terrible weapon was the Axe of Justice, though. He does give them a terrible weapon. Like, terrible in this context doesn't mean spooky scary, it means, like, it's a phrase. It's like a very strong, great weapon. So I don't think that's necessarily part of it. But, yeah, the fact that he didn't use a shadow crystal, that's a point. Like, if the Knight did give that to him, then what would have happened if he used it? All it does for, like, Spamton and Jevil is it makes them stronger and they go fucking nuts. They gain meta-awareness. But, like, what would that have accomplished with Gerson? That didn't already happen. Terrible weapon is self-deprecation? No, it's a phrase. It's a thing you say. A terrible weapon. It just means, like, a really strong weapon. Trust me. It's normal. $10 from the deal maker. Thank you. Why does the Knight have the same laugh as Friend? Does it? Does it? I didn't know that was the case. I have my own theory, but I'd like to hear a measured opinion from a more level-headed theorist. Well, I didn't know that was a thing. Is that common knowledge? Is it the same, like, identical? Oh. I don't know. I don't know. My level-headed theorist opinion is that I have no fucking idea why that's related to the Knight. And I have no suggestions, sorry. That is strange. We know it's some gas or shit, but you can't prove it. .gif. Exactly. Mantle Guy is going to be a new frontier of knowing what's fuck is happening in Deltarune. It really is. Like, without understanding Mantle Guy, I feel like we're really roadblocked. It's kind of like we're back at square one. We went from not understanding what the Knight was to not understanding who the Shadow Mantle Guy is, and I feel like it's almost as bad. Okay, there's more comment. To go even further, the Night Gang's actual plan... Oh, no, I did read this. Okay. The bit about Des being the one to implant the soul into Chris was something that completely passed over my head. Interesting to hear your thoughts on it. That's good. I'm glad that, like, this video, for some people, did serve its intended purpose of just, like, here's a bunch of shit that you may have missed and you probably need to know. That really was the ground level ethos of the video. It was just like... Here, I'm going to present a bunch of stuff that, like, a casual player may not have noticed or thought about hard enough to connect. And there you go. Enjoy. It really was supposed to be more of a starting point, but most of the comments I got were people who had already thought about it for just as long themselves and were just contradicting anything they thought was not correct. Okay, Super Wild One with $10. Thank you. Thoughts on the person trapped in the code? IMO, it's the closest thing to counter evidence that Des Knight was right now. How can Des be in two places at once? Or who is a lost person if not Des? Okay, I don't really get, like... Obviously, I raised the question myself. Like, Des being the Knight casts some doubt on the previous concept of her as like a completely gonered in the Gaster Void, deleted from reality character. She's not that missing, but I don't think the voice in the code is actually that big of a deal. Like, Des could still be the voice in the code, but it could just be something that happened in the past. That could be like, again, I'm not going to speculate on what exactly happened, but like when Des first got lost in the Dark World, that could be what the voice in the code is. And then at some later point, she became the Knight. I don't see how those two really interfere with each other. People assume, I guess, that the voice in the code has to be like occurring in the present tense, but like the thing is, it doesn't occur. It doesn't happen in the game. So it's strange to assume that it's has a chronology in the game either. Like it's you dig it out of the fucking files of the game. And I know that Spamton quotes it too, and it seems like Spamton it's speaking through Spamton, but I don't know how that makes sense either. Like, if it's happening in real time, then like who just now got lost in the Dark World in Chapter 2? That's weird. I don't know. What makes sense to me is honestly that it's still Des, but it's just like a flashback that we're seeing. Okay, $5 from some dude again, thanks. I thought the Justice Axe wasn't particularly strong though. No, it is really strong. It has good stats, and it's not a bad weapon. It's still the best in class. The trick was that it didn't have inherent magic powers. Susie leveled up her own magic powers to get the axe. Okay, another $5 from Tori Kenyon. Thanks. Typo in my previous message. I meant the Knight is a soulless Des. Oh, that makes more sense, because the first one said that Chris was Des. And I was like, what do I do with that? Okay, the Knight is a soulless Des, since with no soul you're just an object, meaning you would change drastically in Dark World. Maybe. I don't know if we need that specific explanation to make sense. It just keeps coming back to me like I'm not interested in narrowing it down if you don't have information that'll actually prune out possible from impossible. To me, I just hear like a bunch of different things that could have happened. That is one way it could have happened. Okay, now we can go to the actual YouTube post. The actual public video. And I'm going to read the top comments. Regardless of lore implications, the existence of an evil roaring group chat that includes multiple middle-aged adults is so funny I want it to be canon. It is indeed funny. Although, I will point out, a lot of people assume that the group call theory involves like literally Carol having a Discord server. I was informed by Halfbred Chaos, who is apparently more of a boomer than I am, that you can have multiple people on a phone call. You don't need Discord for that. You can literally have a phone call with multiple people on it. So it's not quite that silly, as if they had a Discord chat. $2 from Bar, thanks. If amalgams can't exist, why is Endogeny friend? I don't know. I don't know if Endogeny is friend. We saw an abstract depiction of a weird looking thing in a cutscene that Rousey generated. I don't know what that was. I don't know where that fucking design came from. No one in game saw that. I don't know what the fuck that was. Okay, $20 from Tolomacum. Thank you very much. I thought from a friend of mine about the terrible weapon. Since the hammer isn't required to beat the chapter, despite the weapon potentially being in the prophecy, what if the terrible weapon isn't the hammer, but hope? It could be. I didn't realize that people were so hung up on the hammer not being a terrible weapon. It seems, again, like just sort of the most obvious conclusion is like the big hammer that you do the secret boss to get is the weapon, and the smith, who is Gerson, gives it to you. It's like, it's just kind of sitting right there. I don't know. I don't really feel interested in finding a more elaborate explanation than that. But, I mean, like, it's nice thought, though, that hope is the weapon. It's a nice thought. Siren. What if you don't do the secret boss? Well, then I guess you don't learn about that part of the prophecy. But, that's a good point. Like, that does imply that if you skip the secret boss and the prophecy is broken, assuming that, I mean, Gerson wasn't quoting the prophecy, he was quoting Lord of the Hammer, which was based on the prophecy, but he also says that it was changed. So, I don't know. Like, was it actually part of the prophecy, or did Gerson make that up? I guess he made it up, because you can skip it. I guess. I don't know. So that's where the treble weapon is hope, because you can't avoid getting it. Okay, maybe the theory has legs. Maybe we got legs. We got 330 NT dollars from Chang Tommy. Thank you. Do you like the theory that there are generations of Delta warriors trying to do the Sisyphean task of fulfilling the prophecy, and the Fun Gang are the newest generation? I addressed that a little bit prior, actually, and I basically said that, like, it's a cool thought, but there's nothing really to work with to, like, say yes or no, so generally I don't think very much at all about that. And $2 from Bar again. The friend has the cutscene cat ears. What? Wait, hang on. The friend has the cutscene cat ears in mantle. In the fight, does... Well, we know that friend is a cat because of Noelle's blog post. That's not what I was arguing about. I was just saying that, like, I don't know what the fuck endogyny popping up was supposed to convey, because, like, endogyny is not just an amalgamate. It was a specific amalgamate made of a bunch of dogs and Undertale, and those same dogs are actually, they have a gravestone in Hometown, so, like, they're dead and they're not actually an amalgamate, and so, like, if that's literally what it looks like, then why does it happen to look like an amalgamation of dead people who are already buried and aren't associated with it otherwise? It just, I don't know what to do with that. It doesn't make sense to me. And $5 from some dude again, once again. Thank you, some dude. I think you missed the last parenthetical in the Patreon comment, which brought up that maybe the weapon is more of an abstract idea. Oh. Was that what it was getting at? Well, there we go. If the weapon is indeed the hope crossed on our hearts, then that would be more in keeping with the prophecy, I guess, because you can't skip obtaining that. There you go. I kind of like that. The prophecy of Gerson giving the heroes the hammer is used? Well, the picture of the hammer is used, but as far as I know, there's no way to actually see the text of that prophecy. The hammer pops up, but not the text. And if it does, then I've never seen that room, or I've never heard anyone talk about seeing it. Okay, $2 from Momo. Diff Gens of Delta Warriors is Cucumber Quest plot. Is it? It's also Homestuck. Just saying. It's every webcomic ever, apparently. So it's not inconceivable. All right, second comment. Shay, Return of the King. That's me, and also the third Lord of the Rings movie, I guess. Thanks, Shay. Carol keeps everything at home so that nothing accidentally becomes a darkener. Any item from home could leak information about the plan. Hell, Chapter 4 had a fire extinguisher that knew the code to the church door. The Darkners have an acute awareness of the late world, and Carol either understands this or is reasonably cautious. I think that is a pretty good explanation of why Carol would keep everything at her house. Makes sense to me. It also ties in thematically to her, she seems paranoid about change and lack of control. It's the bronzing the snowflakes. That's kind of what it reads as to me. It's the same deal, where it could tie into losing Des too, as she has a paranoia about keeping things close to her now that her daughter is missing. She kept Noelle's paper snowflakes at home. It doesn't necessarily have to be caused by Des's disappearance. This is a trait that she has regardless. Of bronzing snowflakes is a very kind of in-your-face symbol for like this person does not enjoy change and flow. She wants to keep things as they are, kind of like Asgore does. I guess that's why they work together. I just read a whole fucking the new Courier New fanfic, this multi-chapter thing about Asgore. Heavy themes of him not wanting to accept change, so it's on my mind. Another $5 from some dude. All right, thank you. A multiple prophecy attempt is also the Morrowind plot, I think. Only if you count. You only count if you make the things in the prophecy happen. Well, yeah, that's one way to do it. Okay, the fucking red headband. Oh, I love this one. The fucking red headband and green crayons. Maybe the Roaring Knight's antlers is because it's the fucking headband. Ralsei is also the headband. So is the door. Everything is a headband. Gaster is a headband. I don't know what this person was on when they wrote this, but it's like I feel it spiritually. I feel what they mean. I don't know what they mean, but I feel it. Why is the antlion in the tennis game the headband? Why is the door in tennis game have the horned headband? Why it's like what even is horned headband theory anymore? Is Ralsei the headband? I don't fucking know. It's a disaster. I think, did I miss a donation? Hang on. There's a $20 donation. Where is that from? Was that old? Oh, it was old. Okay, I got confused. For all the parallels between Spamton and Chris, I didn't expect one of them to be takes orders from an ominous phone voice. Another reason for them to freak out so bad when things ended poorly for him, I suppose. Yeah, this is actually something that I didn't really have time to fit into the video. It was a bit too off topic, but yeah, I think this is actually quite true. Now that we have reason to believe that Des is the knight, we get to bring in that old tidbit that people were actually discussing ages ago, but didn't really have anything to do with yet. She pulls the strings, or they pull the strings and make them ring. That Spamton says. I think that's both in the lyrics of Big Shot, but also it's in the flavor text, so we know that it's not just people hallucinating it. That's guitar strings. That is a double entendre, meaning puppet strings or guitar strings, or that's a popular way to interpret it. And that's like, I've always felt that was meaningful. And now we know that Des is the one with the guitar, and that also Des, probably the knight. And so like, that's a pretty good reason to believe that Spamton could have been talking to the knight on the phone. Just straight up. It's a pretty clear line of thinking. So I support that. I think that has merit. And so like, yeah, Chris being part of this also phone-based conspiracy, taking orders via phone, it clicks in. Chris is kind of like a Spamton in that regard. It also, this is another thing that weakens the association with Gaster, because like people thought that maybe Gaster was on the phone. Well, we have another option now. The knight also has evidence that points toward it being the voice on the phone potentially. So, and it's kind of like, was it the knight, or was it the knight and Carol? Was it just anyone? Was it the whole fucking group chat? Could be anything. It's kind of amorphous. Okay, $10 from Jack Dowd again. Thank you. Friend could be evil patterned onto dead monsters. That's why the armor statue started to move. It was friend inside them, and it was inherently evil. It would explain why Ralsei ended them. That kind of came out of nowhere, I'm not gonna lie. Was that just an excuse to get friend inside me into a comment? It seems like that was very much written backward from the goal of friend inside me. Power to you. I don't think there's anything that particularly indicates that, though, aside from it would be funny if friend inside me. We're out here waiting for confirmation of where this game of... I do want to address also, though, the reason why Ralsei is so ruthless in killing the statue, that seems to be kind of a pattern with Ralsei, at least recently, is like, Ralsei's got that, like, internalized Darkner racism, where, like, he doesn't value, like Darkners as sentient beings, including himself. Like, and it seems like if anyone would be willing to just execute a Darkner ruthlessly, it would be Ralsei, because he doesn't seem to believe that they deserve to be treated as humans, or you know what I mean, as monsters or humans. Kind of a fucked up part of his character, actually. Okay, $5 from Access. Thank you. We're out here waiting for confirmation of where the game of prophetic telephone began. Prophecy within prophecy. Do I know what that means? Or, prophecy within prophecy. Do I know what you mean by that? I'm not sure I know what you mean by prophecy within prophecies. Darkness within darkness awaits you, Riku. It probably means something. Ralsei is a classic example of self-imposed hatred of one's existence extending to other similar people with similar characteristics. Yeah, that's what I meant. It's a thing. People do that in real life. It's unfortunate. It's the classic example is furries, honestly. That's always the thing. You see, like, the guy making the angry rants about how furries are bad is, like, counting down the fucking years until they get their fursuit. It's a known trope. It is a very known trope. It is an externalized rejection of the self. $10 from Witchbird as well. Thank you. The first time I played Chapter 3, I thought Mantle Guy was just the knight, since Knight's bird form looks similar to and similar boss music themes. I think there's more. It's more interesting if they're different, though. I know what you mean. That's actually a good point. I don't think they're literally the same, but there is a parallel there. Like the Shadow Mantle boss music is actually basically a chiptune remix of Black Knife. It's very, very similar. Not even like a quoted motif. It's like the same song, with some of the melody taken out. Well, like, most of the melody, but like it's the intro at least is very similar. And the fact that you encounter it in the shelter and it knows Chris and talks about we both have work to do and it seems to be on it. Like the Shadow Mantle guy seems to be, if not a reflection of the Knight, it seems to be like a part of the conspiracy in some way. Like it seems to be in on it. And if it is associated with the shelter in the light world too, then that would be a very strong link. It's like, well, why are they meeting in the shelter? It's because whatever that guy is, that's where it lives. So yes, I think there is validity to that line of reasoning. Okay, another $2 from Jacked Out, thanks. Do you like versus Rampire? I've never heard of that. What is that? What is versus Ram? I'm assuming it's like a something to do with Ram? Rammed with a B? Does anyone know what that is? No one seems to have heard of that. It's okay. A secret boss where they became a vampire werewire. It's peak. Okay, I just don't know what that is. I've never heard of that, so I don't have an opinion. Okay, $2 from Calamash13. Thank you. Do you think Deltarune will only have one ending? That's an interesting time to bring this up. This is some chapter 1 ass kind of like. I probably not. Honestly, I think that it's way too much of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge statement to not be just wrong. And if it does, like, I think there's so many different ways that you could spin one ending that it's almost meaningless to enforce that. Like, the game could quote unquote have one ending and still Toby Fox could do whatever the fuck he wants. Like, that's almost not a restriction because of how much you could twist the meaning of that. It seems, if anything now, like the one ending thing, we've gotten more emphasis on the prophecy now since chapter 4. And so, like, okay, the one ending thing is an extrapolation of the prophecy. And the prophecy was introduced and immediately brought up the point that, like, we could try to subvert this. Gerson says, ignore the prophecy, it's fake. And Susie wants to break the prophecy. Ralsei now wants to break the prophecy. So it seems like there being one ending is more of just like a non-diegetic echo of that. It's not like a literal statement of word of God. It is saying the game thinks there's only one ending, but do you think there is? Maybe Susie doesn't think there is. You know, it's like a wink wink, nudge nudge. Okay. Never-ending donations. $5 from Otto Bean. Thank you. The silhouettes in Endogyny always looked like cats to me. Yes, they do look like cats. I feel like that might be its connection with Friend. It looks like a cat, but it isn't. I mean, for what it's worth, yes. I don't know literally how to extrapolate that at all. Beyond, it is related to cats. That is about all I can say. Okay. I thought it was obvious why Carol keeps Asgore around, not for any conspiracy-related reason, but as the property's caretaker, at least temporarily. Is this saying... Okay, he is a family friend who has skills in landscaping and his business is failing. It only makes sense to hire him. Are you just saying that, like, she literally just hired him as a maid and there's no other motivation? Because that's like... Well, the idea is that, like, she hires him as a maid because... they're working together. It's a cover. It's like a cover-up. Like, he is literally working as her maid. That's not false, but like there is probably a deeper meaning to that, considering that Asgore was the one investigating Dessa's disappearance, and he has a conspiracy corkboard in his basement, and Carol has the same conspiracy corkboard in her room. And also, if Asgore wasn't supposed to be in on it, then Carol letting him into her bedroom with, like, it's locked and has the conspiracy corkboard, he would catch on pretty quick. So, like, no, they're definitely colluding. Like, there's no way that Carol is letting Asgore get that close to the merchandise if he's actually supposed to be completely in the dark about this. So, yeah, he can get into our bedroom. Access to your mother's bedroom means they're working together. Noel. Okay, $2 from Cami. Thank you. Thoughts on Des as an adopted human thing. I don't know why that people made that up. The first I've heard of that is today. There's no evidence for it. Someone made it up, so I don't know. If there's evidence for that, then maybe come back and tell me then. This is just like, people said the same thing about Susie before we had any evidence for that being true either, and it's like, or Susie being a half human, and I'm always just like, well, now we have evidence for it, okay, but we didn't before. It is also unclear why she has antlers. That is a good point, Molly. That is a very good point. Humans usually don't have those. Oh, and also, oh my god, okay, it's worse than I thought. So her room, it says he has shoes fit for hooves. So it's like, she is an adopted human with hooves and antlers. It's fine. It can still work, guys, trust me. We just need to explain away this. Sorry, that's really funny. Okay, £10 from Josh Forrest. I don't know why I called you Josh. Apparently we're on like a nickname basis here. But £10, thank you. The mantle may be responsible for corrupting King, given that he's wearing it before the night fight, implying that the mantle and the knight are potentially working together. I don't know why people assume that's the shadow mantle. It's just a cape. I know that Toby Swak says nice mantle, dude. I know he said that. Mantle just means cape. It's the same word. I don't, like, why did Sham think that they had the mantle? Because Sham says, like, I have it here, let me get it. And then they're like, oh, someone took it, I guess. Why did Sham think that they had it if it was the King's? Like, why did it... If King had the shadow mantle, this powerful artifact that gives you great defense, why did he throw it away before he fought the Leightoners? Why wouldn't he just wear it and fight you with it? And if he had the why he just threw it away, like didn't go to find it again, and like Sham just picked it up off the floor? Like, dude, that's the shadow mantle, that's important. You need that. It flies away after the battle? Wait, it does? Am I talking out of my ass? Oh, hi Courier, by the way. It flies away after the battle? Why would the king have had it though? I just don't see why the king would have had the Shadow Mantle. Like, there's no relationship. Like, the Shadow Mantle is associated with the thing in the shelter. But yeah, why did Sham pick it up off the floor? It just seems weird. Like, why does it required? Like, we have the Shadow Mantle go from the knight's shoulders, flies away, falls on the floor. Sham picks it up, thinks that they have it, but then loses it. It gets stolen by a new guy. What is that? It's just like complexity that does nothing. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal of King has Shadow Mantle. It does nothing. Okay, we got $10 from Vivi the Huntress now. Thank you for that. I wonder if, like Undertale, we're going to have to beat the game once before seeing the true ending. You have to beat the chapter 3... Well, you have to beat chapter 3 once before Gazra lets you save in the night fight. It makes me wonder. Is that true? Because that's obviously very hard to test. I think I've heard that. It doesn't really make sense to me as a mechanic, though. It is true? Oh, it's just if you reload the game? Okay, completion data? Yeah, I get conflicting responses about this. Some people say you need to reload the game, some people say you need completion data. Okay, if it just checks for completion data... That's weird. That's just weird. Well, no, loading the game is not the same thing as having completion data. Like, you can force quit the game after you lose to the knight and then reload it. And that won't give you completion data for the chapter because you haven't completed the chapter. Completion data implies that, like, if you've beaten the chapter at all on that save file, and then you reload, then you will be able to retry the knight fight. But you can still force quit the game and reload before getting completion data. Completion data on any save file? Okay, if that's how it works, then I don't know. As soon as it gets into, like, things crossing over save files, someone else can think about that. Half-bred chaos, you figure it out. I don't know. It's too complex, hurts my brain. I don't know how it works. I had a dream last night where the person behind the knight was someone completely unrelated character called Ken Ite. That's cool. 1,000 upvotes. Sure. Susie's crash out against Chris when she realizes the depth that Chris went to lie to her is going to be legendary. It might. It might indeed. Long-time listener, first-time caller. Long comment. I think I read this before, actually, because I gave it a little heart there. And I recall agreeing with most of the summary. As a Death Knight truther, from the moment I saw her aura farming over Tenna's broken body. No, if you call it truther, you're making yourself sound insane. It's just kind of the most basic interpretation, honestly. I think the unused code has to be from Des before she turned into everyone's favorite fraud. Yes, I mentioned that previously. I assumed it was a flashback. And there's something flowy, amalgamate-esque going on with her. The animalistic behaviors, the ribcage sprite, and the shape-shifting all point to someone or something who is not a normal lightener or a darkener. Yeah, that's another point against Carol Knight. I don't really want to just talk about Death Knight versus Carol Knight, but, like, the fact that the Knight goes fucking apeshit and is, like, crying and screaming and shooting its ribcage out, and it's, like, floating backward with the crossed arms and shit, like... I can buy that as, like, okay, we don't know what state Des is in at this point. Des could be on some fucked up shit, but, like, Carol seems way too normal to have this alter ego that's, like, absolutely buck wild. But that's vibes-based. People hate vibes-based. But it has crossed my mind. I think a really fucked up version of Des is the most accurate interpretation. It's not a normal lightener, but not the all-caps device layer like friend. Yeah, potentially. I wouldn't be surprised if the knight was somehow on the fucking device layer. Like, if the knight has a shadow crystal, that implies that it at least has access to meta-knowledge, because that's sort of... The shadow crystals are implied to let you sort of comprehend your reality as a game. That's what Jevil talks about, or what Sham talks about Jevil talking about. Is that Jevil started seeing reality as a game. And Spamton doesn't explicitly mention that, but he goes fucking nuts and wants to see into heaven and stuff, which implies that he's aware of the... Well, actually, no, that's like a chapter 2 line of thinking, before we knew that all Darkners knew about the light world. But, so Spamton talking about seeing into heaven might in fact be him talking about transcending the light world, which would be even more meta-knowledge, like seeing through Deltarune, even the light world is still a game, it's still someone else's dark world, it's still fiction. I think that's what the shadow crystals broadly do, or one of the things they do. I'm missing a donation here. Okay, we got $5 from 1967. Thank you. He lets you reload because you know you're supposed to lose, yet you keep trying, which intrigues him. I suppose that's true. Maybe it's just you have to have lost first, otherwise his message doesn't make sense. I think it would make sense anyway, though. I don't really think that's required. Yeah. What makes things feel strange is that the knight is fairly cognizant and clearly capable of acting with intent. As I said, yes. This is echoing things that I was talking about previously. They knight Chris, they capture Undyne, they create a Titan. Whoever the knight is, their actions aren't random or careless, and they can clearly communicate to some degree given their relationship with Chris. Yes, so like, the knight is neither... This is like capturing a very good intersection between interpretations here. It's like, the knight is not completely normal. They can fly and change shape, and they do weird shit, and they scream and cry. That's weird, but they're not so weird that they can't... They're not rational. They still can sort of communicate, even if non-verbally. And potentially verbally, if they are the voice on the phone. There's nothing to say that because we haven't seen the knight talk, that it literally can't talk. Okay, £5 from Eric Velias coming in. Eric Vilas. I heard the theory that the knight was the Dark World version of Chris's knife. Maybe the knife imbued with Dess's dust? If true, that would imply stuff. Again, okay, this is a variation on this same theory that's been getting kicked around for ages. People used to say that Ralsei was Chris's knife, but that's always just been to me like, why does the sparkle not come out? If Chris brings objects into the Dark World, we see a sparkle be emitted from their body as they're falling, which is like Rules, Card, and Lancer. The other thing is that if the knight is Chris's knife, then why can they get a separate weapon that is a shard of the knight's knife, which does not change back into a knife? The knight seems to be its own thing. I don't think the knight has a light world object like a Darkner would, because the black shard does not change form between light and dark worlds. Okay, another $5 from Emily Gordboard. Thank you. I personally reset knight 8 times before moving on and going back. Requires the completion data to skip the Tennessee. Okay, well that's good to know. Someone actually has tested it. And already we got £10 from MPOFMZ. Thank you. What if Gerson is backup from the knight for fun gang? If they can't beat the Titan being a test of strength by the knight, as they are trying to level up fun gang. I mean, that's basically what I suggested in the video. That's basically exactly what I suggested, is like, the knight wanted to make a Titan, but also wanted the Titan to be defeated, but also wanted Gerson there to help them defeat it. I don't know, it's weird. It's a bit wishy-washy, but like, that is kind of what seemed to be going on, at least. Or at least it seemed like it could be going on. It does make me wonder, like, if the Fun Gang actually couldn't defeat the Titan, what was the Knight's plan? Like, would it have helped them out? Or did it know that the soul can reset the game? That's a whole can of worms. Like, if the Night Gang is aware that the soul can reset, then that would inform a lot of their decision making. Suddenly it's not so risky to summon the apocalyptic avatar of darkness when it's like, okay, you can retry it as many times as you want. Okay, we got $5 from Snowshoe7. Thank you. Delta rot forever. I agree. How far have I even gotten in this comment? The repeated motifs of Find Her and Lost Girl combined with the unused code imply a lack of agency and a sense of helplessness. Yes, but the knight doesn't seem that lost. Yes, even if it's the amalgamate death, she seems more on the Flowey side of the spectrum instead of the endogeny side. Yes, and Flowey's main struggle was his alienation from others, amplified by his control over the timeline, which the knight lacks. Yes. So you're saying here, if the knight is Flowey, what's wrong with it? Right? If the knight does, like, if Flowey was fucked up because he had time powers, the knight does not seem to have time powers. We don't really know that for sure, I guess, but like, what if the knight is equivalent to Flowey, then what's its struggle, dude? What's its struggle? That's not to say that Des is living her best life, especially given the fate of the amalgamates in Flowey and Undertale, but it feels like this is a severe lack of a conspiracy. No, this severe of a conspiracy involving the prophecy and an eldritch being, yada yada, requires something more than just making Des normal again. Yeah, I feel that. I don't think the prophecy is just like the Let's Resurrect Des gang. That feels too small, even though that's like big. I've said myself that like saving Des feels like it's an end game preoccupation of Deltarune. I don't think the whole conspiracy is just about that, especially if Des herself is part of the conspiracy as the knight. I think they're probably, if anything, trying to save the fucking world, because like, what else is anyone trying to do in this game? It sounds weird to say, because like the Fun Gang is positioned as an antagonistic force against the knight, and the Fun Gang's job is to save the world, but I think the knight, like, why would the knight want to destroy the world? Why would Carol want to end the world? They must in some way be working toward a similar goal, even if they're not directly cooperating. Okay, Des being lost in the code felt like a fairly solid core motivation for whoever the main antagonist would be in pre-Chapter 3 era, but things took a weird and interesting route with whatever's going on with the Knight and Des, and it feels like there's something deeper bubbling under the surface. Yeah. The Forgotten Man, and the Shelter, and the Friend, and the Pointed Tail. Yeah. Like, this is all the new late game. Before we had, like, Des is the spookiest, vaguest thing we have to work with. Now Des is more concrete, and now we have a new selection of really spooky late-game things to think about, which is all this bullshit. Forgotten Man, Shelter, Friend, Pointed Tail. That's exactly what I would have said. And the children followed the tail, and the tree, and Chris's trauma, and the conspiracy, Des' absence in hometown. Whatever the fucking incident behind that was. Yes, this is something bigger. Like, whatever made Des go missing, it's, I think, a symptom of something even bigger and more fucked up. I agree. Whatever the night is, it feels like something deeper than a monster resurrection gone wrong, but darkness flavored instead of determination flavored this time. You're saying it's deeper than that. Well, yes, this has been proposed by a lot of people so far on the stream. This is a sort of a default interpretation. It's like Des died and she came back wrong, but it's... I agree. I don't think it's that simple, or it's that clear cut. There's more beyond it than that, even if that is the case to some extent. Not that I'd be disappointed if Des got hit by a truck and wing gas or did his darndest to bring her back, etc. What is the $5 from Punished Sandbag to say? Dog criminals fought the knight in the woods outside the Holiday Mansion. Mutler died, then a shard fell on the ground, and Asgore found it. I don't know if that's supposed to be a joke or not. Like, the dogs implied that they were arrested, like, recently when this happened. I think they would have mentioned if one of them fucking died. Like, if if like someone was killed on the Holiday property, I don't think the mayor owns the place that much. Like, that they just would have, like, scraped a dead body off of the floor and buried it in the same day, and no one would have commented on it again. I don't think that's probably what happened. That's a very fast turnaround for the grave, yes. I haven't even had to defend my black shard katana take. It's been hours and no one's even called me out on the black shard katana. All children do these days is like be bisexual and argue about phones. Okay, as for the general conspiracy, I'm not sure how much the central players are sharing with each other. This is more vibes-based, but it feels like Chris, Carol, and the Knight are withholding key pieces of information they have in their planning meetings over hot chocolate at QC's diner. While it may just be side effects of them having to not tip their hand too much to the heart-shaped object, there is an undercurrent of mistrust between Chris and the voice. I agree, yeah, like, even if they're working together, Chris clearly does not like working with them. Even if Carol and Asgore are working together, I think that Carol is clearly keeping things from Asgore, so it's sort of a pattern here. It seems like the kind of a scenario where you would only tell your allies as much as they need to know, especially if you're Carol here. Great video, and thanks for the reminder to pick up RAM. Yes, buy RAM. Never insinuate there isn't any, never insinuate that there's anything between Asgore and Carol when clearly the only holiday he has eyes for is Rudolph. I mean, yeah, the reason I lampshaded that, Carol and, Asgore may or may not be fucking in the video was because I just kept writing accidental innuendo into the script. Like, I'd just try to say something and I'd be like, she has access to her bedroom and she's keeping him on a leash, and I'm like, ah, fuck. I felt like I had to acknowledge it, otherwise people in the comments would do it for me, you know? I don't buy that Carol and Asgore are actually having an affair. That's too far. That's too far for me. Asgore in his head is still together with Toriel. I don't think they're even divorced in his mind. Toriel's moved on. She's on the rebound with the fucking convenience store skeleton. Asgore's not moved on. Okay, we got 50 MX dollars from Almendraman. Thank you. Gumball1225 secret tells how Chris was left with a black triangle after an incident. Well, if you interpret it literally, Chris gave the shard to Asgore, and that's the black shard. That's just a total leap in logic. Maybe, but like, I don't think that... I don't think that was literal. Like, Chris didn't literally get the black shard in the real world. I don't know if that's what that was implying. And if they gave it to Asgore, I don't like the idea that Asgore knows that Chris is involved with this, because Asgore, I'm pretty sure, would go out of his way to prevent his children being even a little bit involved with like a scary paranormal police investigation. And if Asgore got the shard from Chris, that would imply that Asgore knows that Chris is involved, which would make it very hard for Carol to keep Chris's involvement separate from Asgore, because Asgore would already have, you know, his ears up for like Chris trying to follow up on this on their own volition. Anyway, that's too messy for me. Another £5 from Joshua Forrest. Thank you. Great stream as always. Gonna catch the VOD later. Stay fresh, Andy. I did say we were on a fucking nickname basis now, I guess. Yeah, I think people said that the black shard and the Easter egg with the gumball machine could be a guitar pick, and the mention of lacquer does make me think that could be intentional. But I don't know what specifically to make of that scene. Like, it's spooky, and it to me conveys, like, in a vague sense, like, involvement between Chris and Dess's disappearance, but trying to interpret it more literally than that, I kind of hit a wall. It's like, I don't know what the fuck is happening. Chris's hand is disappearing. There's a black guitar pick. Oyasumi. Okay, I read the comment. That's a very good comment. I like how much this summarizes my own thoughts, mostly. It's kind of just my own interpretations. Really curious what Alvin's going to be up to in Chapter 5, because when he walks into the church tomorrow morning and sees the whole main room trashed and slashed, and a mysterious yet heavily misspelled note about what his father thought about him right next to his father's coffin on his desk, he might be a little concerned about that. Someone knows about his dad not being buried, someone claims to know that what his father thought about him, and someone or something tore through the church like a tornado. He will manifest a talk sprite out of shock. That sounds like his problem to me. I don't know. That's the kind of thing where if Alvin was somehow in on it, then he's gonna cover it up and we're not gonna hear about it again. I don't know to what extent. I wasn't fully joking when I said maybe Alvin was kidnapped at the end of Chapter 4. Like, I legitimately believe that could still be the case. It would explain some reason for the night to make the Dark World. It would explain why we don't see Alvin react to the Dark World. It would explain how Alvin could have been in on creating it but didn't show up afterward, because the night yoinked him immediately. It actually would explain quite a few things. And there's no way to prove that it's not true, because we never follow up on that. We never see if Alvin was or was not taken. So I wouldn't be so surprised if he just never shows up again. Alvin in the closet, maybe? I mean, the knight had to pop out somewhere. I'm assuming if anyone's in that closet, it's going to be the knight, but... because it's kind of implied that the knight sticks around until the end, like... It seems like the knight made the Titan to stall while it could escape, but... There's that really weird Easter egg where if you come back after the cutscene where Ralsei has the breakdown, and you try to leave the room... It'll say, just out of view, someone pushes their hand against yours and you can't proceed. It's like, I don't know, that's not specifically said to be the knight, but like, who the fuck else would it be? Like, it's a character that only Chris can see and is colluding with Chris, but you can't perceive them, and it's like, so, okay, if that was the knight, then that means that the knight is hanging around right until the end. And that would imply the knight would have to hide in the fucking closet, I guess. There's also the thing about the very, well, it's not quiet, it's inaudible. There is a line of code, which if data mined, it plays a desk guitar noise at like 0 volume, so it literally does not do anything. But it would, if it had higher volume, play Dess's guitar sound when the knight, or when that text box comes up about the hand pushing you back. So it's really circuitously implied that it's Des and or the knight, I guess. Extremely strange interaction. Okay, we got 3,000 Arsebucks though from Gathawks C. Thank you. Hey, I wanted to ask about the Omori music playing. Those are some really nice covers. Where are these from? These are from Omori Lo-Fi Chill Mix. I'll post the link. a Why did the Argentine chat stay up so long? It's a funny bug in YouTube, actually. It's because those 3,000 donations are actually like, yeah, they're like $2 US, but YouTube doesn't seem to know how to account for the exchange rate, so they act like it was actually a $3,000 donation. We got $5 from Gearstorm. Thank you. Do you know if there's any proof that monsters bleeding is normal in Deltarune, and everyone in Deltarune? Okay, everyone who says this has no follow-up proof. I'm going insane. I've often had the same issue where, like, I stand by there being no good evidence for monsters bleeding before Chapter 4 shows us Susie bleeding. We have the monster. It's only ever Susie who mentions it. And Noelle was like, Chris would scare Noelle by pretending to bleed. The bunny monster says, does it hurt to be made of blood because you're a human? There's all this stuff that conveys that monsters don't have blood, or that it's a human thing. And then Susie is like, hey, everyone bleeds, and then she starts bleeding. And it's like, honestly, I think it's more likely that Susie half-human bullshit is real than it is that all monsters bleed. I still don't think that it makes sense that all monsters bleed. It's just like, why there's such a big deal about humans and blood then? Why do we need proof that monsters bleed? Because they didn't in Undertale. And they're still monsters. It's still this. They're monsters. They're called the same thing. It's the same person. Toriel in Undertale and Toriel in Deltarune. Why would one of them bleed and the other one doesn't? The $10 from Autumn Wilderton. Thank you. An Undertale Monster Kid says their heart is beating out of their chest. Undyne uses metaphors about hearts beating together. Why would monsters have hearts if not to pump blood? It's because they pump the magic. I don't fucking know. But it was just never a thing. Undertale. Monsters never bled. Sans bleeding was like a huge mystery back in the day. No one understood why Sans bled. There's a line about humans' bodies being made of water, whereas monsters are made of magic. It's like, what do you think the blood is? That's the water. It's like, why would it be noteworthy if monsters were also filled with a watery substance that was unique to humans? Like, the number of times it brings up blood and, like, human biology as a thing that is specific to Chris is extremely bizarre if it's actually just all monsters do that normally. It's extremely bizarre. So yeah, I'm on board with Susie as a human before monsters bleed. I'll take Susie half human any day over all monsters just bleed, and there's random comments that make no sense about why do humans bleed. Is there evidence that monsters don't bleed? I've been telling you the evidence. I don't know if you're tuned into the stream or not, but the fact that the rabbit monster says does it hurt to be made of blood? The fact that when Chris was a child, they would scare Noelle by pretending to bleed using ketchup or something. I missed a whole donation? Did I? Oh, what about Susie's juice balloon theory? You mean like the Sans ketchup theory? Where Susie's bleeding the church juice? I'm not... I'm not going there. I hate blood lore. It's stupid. I wish that it was just clear. I just wish it was fucking consistent. Is it that hard, Toby? Make it consistent. God damn it. $5 from Steak Master. Thank you. Monsters are made of magic in Undertale. There is no magic in the light world, i.e. they have organs and shit. Why does the bunny say, why does it hurt to be made of blood? What was that comment? Who says that? Why do you say that? If you're made of blood. There's no reason to say that. Did Toby forget? Is that what you want me to believe? Is that Toby just forgot? Maybe he did. Maybe that's the answer. Toby forgot. Okay, $5 from Title Torrent. Thanks for that. Susie knows how to clean up blood. Chris, who was raised by the Dreamers. Yes, that is also... I forgot about that. That was also... I thought that was like direct evidence that monsters didn't bleed before Susie went and started bleeding at the end. It was like... Oh, so Susie knows how to clean up the blood, but Chris, who was raised by a monster family, they've had a blood stain on their rug for years and no one's ever cleaned it up because they don't know how, because they're monsters and they don't bleed. Doesn't that make sense? And then Susie comes in because she was raised by humans, I assume. That's kind of pretty likely, I think. And she's the one who finally cleans it up because she knows what blood is. It's like, ugh. Is that not supposed to be conveying information to me? Okay, I don't want to talk about blood anymore. This sucks. Okay, we got 5 frames of the Soph Rudy Night video was featured. Yes, I did show the Rudy Night video. I have not watched the Rudy Night video. I'm afraid of like that acknowledging Rudy Night too much will like manifest it and make it real like a tulpa. I'm afraid of it. The thought of Rudy, like, carrying Undyne with his, like, frail-ass, pneumoniac body, his Dickensian orphan body, like, carrying Undyne over his shoulder across the whole town at a dead sprint while Susie chases is it's a colorful image. Okay, we got $5 from Flaming Lily, thank you. They're $8 this time. Buying a super chat just to argue blood lore. In the code, goddammit. In the code, the red pixel in the weird root when you imagine Noelle is called blood drip. Okay, I guess Noelle's a human too. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know. The monsters have blood or do they not? Maybe some of them do. They occasionally have blood. But not some of them. Am I saying that Susie, Noelle, and Sans are half human? No, I didn't say that. But I'm saying it makes no sense for them not to be. That's all I'm saying. I honestly think that the Knight wants us to keep sealing fountains. Doing so makes us stronger somehow, so they might be trying to prepare us, or prepare the soul for something. They don't actually want to kill the fun game. 100% agree. Oh, here's Cammy Boy. The Andrew Cunningham drop is always the best day of the year. That is simultaneously an extremely hyperbolic glazing and also a very backhanded reference to my upload schedule. I love that. A crazy prediction I came up with is that Gerson's statue is meant to foreshadow what is up with the Knight, specifically an attempt to revive the fallen that results in a monstrous being in their image. I feel like all of the comments so far, or like all the new comments, are just rehashing things I've already talked about on stream because I've been rambling for so long that I've talked about every possible topic. Excellent. That'll save time though. More donos. We got $2 from some dude. Thank you. Missed one of my super chats. Sorry, it's about blood. Okay. What's the first one? What's the first one? How far back was this? How? It's really far back. Wait, what? The last comment I see from you, some dude, is the one about Morrowind. On my donation log. Oh no, I see it now. Asking if it hurts to be made of blood does also potentially imply the kid associates blood with being hurt. No, I don't think that does. I think that's a picture a human saying that to another human. Does it hurt to be made of blood? You're like, what? Why? Even if you're a child who doesn't understand that they're made of blood, how would they get the concept in their head that someone they're talking to is made of blood, who is the same species as them, but they are not made of blood? That doesn't make any sense. There's no way that makes sense. It only makes sense if the child has heard one thing about humans, which is that they have blood, and is like, does it hurt to be made of blood, lol? And why would that be a factoid about humans if all monsters had humans? Or, no, I mean, all monsters had blood. That wouldn't be a fact. It would just be everyone has blood, obviously. What was the teacher telling them that they misremembered? What was this conversation? Explain it to me. What occasion did the teacher have to say humans or something about blood where they singled out humans, but not monsters if they both have blood, and it's the same blood? Why mention humans and blood in the same breath and not just people and blood? If there's no distinction, why mention humans? Why am I dying on the hill with the baby rabbit? Because why did Toby put it in the game? Why are you asking me to ignore the baby rabbit? The baby rabbit was our first indication about what blood lore was in Deltarune. And it said, does it hurt to be made of blood, human? Human who is made of blood, who is made of blood, and I'm not because I'm asking about it. Why are you made of blood? That's weird. Does that hurt? And it's like, why are you telling me not to pay attention to that? It's obviously conveying that monsters don't have blood. And if they do have blood, then why does that in the game? Toby, explain it to me. Send me an email, Toby. Apologize now. I'm no longer asking. Obviously, okay, Noelle bleeds, Susie bleeds, but why? Why does the rabbit say that? It doesn't make sense. And I'm not arguing that they don't have blood. I'm just arguing that it doesn't make sense now. I'm arguing that the game does not make sense. Apologize, Toby, for making a game that I could not intuit the information that you were telling me because it was wrong. That's what I'm saying. 100 Archbucks from Coca. I think the blood in Deltarune represents pain. Ain't that the truth, buddy? People keep saying it. The rabbit is a dumbass 2-year-old. Answer the question, chat member. If the rabbit is a dumbass 2-year-old, what information did the rabbit internalize through their dumbass 2-year-old brain that resulted in them saying, what is it to be made of blood? How does he get to that? That does not explain it. Being a dumbass 2-year-old does not put the information in your brain that another human you were talking to, another species, is made of blood, and you would signal that out. That would have to imply that someone mentioned around the dumbass 2-year-old rabbit brain that humans had something to do with blood. And why would they mention that if humans and monsters both have blood? It doesn't make sense. $5 from Perpetual. Do you think there is significance to Black Knife seemingly not having the freedom motif when Girl Next Door does? That is kind of curious, actually, why Black Knife doesn't have the freedom motif. Well, does Girl Next Door have the freedom motif? I kind of didn't notice that part. I never said that Girl Next Door had the freedom motif. I said that Girl Next Door seemed to reference Gaster's motif, which was also similar to the freedom motif. I think that's a confusing way to word it, but if the knight is a secret boss, neither secret boss in chapter 3 has the freedom motif. So that is curious. I think that is meaningful, but I don't know what it means, you know? No, okay, $5 from Yamkin to say I'm still a Sans Deltarune truther. Wait a minute, where's this fucking donation gone? But I guess I have to be a Sans half-human truther as well to do so. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I literally do think that Sans came from Deltarune. I think that's still true. I guess monsters in Deltarune bleed, but also the rabbit doesn't make sense. $5 from some dude again, thank you. It might be monster species dependent, like ghosts exist. Would it make sense that they'd have the same biology? Okay, but why signal out the human then? That's not a monster biology thing, that is a human biology thing. Okay, we have $10 from KQ Kyle. It's getting to the point where, like, I can't physically read the donations fast enough to get through the donations. They're outpacing me. Okay, between the hometown being cut off from the rest of the world and Man Country in Chapter 3 Egg Room, I feel there's something up with humanity in general. Will we ever see a Chris non-human? Well, there's pictures of non-humans in the book in the library, so it's not like Chris is actually the only human in the world. Will we ever see one? Probably not. I don't see why we would. But it was the same way in Undertale, about like humans are apparently most of the people in the world, but you never see any of it except for Chris, or Frisk and Kara. So I don't know. Man Country, I don't think that's like referencing humans. I don't feel it would be kind of out of character for Toby Fox to suddenly start using like the weird, like vaguely sexist mankind as humankind phrasing, like the gender neutral man concept doesn't seem to fit with the vibe. I think the man is called a man because he is a man. Okay, we got $10 from the Soph. Oh, it's that Soph, the one at the Rudy Night video. You missed my... Oh, I missed an earlier dono? There's too many donos. Let me find it. Where the... How long ago was this? I don't even know how much money I'm making on this stream. I don't even fucking know. Why can't I find this donation? What does it say? You cannot suppress the truth. Rudy Knight is true trust. I'm still trying to find this donation. Can I control F? Does that work? Fuck. Oh, there it is. It just says $2. Rudy Knight Truthers Rise Up. That's all it said. Thanks for the donations. There's another one already. Okay, there's £2 from Eric Villas. The real blood was the Gaster inside you all along. Agreed. And 55 tries from Ordinary Pickle, thank you. The simplest explanation is that the rabbit is confused about blood because it came from Undertale. The rabbit played Undertale. That must be it. The rabbit played Undertale. We figured it out. Eram has King's motif? I didn't hear it, if so. Eram is, it's pretty much just the rhythm section of Black Knife. It quotes fucking, Mediton Neo, or Battle Against a True Hero for some reason. I don't know why that's in there. But then the rest of the melody is just, hang on. Let me look it up. Burning Eyes Deltarune music. Let's have a listen. So this is actually like an 8-bit recreation of the Roaring Knights kind of like haunting choirs that fade in, that kind of high-pitched chip instrument there. And that's Battle Against the True Hero for some reason. And this is the whole melody. It's just a descending chromatic line. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Are you saying that's King's theme? I wonder what people are hearing in that is reminding them of King. Because that is the entire melody. That is the only melodic content in the track, aside from the motif quotes. Chaos King. Ba da da da. I should have kept both tabs open. Shit. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. So that's the closest I can get to an actual motif to work with here. Da 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 da. And let me get King's theme again. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Are people just hearing like the semitone between like da na na? Is that it? Because that's I don't really hear any similarity. The Burning Eyes melody is extremely basic. It's just da 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 da. It's mostly just like a chromatic descending line. So I don't really know what's supposed to be the same. I'm missing donations the longer I spend on this frivolous activity, though. The real purpose of the stream is to read the donations, so gotta go. Okay, Particle Sickle with 223 pounds. Rudy's illness is the symbiote Rudy Knight confirmed. Sure. $5 from Snowshoe 7, thank you. Just to say blood a bunch of times. Sure, thank you. And we also have $5 from Lime by Lime. Eram and the Roaring Knight doesn't have freedom because they are Chris's Neo armor. They're Chris attempting to experience freedom. Ram was offering Chris the taste of freedom. They're Chris's Neo armor, but didn't the Neo armor bring in the freedom theme when you fought Spamton? Like, you're saying that Chris is having the freedom theme? Well, if that was the case, it's just as true in I'd say it's more true that in chapter 2, Chris was going down the secret boss route because they were looking for freedom. So I don't know why you would signal out chapter 3 as like, because Chris is looking for freedom here when they were before anyway, then that means that they have the freedom theme and not the boss. I don't think that's how it works. Okay, and $2 from channel. Irem spelled backward is mare. Oh, I thought you were going to do the Yensid joke. I was so certain you were going for the Yensid joke that I did the voice, but no, you just actually said it. Irem spelled backward is mare, nightmare. Yes, that is a popular interpretation of what Iram refers to, nightmare. Is the server open? Because it says it's closed. Wait, in the description, does it still say that? It's open. It's been open for weeks. I should change that. If that's the case. I really should change that. The B section of Chaos King? You mean da da ba da 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 ba 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 ba? That's Lancer's theme. Dun da dun da dun da. You mean that? Da dun da dun da da. That's Lancer's theme. It's the chord progression. It's going to be some chromatically descending bass line. I don't think... You mean the bass line that people thought were Gaster's theme? This one? Oh, the bass line is descending chromatically. That's fucking completely normal. That's like an incredibly common thing. I don't buy it. I don't buy there's a similarity. I thought for a second, my own crackpot moment was that the descending chromatic thing was Raise Your Bat. Because there's a part of Raise Your Bat's melody that's like, can I remember it? It's in like the intro, isn't it? How does it go again? Ah, fuck it. Let's just go down the rabbit hole. It's all fan covers. No, give me the real one. Da, 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 da. It's the same. It's very similar actually, but I concluded that it wasn't similar enough to actually be a reference. It's just like a very basic, a couple notes going down chromatically. So I don't buy it. That'll save me a whole fucking Gaster motif apparatus appearance. Just ERAM equals King's theme. Fake. People are coping. People want the Shadow Mantle to be King's Cape so fucking bad. I don't get it. It's just like, it's the most important thing in the world to a whole contingent of people. They need the mantle to be King's Cape. It's the same. And we're going to hallucinate a leitmotivic connection to somehow make that the case. Like, it doesn't need to be the deepest layer. It's okay if it's not. Get rid of all this shit. Okay, Night in the Woods. It's the Cope Cape. It's the Cope Cape. Why are you spamming Cool Mantle, bro? You joined the stream in the last 5 minutes before I discussed this already. We've discussed all of this. I've been over all of this. You can't just keep bringing up this shit like it's my problem. Okay, $2 from Gary Gears to say dead music theory moment. Cool, thanks. Are we gonna read any more comments now? Wild to randomly encounter footage from the Yogscast Minecraft upload in the Deltarune video 14 years later. A lot of people reacted to this. I mean, like, it's an oldie, but it's an extremely popular video. It has like tens of millions of views. I didn't think it was that deep of a cut, honestly. What dream did Tricky Tony possibly have in order for all this to happen? I don't think we've even gotten to the dream yet. The dream is just at the ending. We have seen nothing of what the actual dream was about, dude. A point I didn't see mentioned was Asgore visiting the church at night to pray for everyone. I am more into the assumption that he's using it as a cover to search for the codes to the shelter. Asgore is working to tidy up the holiday house, which could give him an excuse to search the code there as well. Well, I was with you in the first part, but you kind of jumped the shark. Again, I don't think that Carol is... Like, if Carol is letting Asgore into her bedroom with, like, a fucking conspiracy wall and, like, a black katana, which may or may not be a black shard, then, like, she doesn't care about him getting into her information. Like, Asgore could easily go into Dessa's room and take the guitar code. Like, if she was worried about that, she would not let Asgore in her house, period. So, but if it's a case of Asgore is snooping around the church, I mean, that implies that Asgore, or that Alvin is not in on the conspiracy, which I kind of think he is, but, like, it's not the most ridiculous suggestion. But I think it's more likely that Asgore is sharing some information with Carol, so they don't have to, like, work under each other's, what am I trying to say? They don't have to hide their intent from one another completely. I want to remind everyone that Queen's first pick for making another knight was Noelle. This makes you wonder what kind of strength she saw in Noelle to make her choose the only lightener without a blade to become the knight. I'm guessing, I don't know what this has to do with the video actually, but I'm guessing this is tying into the people saying that Noelle was the original girl in the prophecy, which, like, I had an argument with people about that in the stream. I've kind of come around on it. I think that it could be, but that doesn't really have much to do with the video. Susie shining a flashlight on the assembly of cloaked figures. I've got you now, Night Conspiracy, and then they turn and reveal the story's entire cast. Largely, basically. That's kind of Night in the Woods at that point. It's a conspiracy, though. A conspiracy implies people conspiring, more than one person. And the depths, straight up ruining it, and by it, well, let's just say my Delta, said Wingaster. Okay, at what point, I feel like these comments no longer have thousands and millions of votes. I should probably go back to reading the new comments now, or the old comments, but we got $5 first from Jure, thank you. Fun fact, in the game files, there's an alternate Link's Awakening styled remix of ERAM's battle theme. Oh, I think I've heard of that actually. It might be in the soundtrack, I forget. But yeah, there's like a more authentic chip synth version of Burning Eyes. I don't think it means anything, it's just cool. Will I ever address Chris is Kara Frisk both neither theory discourse? I did, in my fucking video. I made a video where I mentioned that. It was in Chris's Soul video, the one with the 1 million views. I thought it was well known that I had an opinion on this. I think that Chris is Deltarune Kara, simple as. And if people think that means some other thing that I don't mean, then they're wrong. I mean that what I think that means. You get it? You get it? Chris being Kara does not mean that Chris does the genocide route in Undertale. No, different person. It's the same. Like it's not like Toriel is the king or Toriel is the queen in Deltarune. That's because there's a different Toriel. Chris is a different Kara. Did different things, different life, different memories, different experiences. Not necessarily still a metaphor for player completionistic impulses. Different guy, still Kara, because who else fills it's the role. It's the empty space left by Kara, which is now Chris is in it. So I don't know. It just makes sense. Okay, we got 200 Arsebucks from Mel. Do I like Deltarune? Yes. Thank you, Mel. We got $10 from Damatisk Red. Thank you. Carol coming to her house in Snowgrave Route doesn't necessarily mean she isn't Mr. Telephone. She would still say, I'll be there if she was already on her way. Well, I think this is a case of, like, you're agreeing with me, but I'm gonna shoot you down anyway, because I don't think that's a good argument. And people are gonna read that and think that's what I meant. Whereas, no, I don't think, like, that still just makes it a coincidence that she was coming home. That still leaves a dangling lack of explanation for what made her come home. That needs to be explained as far as I'm concerned. If it's a coincidence, I'm getting pissed. So if there is a reason, it is because Chris called, and if she came in both routes, it would be extremely weird and non-causal if she came coincidentally in one route, but in another route, Chris called her back, leading to the same outcome. And so we have to intuit that because Chris cleared their call history anyway, that at some point they must have called Carol back just like in the normal route, because the same outcome happens. And it would be silly if the same outcome happened regardless of Chris doing two different things. Everyone's talking about Kara now. I didn't mean this to happen. People assume, they read so much bullshit into when you say that Chris is Deltarune Kara. It's not that deep. It's just like, okay, who's the human adopted child who has Asriel's siblings and likes chocolate and knives? Sounds like a Kara, and people are like, wait, does that mean you think that, like, they did the genocide route, or like that Kara came from Undertale, or that Frisk is the manipulative weirdo from the No Chocolate blog? No, that's not what I'm saying. Stop it. They're not from Glitchtale. It's not that. Your headcanon does not apply. It's just they're the same role in the story, so it's just like, okay, that's this game's Kara. I don't know. I don't care that much, guys. It's not that deep. I don't think it matters, is the point. I don't think it means anything, but I just think it's tidy if they are. Because then if Chris isn't Kara, you get people saying like, where is Kara then? And Kara's gonna come through the pipes and is the third entity. And like, that's worse. That's obviously worse. Are there any other Karas we should know about? That's a good... Well, that's sort of what I mean. Like, Chris not being Kara implies that there's another Kara. Like, that implies that, well, okay, where is Kara? That's a separate human. What if Chris and Kara met? That would be weird, right? Like, that'd be strange. Let's get back to blood theory. I'm going back to reading the comments. Doesn't the same argument hold for Frisk? At what point in Undertale do you remember Frisk being the adopted child of Asgore and Toriel Dreamer, sibling to Asriel Dreamer, who liked chocolate, notably? At what point do you recall that being a plot point? I said I would stop reading this. Why am I doing this? Okay. We are talking about the Black Shard. Something worth noting is that the Black Shard remaining the same in both Late World and the Dark World. It feels implied that the Knight does as well. It explains why she was laughing when Susie claimed she doesn't stand a chance with the Fountain. Yes, I've discussed this earlier, but yes, I think there's an implication that the Knight might not change forms in the Late World because the Black Shard also does not. Okay, huge dump of donations now. We got $10 from Going. Thanks for that. What do you think about the idea of a certain Undertale side characters being Deltarune teaser characters, like Gaster, the River Person, Gerson? You didn't say Sans? I think that's a strange way to phrase it, but yeah, it's true. Like, there is foreshadowing in Deltarune. There is foreshadowing in Undertale for Deltarune, because, as we all, I hope, know, Toby Fox conceptualized Deltarune before he made Undertale, so it was in his brain. He may have been thinking, like, okay, I know who Gerson is in Deltarune, but, like, I'm gonna have to stick him in this random side role here. Like, I know who, what's the better example? I guess Sans. Or Kara. Actually, okay, that's overreaching. I'm back to talking about Kara. I kind of walked into it, though. I had a thought. Okay, this is sort of getting into my personal speculation, but I've had a thought for a while that the reason that Kara lore is so weird in Undertale, and it's kind of like there's two different versions. There's like Kara just as a human who existed, then there's Kara as this weird like metaphorical demon thing, and it's like there's a whole generation of theory crafting that went into trying to reconcile those. I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason Kara is so weird in Undertale is because it's the same case of like Kara was originally a character in Deltarune, and that Toby tried to carry back because but like the themes weren't the same, and they kind of got mangled in translation. I don't know if I'm making sense. I phrased this more articulately in the past, but like Hera has such a strange divided and background role because like maybe they were like the version that was Chris was an original concept, and then Toby tried to recast that, and like, well, we've got Undertale now, so I don't know, I'll make a new guy who's kind of the same. Okay, that was more rambling than I probably should have gone into about Kara there. Okay, we got 100 Arsebucks from Coca as well, though. I'm over here winging my ding, got darkness on my ding, and I'm just experimenting my stuff. I'm curious as heck, man. I'm a scientist, man. Thanks for making me read that, Coca. Alright. It's possible that the night was waiting for it to be dark enough into the night, so they would be powerful enough to carry Undyne in the light world. It would explain Sham's warning about getting caught out when the sun goes down, as the night's power is directly related to the amount of darkness in the light world. This is like vaguely plausible. It's something that has occurred to me, is like maybe the night literally comes out at night, and that's like it's dark enough that it can survive. There's no particular evidence besides that one comment that Sham says, but I don't know. Again, everything about the night is unknown right now. Everything's on the table. Desriel is the ship with the most aura in Deltarune, god of hyperdeath ex-roaring night. Okay, funny story about this. I said this on stream yesterday, but not to the 1,500 people who are watching now. I realized this week, I was looking around the Haley Labs Discord server. I'm a fan of Haley Labs. And I never mentioned that I was like an Undertale YouTuber there. I never mentioned that. But I see they have a Deltarune channel, and someone posts my video, and they're like, this is a cool video. And then Haley Labs themselves just appears and is like, oh, hey, yeah, Andrew's cool. I love his stuff. So I learned that, okay, apparently the creator behind Haley Labs is actually a fan of my videos. Very cool. But the next thing in the conversation, as the conversation continued, it came to light that M is in fact a Desriel shipper, which is just incredibly funny to me. And I think a large part of the appeal is the fact that they both have really crazy looking OCs. So like the god of hyperdeath and roaring night kissing is like, I didn't expect that to come back in that context, but it was very amusing to me. So, random tangent, but funny. How is that spelled? Halley Labs, like the comet. I think that's how you spell it. Yeah. Okay, let's continue with... Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? Here, I'm gonna read to the end of the page, and then I'm gonna go do, sort by, oldest. My theory of why the night was so late to Chris's house is that they weren't. The fun gang was early. The light was meant to swoop in during midnight, do their thing, and drop off the shadow crystal, then take Toriel, then possibly snatch Undyne. Tenna, in this case, could either have been meant to hold off the fun gang and buy time for the night, or it was meant to be a backup plan. Susie actually woke up earlier than expected, but for what reason? What caused this? This is very flimsy, because like, just things happening differently for no particular reason is not a very compelling way to structure a narrative twist. If it weren't for her, Chris would have woken up early either. Tenna, without any means of contacting the night, tries to hold us off as much as possible. But why would they have set up a plan with Tenna? Why would they need Tenna if they were just planning everyone being asleep? Like, this being a backup plan, it just makes less sense. This is just a version of events that makes less sense. Pure and simple. So I don't really see any reason to consider that. The reason they have the Shadow Crystal and drop it when defeated is because they were in the process of giving it to Ram. Just slipping in the Ram headcanon at the end. Just slipping it in there. And by the way, Ram is a secret boss. Ram is meant to be a secret boss, but he was snubbed. That's so funny, actually. People really want Ram to be a secret boss. I can kind of see it. Ram is interesting. Just adding that in on the end there. It's like the fucking Smiling Friends episode about like the villain who just like offhandedly mentions that his real reason is that he's like racist against Puerto Ricans and then just doesn't acknowledge it and moves on in his big monologue. It's like I don't know why that's so funny to me, sorry. Ram is the jobber. Ram is curious. I think Ram works fine. In just Ram's role as it exists. Like, I think Ram was supposed to be a take on like a really old, something they had a really old childhood attachment to, but don't like feel attachment to in the present sense. Because Ram was very much like projecting onto Chris. It's like you and me, we're buddies, we go way back. I know what you really want, Chris. I know what's best for you, Chris, because we're like real friends, you know. And like Chris never reciprocates, of course, because they don't have a chance to, but it's unclear if they would. So I don't know. It didn't seem to me like Ram was trying to gain any freedom for themselves. They were trying to the value that Ram sees in their life is because they know Chris. It's kind of like a parasocial thing, which all Darkners are parasocial, I guess, in that way, but anyway, yeah, it doesn't seem to check out to me that Ram would be pursuing like a independent, selfish power or freedom. It seems like they just want to they derive value by making Chris happy, kind of like Ralsei a little bit. I wasn't going to scroll down. Okay. That line from Lost Girl's been driving me insane for different reasons. Through the waves, phrasing, adding another piece of evidence to the pile of cryptic nonsense surrounding water. Well, yes, I definitely noticed that. I don't have a clue what's going on. Yeah, that's a big part of it. I think Guide the Way Through the Waves tells me, like, the prophecy is associated with the waves. It's blue and has the image depth texture, so like I'll guide you through the prophecy as an interpretation. It could be about the dark worlds themselves being water, like it'll guide you the way through the dark worlds, which are aquatic. That there is a weird amount of connections between those two concepts. But specifically, yeah, it kind of beats me right now. I now understand why Chris doesn't like the look of these kind of boards. You mean you don't like it? You don't like it. When first playing this chapter, I honestly didn't question why Alvin had Gerson's ashes. I assumed that he kept them for sentimental reasons, like when to keep an urn with a relative's remains. I addressed this like right at the start of the stream. I jumped the gun big time. Even when accounting for monster burial practices, Alvin could be so grief-stricken that he'd break cultural taboo just to feel close to his father. I've seen this a lot of times. This is like a weirdly common sentiment, and I could understand this being your first interpretation if you didn't find the additional context. Like, if you just saw that and you didn't see the dialogue where Gerson says the hammer is buried, you didn't see the dialogue in the library that specifies that dust is buried. If you skimmed by that, and then you just saw that, you just said, oh yeah, it's his dad's urn. I understand that, but like after you've had it explained to you, it's sort of just denial to me, where it's like, what it boils down to is like, Toby Fox inserted one new book into the library. There's one new lore dump in the library per chapter. The one in chapter 4 was about monster burial practices. It says they bury the dust. That was not part of Undertale. It was the same as Undertale, except for he tacked on a point, which is, by the way, they buried the dust. And it's like, okay, like, what else do I do with that? Like, if you look at the construction of that, and like, literally, what other explanation can you come up with for why that would have been what he chose to insert, if the first thing you're supposed to do is take that information and then assume that it's wrong? The first example you get of like, okay, we know that monsters bury their dust. The very first time you see monster remains, not buried. Okay, so it seems kind of like maybe the game is telling us on a need-to-know basis. Like, here's some info you might want to know before the scene to contextualize it. The dust is supposed to be buried, by the way. Then Susie goes, oh my god, Chris, the dust is supposed to be buried. Then, so it's like, okay, with this additional context, we can conclude it's not this. It's not whatever you just said. It's not just him being sentimental, because otherwise, why is this being put into the game? Why is there additional context around this that is supposed to give us more information that we don't just have to operate off of our gut instincts? I've already said this earlier in the stream, but I'm saying it again. Okay, $5 from IceCon Luxy, thank you. Chris's piano playing in Chapter 4 of the background tracks from Dark Worlds implies Chris can also see and hear everything we can through the game. Sure, I don't... Okay, the thing is, people pop up about that. The music is diegetic, incredible. I think that, for me, lands in territory of, like... This is why we can't have nice things? Is that too harsh? It's like... If Toby's gonna make like a diegetic piano medley for Chris to play, and obviously you want Chris to play the game soundtrack, because that's cool, I'm glad it doesn't mean anything, is guess what I'm getting at. Because like if that had major lore implications, that would be unfortunate, because like I want to live in a world where Toby can just like have Chris play the game soundtrack, and that's like a funny gag. But as is, it really doesn't mean anything that deep regardless, so it's like fine, even if you want to interpret that like literally Chris hears all the music diegetically. It's like, it's fine. That's cool, I guess. No big deal. Okay, we got SAR $10. I don't know why I read it like that. We have Blaze RKGK donating 10 SAR bucks. Chapter 4 Egg Book text could explain the knight's origin. The Egg Book? You mean the fallen star cried bitter tears and something like that? It could. Except that we don't know if the fallen star might be the knight, for all I know. Like, if it explains the knight's origin, it could just as easily tell us the origin of anything else. I took it mostly as a commentary on the shadow crystals. Because those are described as being like glass. That's the only thing we really have that's associated with glass. And so, if from the bitter water something grew, it looked like glass, that's like, okay, shadow crystals for sure. I don't know how that translates to being the origin of the knight specifically. Because the knight is not shadow crystal, it's made of, well, if anything, black shards, which are not glass-like. They're distinct from shadow crystals in that they do not look like transparent glass. The black shard is also glass? I associate it mostly with shadow crystals. Those have been around. They literally just look exactly like glass. Are they? In the light world, they're glass. In the dark world, they're fully invisible, but in the light world, the shadow crystals are glass. Well, the night is associated with stars, but, like, is that the night's origin, or does that mean the night is the origin of the shadow crystals? Like, it reads either way. IceCon licks you with another $5. Like, when Chris has the soul, they see the HUD and top-down perspective. However, they have no control, of course. Well, I think that's literally the soul's perspective. Like, I don't know if Chris sees that, but we see it, and we're the one controlling it, so that makes sense. I don't know if that implies anything about Chris's perspective being changed. Where is I? I'm never gonna get through this. Is it this one? I think, okay, I'm gonna go back to... I'm gonna scroll all the way down. This is a good time for an intermission, too. Because I gotta scroll down for a fucking while to get to the bottom of these comments. So I'm just gonna let this scroll, and I'm gonna go take a break in the meantime. Be back in a few minutes. Oh wait, no, there's $10 from Scrunkle. All right, before I go, no one else donate. I'm not reading your donations if you donate after this. I got done reading a massive theory about the origin of the night, but I have no clue how to get it in front of people. Well, that's kind of the rub. It's like, if you want an audience for a theory, you kind of have to, post it on Reddit, or you make a video out of it. That's kind of what it boils down to. That's the only advice I got. Okay. Let's stop scrolling, that's good. I'm gonna eat some food here before we go back. I've got some leftover food from the Vietnamese place. It's one of those like salad rolls with like the gooey rice membrane, some lemongrass chicken. It's interesting. It's cold. It's the main point right now. I'm fucking sweltering, talking so fast. In a room this warm. Just went and washed my face, actually. They put on my coat too? No, it's too hot. Did you ever cross 2,000 viewers, by the way? I didn't notice. We've gone down a lot since the peak. But I saw we got close to 2,000, but not if you actually crossed over. Please get an AC unit? I guess I could. The thing is, it doesn't really get that hot. It's not usually uncomfortable. It's just when I'm streaming. Yelling into the mic so much, I get really quite hot. And if there's an AC unit in here, it'd probably be coming through the mic anyway. We wouldn't want that. Okay, I'm not really gonna take breaks between my bites of food here to read the donations. Bear with me. Okay, 5 A-bucks from I Smell of Pennies. Or, I Smell Pennies, rather. Thank you. Toby Fox meta-narratives are a double-edged sword. You can't do simple things like make a tutorial NPC without putting into question the world's logic. It is annoying. It takes a lot of diligence to maintain the boundary between things that are meant to be taken seriously as meta-narrative elements and things that are meant to be gags, and oftentimes I honestly don't think that Toby Fox is the best at maintaining that boundary. Like, he's not really the kind of hard, detail-oriented, world-building brain that you'd need to pull it off perfectly, but it works well enough. You can't see the comments. I'm not reading comments. I'm eating food. You think Gaster eats food? Weirdly, there's a very tangential piece of evidence that weighs in on this. The new, the voice in the code unused scripts mentioned I used to do things like eat food. And if that's like Gaster, then we know that Gaster does not eat food. But only if so. Only if the voice in the code is similar to Gaster. Which I don't know if it is. What is the origin of the pufferfish noise? It's the noise that pufferfish make. Okay, finish the food, let me clean up, and I'll be back. Let me get a demo of the pufferfish noise. Oh. 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 There you go. $5 from some dude Wilson. If Gaster showed up in your literal, actual, real-world room, he wants to hang out and chat about Deltarune, what do you think your reaction would be? I'd kick him out because I don't want spoilers. I know that he knows the script. Say fuck off, Gaster. Protective shield. Actually, I'd ask him to explain if monsters have blood or not. Then after he did, I'd kick him out. He'd kick him into the core like Kara. I'm Wingaster. I thought the background music was playing fucking Your Best Friend for a second. This is the Night in the Woods soundtrack. That's worrying. Okay, I think we're ready to start again. No, we're not. We got $10 from Regan M. Thank you. Something I noticed on my recent playthrough that I can't explain. The narration for the guitar code specifies that it's taped on. Why doesn't Carol remove it if she wants to keep it hidden? I know what you mean. That is weird. I don't really understand either. Why is the guitar code on a sticky note that is just lying there in the guitar? The only thing I can think of is that Des put it there, and Carol is so weirdly sentimental that she can't bring herself to alter it in any way, which is a bit of a stretch, but otherwise I just don't really know. Because it's not hard to remember 1225. That is in fact your daughter's name. You named your daughter that. So it does not need to be written down. So yeah, that's my best guess, that it's something to do with preservation. Like, I think that if Des actually put the code there herself, that could indicate, like, Carol's not necessarily the one who put the code in the guitar. Say, picture a scenario where Carol knows the code, has it memorized or written down in, like, a safe somewhere, responsibly, and then Carol, being her daughter, sneaks her way in and actually finds the code. Because for some reason she wants to investigate the shelter herself. Why exactly? It's not totally clear. Maybe it's to do with an earlier incident, the one that traumatized Chris in the woods, and Des was trying to investigate that herself. Maybe. And so her hunches leaded her to the shelter, and she's like, okay, I gotta get in there. She takes the code from her mother, tapes it to her guitar, and that was the last thing she did before disappearing, and now it's still there. I don't know. That was some fanfic, but that's a scenario that I could imagine, at least. Okay, let's keep going. So, I suppose the biggest missing piece we have is why Regaster stands in relation to the roaring Slack chat. Of course, this remains a little up to interpretation whether they're following the prophecy and are antagonistic to his ideal of creating a new future. How is this the first comment, by the way? Like, the first comment ever? Did this person have this in their clipboard? Just waiting for the video to drop? There's no way they wrote this after watching the video. Or maybe they did somehow. Fuck knows. It's up to interpretation whether they're following the prophecy and are antagonistic to his ideal of creating a new future, or are working with him to railroad the Fun Gang in the right direction. I think the fact that the knight is explicitly not shown to incapacitate Undyne on screen is intentionally suggestive of the idea that the knight is physically powerful in the light world. The Black Shard offers a good explanation for how. Well, the thing is, I don't disagree, but the thing is that it also still doesn't really make sense, because why, if the knight was at full strength in the light world, it now brings into question, like, why they needed to lure Undyne into the dark world, or why Toriel into the dark world. Like, if the knight could just go around and yoink Undyne off the streets, like, it's... Why the elaborate plan, though? Like, yeah, I don't know. The Black Shard, yes. We assume the set of armor covers the knight completely, then this would follow whenever... This would allow for whatever's inside it to remain dark. Okay, well this is a bit more speculation than is necessary, but basically... This is how we get the Night Dash that is screwed up and not exactly a Lightner anymore. while remaining consistent. I mean, I think it's easier to say that the night has new metaphysics. Like, we don't know the nature of the night in the slightest. Is it the armor? Okay, sure, but like, then where did the armor come from? It kicks the can down the road. I don't think it really explains much to pin down the knight's abilities on the armor or not, because that's, as far as we know, is part of the night. Okay, finally, hype, finally. You don't know how fast I clicked on this. Okay, lots of similar hype type comments. 4 shoutouts to this guy. Also, $2 from some dude again. Thank you. Are we sure that the shelter codes are 4 digits? No, we're not. But I mean, it could be like 1225 and then 40 more digits. We don't know, but it sort of seems like it's 1225. Okay, $5 on Punished Sandbag, thank you, to say you are now aware of roots themes, bit roots, digital roots that play in friend-associated secret boss areas. Wait, you are now aware they have the Flowey Your Best Nightmare motif? Do they? I know that Gallery does. And that one that plays when Susie is fighting Lancer. Does Bitroots have that? I'm not sure about that. Let me find it on my soundtrack download, which I should have been using instead of YouTube the whole time. Because the Your Best Nightmare theme is da da na da na na. It's very simple. So let's find Bitroots. Da 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 da. I mean, da da da. Okay, if you cut out a bunch of notes, then it does have, it contains the motif within it, but it's not really the same. I mean, I can hear the similarity. The thing is, the Your Best Nightmare motif doesn't seem to be used for anything that specific. It's just sort of a horror motif. It's not really Flowey's thing even, because like I said, Susie uses it. That's neat. Okay, can't think of anything to comment other than people are saying the second hero can't be Noelle because she doesn't have antlers. This is not part of the video. God damn it. Is like saying the White Cloak can't be Noelle because she doesn't have antlers. I mean, I've said this. The second hero can't... I don't know. I think that's a bit of a higher resolution depiction than the fucking White Cloak. I think they could have easily put antlers on it if they wanted to. But also, like, I've learned my lesson about talking about the prophecy murals. They the pain in the ass. Hype, hype, hype. You're not first, sorry. I'm sat. I don't know what that means. It's theory time.
It's clobbering time. I'll get him.
The way I rush to tap the notification. Hype, hype, hype. Demo. Text moment. Hell yeah, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Gamers, we're so back. Okay. I find it interesting how deep Chris is in the conspiracy. They suffer under the soul's control, but even after the events of the Weird Root, they refuse to share the details of their possession with Noelle. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's unclear exactly what happens, but yeah, it definitely seems like Chris didn't tell Carol all of the details about, like... I do wonder what Chris said to Noelle on, like, the unseen Weird Root phone call, which, again, I'm pretty sure did have to happen still. I'm assuming it was more of like a
Shit's fucked. Get back here.
than it was like a detailed description of what exactly was transpiring. Because how do you even describe that? It was probably just like it's help. It's just like send help immediately. If the soul is so important to the plan of the Night Gang, and I wonder what circumstance the long-time fandom idea that our connection will be severed and will end up controlling the vessel instead will happen, if it even will. I mean, I've never really... That's been a thing. I'm like aware of that. I've never really seen much to indicate it, or I've never really bought into that so much myself. That you would control the vessel. It's a bit strange to ask, under what circumstance would this thing that nothing indicated would happen will happen? It's like, well, maybe it won't. I don't know. It's like, it's not really my job to answer that question. Maybe Susie would force us out of Chris. Maybe. If you assume that's going to happen. Again. Okay, we got another $5 from some dude. Infinite $5 from some dude. Thank you. The comment is talking about what Noelle was told, since she wasn't told enough to know that Chris would be to know that Chris would be possessed next time. Oh, about Noelle. Did I misread that? Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Because Chris wasn't willing to actually tell Noelle the whole story, just that she should be careful in general terms. That is a good point. Chris is not willing to actually divulge the whole thing. Maybe, I don't know, is that Chris? I don't know if Chris is acting fully rationally there. Maybe Chris is just trying to more do damage control than to actually fully fix the situation. Because, like, what did Chris actually tell her? It was like that Birdley was just a prank and he'll get better, right? So, like, he's not telling the truth necessarily. He just wants Noelle to somehow not feel as bad. It seems like it's a more desperate damage control than it is actually Chris saying, I'm done with this shit. So, I mean, the point still stands. Chris was unwilling to actually jump ship after the Weird Route still, even when they had the chance to tell Noelle the truth. Fair point. Did I use the wrong pronoun? I'm sorry. I have no memory of that sentence that was subconsciously generated. Okay, guys, calm down. Calm down. It's been 5 straight hours of of doing the right pronouns for Chris. I had a bit of a brain moment there. Where was I? It was here. This rocks. Good, good, good. Yes, the copyright has at least... Oh, we're talking about the copyright issues, for fuck's sake. The copyright has at least been somewhat mitigated, I see. I'm most interested in seeing how the festival will play into their plan. Oh, the copyright. Well, I mitigated the copyright by changing out the 2 songs that were flagged, which actually, like, I think the new soundtrack is better. The original one, it used... what was it? What did I change the first one out with? Why can't I remember? Why can't I remember? Originally it was Hammer of Justice, and that one got claimed, and I replaced it with... Oh, it was Unite Synchronization from Homestuck. Banger. And then the second one was I used... Originally in the Raise Your Desk discussion section, the rest of the song kept playing after I sang the lyrics, and that got flagged. So I changed that out for Batter Up from Night in the Woods, which I think is actually kind of a nice deep cut. I was happy with that find. I'm most interested in seeing how the festival will play into their plan, as it obviously is something that Carol has been putting a lot of effort into. I personally don't think that Carol and the Knight are necessarily villains, because I currently see their plan as them trying to change the prophecy. Well, I don't know if they're trying to change it, or if they're trying to, like, not change it, but they are... I otherwise agree, like, they're not trying to be evil. That would be silly. They're trying to do something practical here. But with them needing to adhere to the base elements but changing the details, like getting Susie and Chris as heroes instead of Noelle and the Vessel. That's a weird thing to attribute to Carol, because that was all Susie's doing. Like, Carol had no influence on whether fucking Alphys would send Susie or Chris to get the chalk, because Noelle volunteered, but that was kind of a random accident, if anything. And Chris had no influence on that either. I think kidnapping Undyne is morally incorrect. You always have to couch it with like, I think that kidnapping people is bad. Yes, it's okay, it's bad. But I think to them it's a worthy sacrifice. I think their plan revolves around the angel and the knight. Well, no, the angel, and I think the angel is going to be the main antagonist. My overall thesis is that the angel is controlling the world, essentially predestining everything, and the knight, Carol and Chris's goal is to kill it. Well, that's the prophecy. Banish the angel. That's in the prophecy. And the control of the single author. Let people choose for themselves as the story continues. Isn't that Homestuck post-canon? Isn't that the ending of Homestuck? Just saying. I thought that was how Homestuck happened. I think Gerson's dialogue is a lot more important than we give it credit for. Well, I was giving it a fair amount of credit. Honestly, I believe it's way more foreshadowing than most people think. Well, that's sort of just a lot of personal headcanon there, but nothing off the rails. We're so back. So Alvin is the knight. Let's go. Let's do it. We're so back. The king's chariot cannot be stopped. Asgore and you know what's really funny? I knew this would happen. As soon as I saw those fucking Asgore running over death memes and how popular they were, I'm like, okay, there's going to be people who see this who either played the chapters and weren't paying attention or didn't play them and are just going to think like, holy shit, Asgore kills Des in chapter 4. And sure enough, not quite the same thing happened, but on Joel's playthrough that I was watching recently, the chat has to do damage control and clarify to him that Des does not in fact get run over by Asgore as a Deltarune plot point. It's just memes. Because people were talking about it in chat, then he was like, wait, does that happen? It's so fucking mainstream. Like, there's going to be people who think that it's real. It was almost an election trucking. You're right. Like, there's two halves of it in election trucking. One half is that I mentioned some shitpost headcanon about Asgore running over Grillby, and that's how he's got removed from the Force. And then the second scene that's actually in the fic, Spamton uses Asgore's truck to run over Varric and kill him instantly. So it's like election trucking somewhat predicted it. Yeah, Varric from the Halloween hack. Don't question it. He was hired to assassinate Asgore by poisoning him with buttercups. I think, yeah, people in the stream were actually pushing for Asgore to run over Des, but I think I just never did it. There's a lot of ideas that never actually made it into the fic. That would be a bright future, or a bright past? What? A bright timeline to live in is one where election trucking accurately predicts the Asgore runs over Des meme. Oh yeah, Varric didn't die instantly. Spamton finished him off with a magnum. I forgot. It does? Well, it doesn't act. It's not. Asgore never runs over Des in election trucking. That was not part of the fic. Why'd the music stop? Echoes of the Eye. These vibes are too dour. I need Toho Jazz to revive me here. Come on. There we go. Real shit. We got $5 from Dan. Thank you. Have you presented RAM to a third-party publishers like New Blood? I think we've... I don't know why we're talking about RAM here all of a sudden. For the record, we have been very ambivalent about pursuing third-party publishing for various reasons. Most of the time, if you're a debut studio approaching a publisher, they're going to take a fucking king's ransom to get your game into their label, like 50-50 profit splits and shit like that, and then like recoup and stuff. So we were very ambivalent about, like, we weren't going to pursue a publisher. We're going to see if we got any, like, actually good offers. I believe we actually did, we submitted to Big Mode, like the Donkey Project, because we actually talked to Billy Basso, who is the Animal World developer, and he mentioned that it was like a night and day thing, where, like, because he was published by Big Mode, and, like, he said, yeah, we gave him 10% and Donkey made one video and now we're popular. It's like, okay, well that sounds good, but we didn't hear back from that. But besides that, we have not really been pursuing that much in the terms of publishing, because none of the deals seem to be all that appealing. Okay, we got $5 from Leon Fate. Do you think that Asgore might die or even turn into something adjacent to the Knight and be corrupted if you don't recruit the Darkners? I don't know where you got that from, honestly. It just... I don't know. Like, nothing really indicates that. Okay. Okay, we got... Oh god, here it comes. The Knight runs over Asgore.
With the force to crush your rising star. Don't forget, I'll hit you with my car.
That's a banger cover. What I find interesting, and that I've never seen anyone else mention, is that Chris turns toward the player after some but not all cutscenes. This was pointed out to me when I was streaming the game, and I'd never noticed it, actually. And that's the kind of thing where, like, I don't know if it's a programming quirk or if it's intentional, because, like, we already know that Chris is aware of the player. It would be a little bit of meta-nerd of icing on the cake that Chris looks at the player sometimes, but it's also like Ralsei does that too, and it just seems a little bit redundant that Chris would just randomly look at the screen, but it's interesting. It's always after cutscenes, which makes me think it's like just some sort of way that the cutscene is scripted, that it initializes all the characters as facing downward afterward. I don't know. Why am I looking at replies? Don't do that. Yas Kang. True. Andrew, I love you in a normal, not parasocial way. Thanks. Sure. Hopefully there is a Pluie here somewhere, or else I will be pissed. You mean a Peepus? What is a Pluie? I don't know how it would include a Pluie in the video. Okay. Yeah. Bang an essay, my man. Bang an essay, my man. God, I wish I could do the Snapcube voice for Chris. It is so fucking funny. Snapcube's Let's Play of Deltarune clears like every other Let's Play. I don't know how else you could make a playthrough even remotely as funny as that one. The fact that she can switch between those vocal registers where it sounds like there's another person joining the call is like... It was fucking me up. I hadn't listened to that much Snapcube before, and I was like, wait a minute, she can do that? It was bizarre. I was like, who else is... There's a second person doing the voice. Just summons Joe Pera. Bang an essay, my man. Yeah, voice training goes hard. Let's go. What a great day. Reading great today. Welcome back from copyright hell. It was purgatory at best. I could have released the video, just not monetized it. And lost it's just like eating a few $100s of money that you don't get, so why would you do that? I'm not reading that one. We're so back. Upload. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of these when you start by oldest. Popcorn, we're so back. TV time. Another version of this fucking comment. No, this was one of the top comments. I already read that. Let's go. I read Camille's. This face. Cool. Wake up. New Andrew Cunningham. So back. So back. Delta Real. Here comes the girl. But there could be real tangible comments hiding in these. Moonsetter mentioned? I never played Moonsetter. Oh, I think I looked at this. It's like when I edited Chris playing piano to be in the rhythm of the background music. It wasn't Moonsetter though. I'm not sure where they got Moonsetter from. It was, I didn't change the notes at all. I just I chopped up the footage so that it matched the rhythm. Rules card, more like fucks hard. So here's a fun fact about this line. I had this echoing in my head as like it came to me, like an angel whispered it in my ear, like after finishing the chapter. I was still sort of in shock, right? Like chapter 3's heavy-hitting ending. I'm just sitting there, and I'm just kind of like, rules card fucks hard, dude. So I'm glad it made it into the script. It was part of the prophecy. It should have been. The rules card lore, legitimately insane. Like, of course. What are we going to learn about rules card this chapter? Oh, he's a bisexual and polyamorous, and he fucks the weather girl. Okay, and the weather guy. That's cool. And he has a big ass, and he like, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable learning all this about him. And Star Walker. No, he doesn't. Star Walker has no interest in him. He has a big, small ass. He's hot, canonically hot. You already knew all that somehow from chapter 1. Okay, you're both different. Who is in the middle? Rules, obviously. He was the only one with 2 lovers. That's how he conceptualized it. You can't imagine Rules not bisexual and with not big ass. Fair enough. Why did he have animated hands? That was so fucking weird. Why? Is that just like, is that bait for the Gaster theorists? I don't know. That was so strange. Star Walker bisexual icon. Does Star Walker have a gender? I don't know. I feel somehow that Star Walker coasts above human labels of gender and sexuality. Pronoun Star Walker. Okay, enough of the foolishness. We joined the Patreon a minute ago for the video. Yes, there had to be someone who, at the very end before I posted this, subscribed to the Patreon to watch it early. That's rough, buddy. Here comes the Cunningham grub. Yep. Diplomacy theory. The thumbnail is what you see looking at the back door of Asgore's shop. Actually, the back door of Asgore's shop shows you a bunch of scattered leaflets covered in a graphite charcoal sketch of the woods around town with a circle around the black garden. Real ones will know. We're so back. We're so back. Fire. Absolute goat. Okay, I'm feeling narcissistic reading some of these. Let's find one that is substantial. You get some true conspiracy theories now. Toby Fox is paying me to lie? Toby Fox is paying everyone else to lie and say shit like Carol wasn't the voice on the phone. And Alvin's dust was a coincidence. Toby's paying all those guys, not me. Carol is a red herring. I'm so sick of people not seeing it. Is she? Or is she just not the knight? Like, or do you mean the phone call? I don't know. What is she a red herring for? What is the difference between being a red herring and just not being the thing? Another $2 from some dude, thanks. Star Walker has the original gender, yes. Before they split into like multiple ones, there was just like a gender and Star Walker had it. It's kind of like the Frenzied Flame lore in Elden Ring. I'm not going to elaborate. The red herring is when a woman looks like Margaret Thatcher. I don't think... Okay, Carol doesn't look that much like Margaret Thatcher, actually. She does look like an absolute cokehead, though. She looks crazy as fuck, which I love. I feel most Carol fan art doesn't capture how scary-looking she is. I like it when she has like a face like a battle axe and just like crazy thick like eyeliner. Carol's gonna kill you through the screen. I know, she's scary. Carol looks like someone who would like advance at you while they're waiting at a bus stop at night. Then you'd have to go to a new bus stop. Like, who are you? Okay, the first Koru comment. Watch my stream yesterday for more Koru. I streamed some Koru. It was fun. Rules card being mistaken as Mystery Man and early Deltarune speculation? I mean, I always thought that was kind of silly, but like, he had superficially similar facial features, and I'm not really sure why. I don't know. I don't want to talk about Rules card being Gaster. I think I got it. Deltarune's an anagram of dead turtle urn. You figured it out. Delta gooning to this? Not even Delta gooning. A Delta gooning. Okay. The Therian Delta. So, I thought of this gag, like, almost at the start of the script writing. That was like, dude, Lamau, that would be funny. Theta Deltarune. And then I was like, no, that's too far. I shouldn't do that. And then, like, by the end of the video, I was like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. It's funny. I put it back in. It was like 3 people are gonna get it. It's fine. It's a literal dog whistle. I'm not reading that one. Minecraft, how to survive the first night. Yes, that was the video that I used. Okay, more hype, more hype, more hype. More hype. The Roaring Square? Did I do the thing where I said something and then like it's already someone made like a fan theory about it and gave it like a name and like a package and shiny branding and it's like, oh, that's the Roaring Square. Then I'm like, what do you mean? Is that just like Chris works with the night? Because yes, Chris works with the night. Okay, we got $5 from Glorified Geek. Thank you. Does the implication that the knight gave the Shadow Crystal to Gerson in Chapter 4 kill the Gaster connections to the Shadow Crystals? I talked about this a lot earlier in the stream, actually. One, I'm not totally all in on the knight giving the Shadow Crystal to Gerson. I think the Shadow Crystals may actually come from the Shadow Mantle holder guy, which, like, it's hard to explain why I think that in a short amount of time. But basically, the TLDR is that, like, there's other players in the story who have a similar level of, like, spooky meta power that, like, we originally said that Gaster was the one behind the Shadow Crystals because, partially because he was just the one that we could say had, like, the most meta association, but now there's other characters who could fill that role. So yes, the Gaster associations are weakened with the Shadow Crystals. Molly had a brain blast and has been connecting all the major mysteries of the game together on her own conspiracy corkboard. Fuck yes, I want to see that conspiracy corkboard show up in a video later. That sounds hype. Okay, where was, hell yeah, I've been looking forward to this. Hype, yes, hype. This video filled my mana. Yeah, honestly, JD, when I first read this, I thought you said this video filled your mama, and I was like, damn, that's a self-report and a half, but, like, I'm not gonna judge. It was, in fact, mana. We are so back. How do I make this about pizza pants? Is this like an independent... Does this guy know about Azzy Pants? We need to get this commenter onto Azzy Pants immediately. I think they'd really like it. Pizza Pants deserves better than that blue weird fuck. He's not touching my boy. 1 million views. We're so back. Okay. Is this gonna be an... Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay. We've all been asking the wrong questions about the knight. We've been asking who is the knight, but we failed to consider what the knight is. And I think the best place to start is pronouns. Okay, where are you going with this? This is not what I really thought was gonna happen here. This is the first theory comment on the video, is knight pronoun theory? Okay. The knight is frequently referred to by they, them, but also by it, its people, by people who have never met the knight but may have seen it. I think that's kind of weird, since obviously Des isn't going around telling people their pronouns. People get one look at Des and refer to them as it, as if they're not a person or specifically they aren't alive. I mean, I can kind of see it's I don't know. Okay, this. Are you saying that like people intuit that Des is not alive? There is like a certain sort of like magic that occurs in video games where people just sort of know each other's pronouns automatically. If we take that logic to its extreme, and like someone is like sees the knight from across the room, and through like the logic of the know everyone's pronouns magic spell that like operates within the fiction, they're like, oh, that's a they them it sits over there, and you're like, I'm not sure if this is going anywhere. The fact that it seems to be some kind of formless shape-shifting being that literally turns into a deer skull. Does it do that? Does it turn into a deer skull? I thought that was Asriel's thing, turning into like a goat skull. Does anyone know if it does that? Yeah, I'm sort of with you, chat member there. People use they it because they don't fucking know. I think that's a much more sort of baseline take about the knight's pronouns, is like they call it they it because they don't know what the fuck they're looking at. Okay, anyway, it keeps going. Why is it wingdings? Amalgamate? This is back to amalgamates. So this is just a bunch of ideas about Death Knight. And as I kept saying earlier in the stream, my definition of Death Knight encompasses all of Death Knight. It is like any possible version of Death Knight you can imagine. Yes, that one. Because I don't care. It's or, I do care, but it's like I just don't think there's that much to indicate one or the other. So it's just like whatever one of those is the real one. That's the version of Death Knight that I believe, right? It's like it's like an uncollapsed quantum superposition right now. And I think this idea perfectly ties together Des being the knight and the dodge her, find her lost girl. What why is it written like this, dude? I can't. This is like oven the hot food. It would mean she's barely alive. A lot of people were interpreting the knight working like venom. I don't know how venom works though, so I'm skipping that part. It fits with my preconceived notions that ideas. Okay, and a lot of people got confused about how and when Chris talked to Noelle and dragged Burley to the hospital. For some weird reason, everyone correctly assumed it was they collectively assumed it was the end of chapter 2 when they went and slashed Toriel's tires, making fun of how it's physically impossible. But yeah, that's a stupid assumption. It happened during the cuts to black in the nighttime. Otherwise, yeah, Chris would not have had time to do all that while the sink was running. Whereas Chris had theoretically all night, and we don't know how much time passed between those cuts to black when they were setting up the fountain. Chris must have done the shit between chapters 3 and 4. We know that they either opened the door to the bunker or someone opened it from the inside. Well, yeah, they did something. We don't know what happened after that point, which is... It's a bit mysterious why we don't. Like, what cuts off our perception there? Like, whatever's in the bunker actually caused us to stop perceiving the events of the game. Until the next chapter for some reason. Whatever it could be they were doing in the normal route, the Shadow Crystal is clear that this must have been what they did. No, that's not... Okay, they're just using turn of phrase. Well, yes, I basically agree. That's a very hard to read comment, though. Holy shit. I'm watching that shit. Yep. Why do people think Des is the knight so strongly? Okay, so this is what I was It's taken us 5 hours to get here, but now we're into the part of the stream where it's just like people asking me to defend Death Knight, and it's like, okay, well, I guess that's what we're doing now. I haven't been saturated by the consensus of the fanbase quite yet. For my own playing the chapters, it seems like there's much more reason to assume it's Carol. You want to know why it's Des? Literally, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's because she raises a bat. And, like, that's not the only reason, obviously. There's a whole lot of reasons, but honestly, like, most of them are just kind of accessories to the fact that she raises a fucking bat. If not for that, I would be probably in a super position. I would be like, is it Des or Carol? But she raises a bat. It is a bat. Like, it turns into a sword afterward, but, like, I don't really know if the sword is supposed to resemble a baseball bat in general, but she raises it, dude. Like, why would anyone else, if they go to the trouble of, like, in the same chapter, they introduce a whole fucking musical number called Raise Your Bat, which is using, like, the Lost Girl theme, and is, like, preceded by a whole monologue about December Holiday playing guitar. And then they have the knight, the first fucking thing it does, it's like, hang on, my cool animation. It turns it sword into a fucking baseball bat, it holds that shit up, and then it turns back into a sword. It's like, dude. Dude, Tricky Tony really wants us to be misled that Des is the knight when in fact it's Carol and Des is the red herring. And that's it. I don't want to talk about it further, because that's basically it. Well, no, there's one other point that's worth mentioning. The one other point that actually I think is worth mentioning, beyond just, like, all the minor stuff, is how Carol could have gotten into the Chapter 4 Dark World. Because you leave the house, Carol is behind you in the house, like Noelle's house. You walk across town directly to the church, and then the knight's already in there. So if Carol is the knight, then Carol would have had to use the secret tunnel. Okay, we now need a secret tunnel to make your knight interpretation work. Good job. Or she teleported. Or it's just like, okay, why should you have to explain that? No, you see, it doesn't matter if I went to Chris's house and talked to Burger Pants. What matters is that you don't have to. You can walk in a straight line directly from Carol's house to the church, and the knight is still there. So it doesn't matter what you choose to do. In the worst case scenario for the knight, you immediately run there, and the same outcome. So I think that's the other strong point. It's like, yeah, Carol has to fucking teleport to get into the Dark World. And it's not like it's catching up to you in the Dark World. It's there. Like, it's parked in front of the door, like, a ways into the Dark World. So, okay. And that's, like, her going to the church, running in there, making the fountain, and then all before you show up. Like, or even if the fountain was there beforehand, I guess, it's still the same point. Like, she would have had to get to the Dark World before you, so. Sans teleports. Yes. Yes, he does. Anyway, that's why Des is the knight. Because she raises a bat. That's basically it. I just think if she raises a bat, then she's Des. I think if beyond that, I don't know, you're just overthinking it, man. Like, really. Banging video, my man. Why is everyone Delta gooning? Stop doing that. It's not that she moves fast. I knew that someone would say that, and you've activated the trap card, because she has to move past you. She can't run fast and not pass you on the way there, unless secret tunnel. Secret tunnel, guys. It's a secret tunnel, sure. Again, this is into the territory of if there's a secret tunnel, then if Toby Fox wanted me to theory craft about his game, then he might have wanted to tell me about that, because otherwise I'm following the interpretation that actually makes sense without a secret tunnel, which as far as I know does not exist. So, until there's a secret tunnel, there is no secret tunnel, and she didn't use the secret tunnel. That's it. I'm not interested in using information that is not provided by the game. Okay. Reposted from the Patreon upload. I read the Patreon comments, so we're skipping that. Koru mentioned. Velzy cackles with delay. Everyone loves Koru. Okay, just more hype. A lot of people actually asked what game I was referencing when I mentioned Cuckoo and the Golem. I probably should have said it was RAM in the video. That was my own game. Can't wait for another year or two without Deltarune videos? That's a bit pessimistic. I said in the video that I was going to go back to making Deltarune videos right after RAM was done, which is only going to be in a few months, so... Or maybe even 2 months at this rate, but... it's not going to be a year until I see another video. The reason I've been putting out so few videos is because I've been making RAM. That is the reason. Like, it's not like I've just been sitting here twiddling my thumbs. I've been making a whole fucking game. Okay, here's the first oh no, this is actually agreeing with me. Oh no, it's not. It's saying the kitchen phone call is the knight and the closet call is Carol. I mean, like, this is a less easy thing to shoot down than a lot of arguments about the fucking phone, but like... It seems very strange that we would be introduced to the spooky phone call that Chris is in contact with, and that it would be two different people, and like the one that Chris calls in, because keeping Susie away from the guitar is established in the kitchen phone call. And so what this implies is that the knight orders Chris to keep the guitar away from Susie, who then, when Susie gets the guitar, calls Carol, who does not know who the knight is and does not know about the conspiracy, and tells Carol that Susie is touching the guitar. And Carol is like, okay, Chris, I don't know why you chose to tell me this, but I'm coming home right now to fix this. It's like, that's just weird as fuck. That's kind of convoluted for no reason. And I don't really buy it. I think that if we're being shown, if we're introduced to the fucking, this really suspicious phone call talking about Dark Worlds and shit, and then Carol is part of a second phone call, like, you should assume that Carol's part of that. Like, don't try to distance Carol from the obviously associated phone call. Let the game tell you its story. Just let the game tell you things sometimes. I got the pox. Actually, my throat is just dry. Notice how I haven't said Occam's Razor yet? The reason is because Occam's Razor is an unnecessarily annoying term for something that you could just explain what you mean. That's kind. I think when people start throwing out like names for like argumentative fallacies and stuff, it's just fuck off. I'm just I'll tell you what I think. Translucent Jeff the Killer jump scare. This is just, I used clips from my old videos here. That's all it was. I'm the LeBron of Deltarune? I don't think I'm tall enough. I'm 5'7" over here. 5'8" in a good day. I worked for the Roaring Knight. They're a fraud. I don't exactly know what the Roaring Fraud memes comes from. I guess it's because the Knight is apparently incompetent and doesn't actually have any goals in chapters 3 and 4. I guess that's it. We're back. He's back. Everyone's back. Where you get this part? The speculative church code? Oh, that's just a joke. That's a Danganronpa meme. Don't worry about it, dude. It's just Danganronpa. Someone thought that was the Peepus, actually. That, like, the 11037 gag was the Peepus, but I guess I got the Joseph Anderson brain rot. I thought that was obvious. I don't think Asgore was talking... Okay, here's the first one talking about the katana. Finally I get to address this. I don't think Asgore was talking about the sword in broad... Oh, no. Was talking about the sword. There was a board right next to it he could have wanted to look at, and he could be holding something in his hand. A black shard, perhaps. So, I both get this, but also I think it's strange. Let me state my perspective here. When I first played the chapter, it was my first assumption that Asgore was talking about a shard that he was holding or something. That was my first assumption. I will disclose that. But that was because I didn't have all the information. I didn't know... It's kind of the same thing with Alvin's Dust. I didn't know that he was standing in front of a big fucking katana. And I think if you don't know that, then it is... In fact, the only reasonable assumption you can come to is that Asgore is talking about a shard that he has on him. The fact that he is, in fact, standing in front of a big, conspicuous katana, and he is in front of the katana, he's not standing in front of the conspiracy board, he is in front of the katana. And then he's mentioning a black shard. Suddenly with that context, it's like, I've had people say, like, it's not the katana, it is the shard that he is holding, as if they saw him hold the shard. There are people who said that his sprite shows him holding the shard, and I think it's actually like, I understand that it's not clear. It's like, I don't think he was definitely talking about the katana, but like people are just, it's almost like a Mandela effect. People hallucinated him holding a fucking shard in his hand, and it's like, you don't see it. Like, the shard is imaginary. Like, the shard you're talking about, you don't see, whereas the katana that I'm talking about, you at least do see it in the room. So it's like, people, they seem a little bit weirdly willing to jump to, no, it's definitely the one he's holding, when you don't actually, you don't see him holding it. It's just strange. But about the katana itself, is it a black shard? I don't know. I'm kind of 50-50. I think that I'd bet on it. I'd at least put money on the black shard being the katana, because it's just in line with my philosophy of, like, assume information means something. Of, like, if Asgore is going to be talking about some shit we don't see in a room, and there's very little in that room. There's, like, the mayor's bed, there's a plant, which I think is the thing that Asgore is supposed to be talking to. Because otherwise, why is he just monologuing? Because it's a thing, he talks to plants. And he's parked in front of this big fucking weird katana. Like, we know that the mayor has katanas. It's not completely inconceivable that she'd have one in her bedroom. But also, she already has one in the kitchen. And, okay, maybe she has multiple. Maybe she could, but, like, this is placed in frame, in front of Asgore, in Carol's locked bedroom, next to the conspiracy corkboard. Asgore goes to the room to, like, he could be going to look at the conspiracy corkboard, but then he's not talking about the conspiracy corkboard. He mentions explicitly a black shard and how beautiful it is, and it's like, okay, well, I kind of want to put two and two together and say, like, I have to go look again, and this black shard is beautiful. It's like, maybe he went to go look at the black shard. Kind of makes sense. And then the fact that he's standing in front of the katana explicitly, and he's, like, off to the side of the board, is like, well, that's something too. Why is he standing specifically in front of the katana itself? And the katana, I know people say the katana is sheathed, so it's not necessarily a black bladed katana, but also, like, we don't know that it's not black. It could be black inside the sheath. Anyway, I think there is at least a reasonable argument that the katana is the black shard. Even if it's kind of weird. People think it's weird that the katana could be the shard. But, like, I think ruling it out based on it sounds kind of weird. I don't know if that counts. Is like, well, you don't know what the fuck a shard is. The knife's knife is like this gigantic shape-shifting thing. Are you gonna say, like, there's definitely no way that you could break a katana off of it? I don't fucking know. It's like, if Toby wanted that to happen, then it would happen. I don't know how it works, but Anyway, I'm just trying to interpret the information that is being put in front of me, and it's like, okay, katana, black shard, Asgore moved into the room, look at something. Why is there a katana there if it's not supposed to be relevant to the scene? I'm going to assume the katana is supposed to be relevant. And if it is relevant, then it's probably the black shard. And that's basically it. It's not even actually that important if it is a black shard, because, like, the mayor's already implicated via the phone call. I don't know, there's probably a guy out there who's like, the mayor knows nothing about this and is neither on the phone nor has a black shard, and it is the only person who doesn't know about this, and also saying, you are welcome anytime, that's just for fun, that doesn't mean anything. That guy probably exists, but, like, I think most people will agree that Carol is at least in on the conspiracy, and so, like, it doesn't really change that much whether or not her katana is a black shard. I just thought it was, like, I don't know. It's a fun theory that I had. I thought it was reasonably well supported by evidence. I'm gonna stop talking about the katana now. Okay, we got $5 from Leaf Blady. Thank you. Just got home. Have you already looked at my comment yet? I have no idea. It's statistically no, but I have no idea. I have not been keeping track. Carol actually doesn't exist. She simultaneously does not know about the prophecy and is the knight with a secret tunnel to the bunker. Both are true. World's first, what was the meme from some stream earlier? Most coherent libertarian politics? I forget. She did it while sleepwalking. This is how we win, guys. She sleepwalks at the speed of sound and can run past Chris and Susie before they can even perceive her while sleepwalking. You cannot pay to have your comment bumped up because I wouldn't even know how to find it. People have been doing that all stream, by the way. They've just been giving donations, then dropping a new comment in the donation, and then I have to read it anyway, so... It's a known model, but no, I'm not going to go and hunt down specific comments. We're in this organic style. Okay, I've said my piece about the katana. All I wanted to say is that there's no more evidence that Asgore was holding it in his hand than that he's talking about the katana. There's nothing to say that he was holding it. Being an intro, my man. Part of the reason the knight is late is because the first half of the chapter Toriel's not kidnapped. I referenced this comment earlier without I sort of vague posted about it. As I said, they find Toriel after the first board, but like there's still 2 fucking boards before the knight shows up. Like this isn't an excuse. This is like, well, actually the knight wasn't 5 hours late, the knight was 3.5 hours late. That's still fucking late, dude. It shouldn't matter. And why couldn't the knight start coming before they'd found Toriel either? I don't know, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, we're so back. I had a dream last night where the person behind the knight was some completely unrelated character. Oh, this was one of the top comments. I don't know. Ken Ite. Shout out to that guy. Another Theta Deltarune comment. Like I said, literal dog whistle. There were gonna be people who knew it I was laying down. Not reading the replies? No. There are 3,000 comments. I don't need to read the replies. We're not even going to get through the not replies. I like how I made a timeline flowchart. You show how much... Oh yeah, I think this is talking about when I fade to that, like, the lower production value flowchart while I was talking about the phone. I think when I did a test showing of this to Molly, she started laughing hysterically when she saw that, and I didn't know why, because it wasn't supposed to be a gag, but just like, she said it was the fact that I just casually brought up like a whole other flowchart that I made for like 1 second and never commented on it, which I guess I did. I just made that for my own personal reference, and I was like, hey, I guess I might as well use it to fill a clip here. Because I wanted to make sure myself, it's like, I want to get the chronology straight about what happens in the holiday household, because it's complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. You want to get a good look at it? Actually, yeah, I could show it to you. It's all on my big, like, Deltarune master corkboard. Here we are. So this is the first one that Aerofint's trying to make, which is just like the pure associate of everything corkboard, which is like, there's not even close to everything on this. Like, there is so much data that I gave up. It's just like everything connects to everything. Yeah, I don't know. So I was like, okay, discard this. This is the one that actually became the one in the video. It's much tidier, as you can see. I put more effort into it. It's pretty much one-to-one, just the same one that you saw in the video. And this is the holiday household flowchart chronological timetable thing. What software is this? This is Figma, I think. It's like a free, it's just like a free online thing. But I think this is, the best to my knowledge, accurate. It tracks Chris and Asgore's whereabouts. A big part, actually, that I wanted to emphasize is that, like, Asgore can't be in the phone call because you can see him talking to himself in the bathroom while the phone call is active. And I thought that would be obvious, but I have had comments that are like, I think Asgore's on the phone call. It's like, bro, I explain this. So no, he's definitely not part of the phone call. Because Chris is already in the kitchen on the phone. Asgore moves to the bedroom here. This side is the weird route, by the way. The red arrow is a weird route, the green arrow is a normal route. And so, like, it's literally from up here all the way to the end is just, we don't know what happens. And it's a bit ambiguous. This could be, like, you know, down here or something, but it doesn't really change that much. It's like, basically everything that happens in the weird route, we do not see. It's just skipped. So, like, fuck knows what happens. Yeah, Asgore probably wouldn't be too hot on sacrificing Undyne.
But Carol, what do you mean that all cops are bastards?
It would be kind of that conversation. But yeah, I'm not really trying to make a point. I just wanted to show off the flowchart because I have it. I like flowcharts. Okay, what comment was I on? Oh, this one. I read that. Is this another version of this comment, or did I read this one twice? I don't know. It's recurring, I guess. Okay, peak, hype, peak. Okay, I believe you. I never saw the version that the hammer being in Alvin's drawer because Gerson asked Alvin to not bury the hammer. So this is actually a decent point that I hadn't really considered. This is an alternate explanation for why Gerson's dust is in there. Is it if Gerson was like distinctly, he doesn't seem to like the prophecy. It implies that he's not religious. Maybe that was actually part of his will, that he just didn't want to be buried according to the Deltarune religion. So like, I don't know if that's likely, but it's at least possible. That would kind of imply that Alvin foresaw his own role in the prophecy, which, like, I don't know. I don't know how powerful Gerson is with his prescient prophecy knowledge. But it's an interesting thought. Who or what is Jelly? Oh, Jelly is a Koru Observer character. Koru is the, I was referencing that a lot during the video. I streamed it yesterday. Go watch my last live stream if you want to know what Koru is. It's an extremely good game. One of my favorite games. People in chat are asking about the weird route again. Why does Chris tell Carol about What happened? Well, I don't know if Chris necessarily... well, actually, I should review... What does Carol say? Did she say that Noelle mentioned going to the festival, or that Chris mentioned it? I don't actually know. I can't remember. It was Noelle? Oh, that explains it. Yeah, so I don't think Chris necessarily told her very much. Because she knows that they're going to the festival because Noelle passed it on. And all that Chris had to do to summon her back was to say,
Hey Carol, shit's fucked, get back here, help.
and so I don't think this necessarily, we need Chris to have told Carol anything detailed. Okay, $5 from some dude once again, thank you. Any ideas why the long time skip in the weird route? Did overriding Chris directly, expanding our influence to Noelle just take a lot of power? I have no fucking idea. The game plays kind of fast and loose with like when time skips occur. It doesn't seem to have any rigid mechanic behind it, so I probably just wouldn't think about it too hard personally. It's gonna make your head hurt. Because that happens when Chris is possessed. Like, Chris has to... We don't even see Chris take the soul out again. It cuts to black, and then Chris, during that blackout, at some point, takes the soul out, but not before. So, it's unclear. Maybe it's Gaster putting a blanket over your eyes. You don't know that it's not. The phone call's like, hey, Carol, Soul's doing some wild shit with your daughter. I don't like it. I don't like it. Get back here. Shit's out of control. Shows how hard it is making new Deltarune theories nowadays with all the new information and strange things. Yeah, the waters are nothing if not muddy right now. It's not stopping literally everyone. Everyone has their own take on what this means. Okay. Just letting you... I'm leaving a comment to watch this in the future as well as support the video. Cool, thank you. Homestuck, yeah. Shout out to Homestuck. Cold Brew Cunningham? What? Cold brew is not a part of my personality, I'll have you know. I'm an espresso guy. It's getting hot again. I put some water in the fridge. I'm gonna go get my water. Oh yeah, that fridge water. He's talking about mocktails? Don't get me started on cocktails again. Andrew is Carol? I'm not Carol without air conditioning in my house, dude. Orange banana juice goes stupid. Try it once. How do you get juice out of a banana? Seriously. How do you do that? Nope, there's no AC. Air conditioning is pretty common here. I'm in a sort of an older apartment building though. And air conditioning is only really super ubiquitous, I think, in like the hot parts of the United States, as far as I know. A lot of places in Europe don't have it, even though it's really hot. based on my experiences going to Europe. There's that fucking place we stayed in Paris that it was like 40 fucking degrees that week and had no AC. It doesn't get that hot here usually, but you know, it's the summertime still. $5 from some dude to say, I think Carol radiates a magic cold field in the light world on the basis that it is funny. It seems like it legitimately is what happens. Susie said the room got colder when she walked in. I don't think she was being figurative. I think the room actually got colder. How can you sleep without AC? It's not that hot here. I'm in Canada, right? I'm in the southernmost part of Canada, but it usually doesn't get that hot, especially on the coast. Another $5. Sourdough 3849. Thank you. My friend at work said something really smart about Deltarune theory stuff, but I can't remember it. I'll try to remember it, I promise. Don't forget the Deltarune theory your co-worker told you. That's a big L. Okay. You like the graphics. I like them too. It's a relatively recent development. I was like, I want to be John Boyce, but I don't want to learn Blender. I have an inherent bias against 3D media. I'm just gonna photo bash shit, and it seems to work. I didn't really have actually much of a visual identity in my videos before. It's weird to say, but like, aesthetic has never been my strong suit. As you look at device theory, and it's like, okay, that is a video with an aesthetic. It knows what it wants to look like. But I was just like, yeah, just, I don't know, put shit in. I think the Gaster machine is the closest I've come to like, okay, this can be a style going forward. Okay, my initial thoughts on the Knight's Conspiracy when I first played the game were similar. I kept feeling like Asgore had too many Chekhov's guns around him to not be a major factor. Why on earth does the closet say it's big enough for a large person? That's a question. I don't know. Like, the fucking closet. Ever since Chapter 2, Closet Knight meme. Closet Knight meme is real now, I guess. I don't know why it has to be a large person. But it is. My other thought that I really like is the idea of the Knight and its allies being a faction means the Knight might not have been a singular entity going around doing things. And I like this idea since it's similar to the conclusion that the other big conspiracy we had going into 3 and 4. I don't know what you mean by that. Like a multi-Knight thing? I mean, I said this earlier, like there could be multiple people making fountains, they're not all the Knight. It's different now. Knight doesn't make fountains anymore, it just is the Knight. But there could be multiple people making the fountains, yes. But also, it's implied to be the Knight anyway, because of the prophecy, so like, even if Mike is played up as a gag in the moment, I think it adds a lot to the story, and the story's interpretation on how we engage with the unknown, making theories about things, is how we see in the dark. Is it? Perhaps. Perhaps. Molly sent the corkboard. Alright, it's not going to be part of the stream. That was just for my own enjoyment. Oh, I can show it on stream, actually. I can show it on stream. Well, I'm kind of curious. Here you go. Oh yeah, there it is. I got it. This music goes hard, by the way. Don't underestimate Cafe de Toho. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Re-upload. So this is the Molly board. Ooh, this is about friend. I like this. Oh, there's the mantle holder. Shadow crystals are tied to it. I'm curious what directly ties shadow crystals to it. I would have thought there'd be like a thing between them. I guess it's because it doesn't have a shadow crystal itself, I guess. Oh, it's off center? Oh yeah, I still have it cropped. Oops. How do I fix that? I hope OBS lets me like undo this. There it is, the full thing. Oh, because it knows about the shadow crystals. That's right. It references them. Yes, and shadow crystals are connected to the passage about looking like glass, which goes back to the egg room because you find it in the same room that they tell you about the egg area. Which goes. And Spamton and the Weird is next to that, so that ties to the Weird. Yeah. This feels a lot like the board that I was making at the start, and then I was like, fuck, everything this connects to everything. What do I do? The pointed tail is showing up. We love that. They followed the pointed tail in the same room that they talk about the egg. Yep. Yep. It checks out. It checks out. Okay, now can I undo it and get my crop back? I can. Love that. Yeah, why is Cat Pitters connected to everything? Like, literally everything is Cat Pitters. Or Cat Pitters RPG. The fact that, you know, it was spooky as fuck when the Shadow Mantle guy, when you go into the ice dungeon, and it says, "You found my hiding place, but there was nothing here, was there?" That's like, what does it mean? That the hiding place it's referencing is the area that Noelle talked about in her game. Like, in her blog post. That was the door that she could never get into, and it's like, that's your hiding place? In Noelle's childhood game. Like, what? That's not a game in the dark world, that's a game in the light world. And then it's also in the shelter. It's like, what the fuck is this thing? I thought that was spooky. And does that mean that it's been there since Noelle's childhood as well? Like, has it been there for, like, their whole lives? Has this thing grown up with them as a peripheral element of the hometown weird zone of spooky shit? Another $10 from Sourdough. Thank you. I love a sourdough. Got it. Pointed out that I think the only changes across save slots are Asriel's drawer and his jacket pocket's contents, and he suggested that's because Asriel might have access to the slot. Oog, that's getting into heavy-hitting shit. Does anyone know how to explain Asriel's different garments in the drawer? That's like deeply mysterious. If Asriel has access to the slots, I mean, I guess that would be fuel for your second generation fun gang theories, where like people think that Asriel and Des and Sham used to be the original fun gang. Does that mean that Asriel had the soul? Who is the human in that context then? That's the mystery. Fascinating though. Oh no, I swallowed water wrong and now I'm gonna be coughing. Important message scrolling up there. Yes, I forgot about that. The slots also change how TV dinners are described, which is like, why? I don't fucking why. Why is it like that? I don't know. So at least that decouples it from just being an Asriel thing. It's just like random bullshit changes for no reason. Yeah. $5 from Tidal Torrent. You found a man behind the tree, but there was nothing there. You found the mantle boss's hiding place, but there was nothing there. Does that mean something? I don't think, I think you remembered it wrong, but there was nothing there is like, it's, well, there was not a man here. That's the phrase. I think you misremembered the phrase. Okay, another $2 from some dude. You missed a couple donos earlier. Oh boy. Okay, let me find earlier donations. How much earlier, I wonder? Oh, I see it now. You're just saying you love the visual style of my videos. Do good reveals. I'm proud of my reveal. I love me a good zoom out. I got the taste for that back in the narrator video, maybe. One of my favorite comments I've ever gotten was saying that when you zoomed out from the chart to reveal it was in the eye of the annoying dog, it was the closest I've ever felt to being on the palm of the Buddha, which is like the fucking Journey to the West reference out of nowhere sent me. But yes, that was the intended experience. And another one, perhaps? I think that was the only missed donation. I got the ones on either side of that. Okay, we got $10 from PokeFan. Thank you. I just realized Susie references Dragon Blazers 2 while Noelle's game is Dragon Blazers, the original game, which represents Undertale, lets you choose, while Dragon Blazers 2 is Deltarune, the sequel. I mean, yes, that subtext is there. I don't know exactly what it means, literally, like when Ram talks about the original game where you could choose, like, that is referencing Undertale, like, it's the game where you could kill people if you wanted to, and the monsters in that game are, like, representative of Undertale characters. You have, like, the Toriel one, the Flowey, the Alphys one, and the Undyne one. So, yes, but, like, what does that mean for Deltarune? Like, I don't really know how far to take that. I don't think it means that Undertale is literally canon in the same way that, like, people say that Asriel made Undertale on his computer. Like, I don't think that's what it means. It may be a bit more metaphorical than that, but it isn't, like, it's relevant. And the dichotomy between Dragon Blazers 1 and 2... I don't know if, like, that's the same difference as between the game Tenna shows you in the original game. I get confused with, like, the Dragon Blazers series. I don't really pay attention to that stuff as much as I should. Fiction 2 is the best joke ever? I was happy about that one. Bro invented Fiction 2. How long is the stream gonna be? Until I collapse. Yeah, okay. Another donation that we got 55 tries. I think I thought I saw you try. Thank you from Ordinary Pickle. Honestly, I think the drawer is a hint for something important happening with the slots down the line, along with Gaster's preparations. That's what I think too, but, like, I don't know what the fuck that is. I think that's what everyone is on the drawers. It's like, it's probably important, but I don't know why. Because it's, like, so little references that. Okay, we got $2 from some dude again. The drawer is clearly Gaster loaning you Dosh. Thank you, Gaster.
Yeah, put it on my tab.
This is back when I wrote that unfinished fanfiction, like 2016, where Gaster was, like, the main character in Undertale. That was a good plot point I included, where, like, Gaster actually in that fanfic had the Forgotten Man mechanic, where it's like, as soon as you stop talking to him, you forgot that you ever met him. Which apparently is a thing in Doctor Who. I don't know. I invented it as far as I'm concerned. But there was a gag where he goes into Grillby's and he buys his fucking Dijon mustard drink, I forget. And then he's like, Grillby, put it on my tab. And then he walks out, and then Grillby forgets that he ever has a tab, and so it just deletes itself. Infinite money glitch. Like, he just keeps starting a tab, and then, like, Grillby forgets that he has a tab. And so it never accumulates. He's balling, yeah, really. Anyway, I was kind of cooking in 2016. Just saying. Okay, where's the next comment at? Where is it? I scrolled by accident. Oh my god, Gary, there I am! Oh, Mr. Brick and Co. He was here earlier to comment on the stream. It's like he's in some kind of Koru Observer. All the Koru references. Love to see it. Being an analysis, my man. Okay, I think I already read the comment on the Patreon video. Yes, I read this one. Peak. Oh, I recognize this person from the Koru stream. Greetings from the embassy. The Akazatesh Quo Jokesy Conspiracy Corkboard. The best gaze of my death. Yes, all the Koru fans popping off. They deserve something. Their community is so small and insular. They needed food. I've seen mixed feelings in the Koru server, by the way, being like, "Alright, good news, guys. A streamer played our game, and it's like a pretty decently sized stream." Bad news. The first line of the description is, "If you like Homestuck," and also it's Deltarune. So they're like, "Yeah, we get new members, but they're gonna be Homestuck and Deltarune fans." I don't know, guys. You take the good with the bad. Why does everyone beef with Homestuck? Okay, Koru gets to beef with Homestuck because it's a thing. Like, specifically, Koru is a game that gets compared to Homestuck a lot, but was not actually based on Homestuck. Like, the developer never read Homestuck, so it's like, just by accident, it's really similar to Homestuck, but it's not supposed to be, and so everyone references it, and it's annoying. Which, I don't know, it's really funny, honestly, but also I understand why that would be annoying. Why am I singing like that? Stop it. Just got out of the shower and squealed like an injured pig. I love how that implies you have a laptop outside your shower that just has a YouTube feed. And you step out and go... That was a pretty good one, actually. I hope that came through the mic. Would it make sense that Chris let Undyne in so she would get captured instead of Toriel? Chris did some classic malicious compliance by opening the dark world as instructed, but also messing around and getting the cops called. Okay, I responded to this, a similar comment earlier. I don't think that Toriel ever could have been the target, because the knight just had too much time to get there. Like, the only reason Undyne was a problem is because the knight took 5 hours to arrive. And if the knight... Like, Chris's plan to quote-unquote subvert the plan by making Undyne the decoy, that wouldn't have worked if the knight didn't take... If the knight took anything less than 5 hours to get there. Like, 4 hours would have been fine. And so, like, Chris banking on that random delay to then have Undyne just barely in time come in. Like, that's just very strange. It doesn't make as much sense as if Undyne was the only target the whole time. Because otherwise, how do you explain the night taking so fucking long? I just don't get it. And I understand that Chris wouldn't want their mom to have been the target, but also, like, I don't think she was ever the target. I think that's the answer. Why were they pretending she was the target? I also don't know. I also don't know. Yeah, I see people confused about that Ram speaks British. When Ram says, "Mum's the word, innit, Chris?" That's not talking about Chris's mom. That's British for it's a secret. Okay. Common misconception. Okay, finally. I think Carol sounds normal at the end of the weird route because she is not aura farming. Okay. That'll do it. I should have just said that in the video. Why does Carol sound different at the end of the weird route? Because she's not aura farming. Immediately cut to the next segment. Like, okay. But the phone call in the weird route seems like a genuine conversation rather than plotting. Maybe Chris calls Carol because they feel upset and need someone to talk to, and they don't have a number for Susie. Well, Chris doesn't start the call just kind of comes in. We don't see Chris, like, dial Carol up. Can you imagine calling Carol because he felt bad? You wanted someone comforting to talk to you, so Carol Holiday? Oh, Jesus. Which, reminder of what Carol's theme song is. It's like I described it as the dying breaths of hypothermia victims. It's horrifying. Comforts you like Akazatesh comforting the interview thought form, if you know what I mean. Oh, it was a message, not a live call. That makes sense. That makes sense. That's why it would come through automatically. Yeah, Carol goes, Chris, I understand how you feel. That's her therapy session. Okay. What about aura farming? Okay, it's because they're not plotting. It's like a somewhat reasonable explanation. I feel like if we're gonna get an explanation, we're gonna get like an explicit one though. If this is meant to be explained, like I think leaving it up to they were maybe using a different app that's weak. It's too weak, Toby. We need actually to see how this is explained. But it's possible. What Carol says over the phone wouldn't make sense if she was aware of what the soul was making Chris do during the weird route, which, yeah, I don't think Chris, again, told Carol the full story about that. There's no reason that they had to, and there is nothing to indicate that they did. Carol calls Chris because Noel was talking about the festival. Yes, yeah, exactly. Koru mentioned. Source list, yes. I try. I debuted a new feature for this one. I now put the fan art, I put attributions on screen. I didn't do that before. I thought it was an improvement. Put me in, coach. Why is there a chair here? Ominous chair emoji. Lore. Andrew. Okay, I read this one already somehow. I'm not sure how. Okay, so you're telling me that you got half a point for predicting that Chris was at least working with the knight, but when Alvin is doing the same thing, he gets nothing. I didn't in fact tell you that. I didn't make any comment about whether Alvin Knighters would get half a point or not. I think they should get a third of a point, because it's less clear that he's working with the knight, but... I really don't get the Alvin Knight thing. I never did, to be honest. I never got what the Alvin Knight hype was. People really got themselves into a frenzy about that. And I don't really know why. The legend returns.
The legend never dies.
Okay, people seem to like my video. Isn't Raise Up Your Bat first mentioned in the Holiday Girl blog? It is. Well, this is shown in the video briefly. I don't know what to make of that, actually. That's one of the few things that I would squint at in the blog and say, like, that can't be canon, can it? Because, like, if... I understand if, like, the version that we hear in the Dark World is, like, a metaphysically generated one from Chris's memories that encodes deep relevance to the situation from Dark World magic, okay, but, like, if Des literally wrote that about, like, yo, your heart is my mark which will guide you through the waves, it's like, that's a lot of future vision you had there. It's kind of strange. I do think that Blood Crushers is Des's band, but I don't know if that's, like, did she literally write that song that we hear? Because, like, how did she do that? It's very specific. how did Kenna know about it? That's what I was assuming was Dark World magic, because like that would be Chris's understanding of the situation getting sucked out of their brain and becoming part of the Dark World, which seems to kind of be a thing anyway. I don't know, it's a weird point to quibble over. I just find it weird. It's like, why would Des have written that if it's literally that's the words that she wrote, like before she even went missing? Why did Des write it? Well, the Blood Crushers was referenced on Noelle's blog, and there's a chain of causality here. So Noelle references Blood Crushers as a horror movie that she watched, and she also references watching horror movies with her sister, and so Des is probably the original fan of Blood Crushers, and the music was on Noelle's blog, and so it's like, and Des was probably in a band, so it's like, Blood Crushers, Des's band, yes, checks out. Okay, we got $2 from Scarlet Devils. Thoughts on Chris Slash Theory by Double Dan. So you've preempted about 40 comments in this video that I also ask about that. The Chris Slash Theory, apparently, by, who is that? Double Dan. I mentioned that on my fucking live stream of the game. That was one of my first thoughts. I streamed it, and I was like, dude, what if it looks like the slash is coming from Chris? And then, ultimately, I was like, but that's just too hard to explain if it is. It seemed to be like, you have Ralsei witnessing this and not acknowledging it beyond... It kind of seemed... why am I waffling so much? I both kind of think there's evidence for it, but also I can't really reconcile it with, like... It seems a bit too crazy. Like, how did Chris do that? How did Chris have the crazy anime one-shot kill? Why do they have that ability? Why does the night disappear when it happens? The night literally winks out of existence the instant that slash happens. The sprite is called, like, Night Slash or something on the sprite sheet, apparently. And even for Ralsei, I know that Ralsei is a pushover. Even for Ralsei, seeing that, and then just going, forgetting it ever happened afterward and not acknowledging it, that's extreme. If Chris literally just, like, slashed Susie in the back. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Cause, like, but again, why does the slash look like it's backward? The slash could have just come from the other direction, but it really does look like the slash is backward. Yes, and Courier swoops in to say, it doesn't square with Chris fighting harder when Ralsei and Susie go down. It's like, yeah, if Chris was that cold and committed to the Knight's agenda that they were actually willing to stab Susie in the back, literally, then it doesn't really check out with their damage increasing after Susie gets knocked down by the Knight, because that implies they're actually getting mad, and they feel emotionally like they want to protect Susie, even if that's not the plan. So it's like, it seems that there's evidence for it, but it just doesn't quite close the gap, in my opinion. It's like there's too much weirdness it creates for the evidence to carry it. It just kind of comes down to that. Honestly, I thought that the idea that Carol snuck into the Dark World and did it with her katana and then snuck out made slightly more sense than Chris Knight, or Chris Slash. It's like, that's a really goofy idea, but it's like, it makes a bit more sense than if Chris did it. Toriel did it. So basically, I don't know. Realizing these are called Everything About, like the series has a title. Yes, I've never mentioned it very much, but there is theoretically a title format for my Deltarune videos. That's somewhat half-hearted. It's more so just because I made one video called that and it blew up and started my channel, so I'm like, okay, I guess I just won't change that. Certified skull moment. With regards to Alvin digging up his dad's corpse, I don't know if he literally dug it up, to be clear. He might have just not buried it. I don't know the specifics. And then being missing the whole chapter, here's a thought. What if Carol or Asgore let him know about the power of the Dark Fountains as part of the conspiracy? So he tried to use them to resurrect his dad, but after he did, that's when the knight showed up and spooked Alvin away. Like, there's a variation of that I thought was plausible, where I don't think it was the knight, like, inceptioning ideas into Alvin's mind and knowing that he would act on them in a certain way. If we have a scenario like that, I think a more likely explanation is that the knight originally actually planned with Alvin, let's resurrect your dad, dude. And that's how they got Alvin in on the team. They're like, I know how to get you, I know how you can talk to your father again. That's the bait. And then something happens, and basically they betray Alvin. I don't know what that looks like, if they literally kidnap him, or if something else happened. If they just went off script and Alvin wasn't following along. I could picture that. That's one explanation. If they got Alvin on their team, but then they betrayed him afterward. Have I eaten today? Yes. Thank you for asking, I guess. The knight was seemingly looking for something both times we pan up to it. Was it? It was hovering in place and kind of moving its head back and forth toward a wall. Like, if it was looking for... That's what I said in the video, I think. If it was looking for Toriel, it wasn't doing a very good job of it. It could be looking for Alvin, you're saying? Who may indeed be the one hiding in the closet. I don't get this premise of, like, Alvin was there, but then he just hid and was not relevant. I think it's more elegant that if Alvin was either never there, or if the knight actually fucking just yoinks him like it did to Undyne. Because Alvin just hiding in the closet and being irrelevant to the chapter otherwise is kind of comical. He's dead in the closet. Why would he be dead? Why would there be a dead body? I don't fucking know. The ambiguity will be your undoing once it's revealed that the king was speaking from his chariot all along. What does that even mean? It's a reference to Asgore running over Dess, I guess, but I don't know what I don't get the angle here. So we agree that the flashback at the start of chapter 2 was totally Chris doing something bad. Do we agree? I don't know. That's not relevant to the video, dude. This is like this is old shit. I don't know if that was a flashback to what Chris saw in the egg room. There's nothing to indicate that. The yearly Andrew Cunningham Deltarune banger. It's yearly. It's not even yearly. It's been 2 years since my last Deltarune video. Get it right. I feel sort of lost post chapter 3 and 4. I'm so behind in the lore that I need to hurry if I want to catch up. That's why I made the video, dude. This literally just a big fucking summary. I'm just spoon-feeding you all the relevant lore details about the Night Conspiracy. If you weren't paying that much attention. That is who I made the video for. All the people who commented on the video are not that. But most of the people who saw it are just going to be like, I wasn't paying attention that much and I want a summary. Thank you. Excellent. We are so back. To share some thoughts of my own, brace for like 5 paragraphs. Oh no, it's actually short, okay. Usually when a comment says, here's a few thoughts of my own, you expand it and it's just like, it's like a scroll unfurling. It falls down the stairs like a slinky. These comments are oldest to newest, yes. To share some thoughts, okay. I figured Asgore was inspecting the cork board and had a black shard with him. I addressed this with an earlier comment, pretty much one-to-one. I'm not going to retread my response completely. Rather than calling the katana a black shard, that was my first thought. Yes, exactly. It was my first thought too, but then I realized there was katana, and I was like, maybe it's not. Maybe my first thought was not correct. As for not incapacitating Undyne, perhaps the knight did so... the knight did do so, or otherwise injured her on the way out. Yes, plausible. Like, if we're meant to just sort of gloss over that fact, that wasn't supposed to be a show-stopping point that proved that the game was wrong. Like, it was just one more confusing log on the fire. It was just like, why wouldn't you just show Undyne actually being swooned? We have a special thing for that. Swoon mechanic. Display that. Undyne is out, we understand that. It's all clear, but it's just not. She was just... We never actually see her get KO'd, which is just weird. Either way, they were able to get her to the shelter, not mattering much. Yeah, so, like, it doesn't really matter. Clearly, somehow, it did get her to the shelter, but it's like... it just could have been more clear, I suppose. Good video. Good video. The call sounds different in the weird route because of the tone of the scene is different. Instead of saying creepy conspiratorial stuff from Carol's perspective, she says something normal that should make Chris happy. I mean, I kind of agree. There's a fringe reality I see where it literally was just Toby being like, the vibes are different. I'll give it a different voice. I'm not realizing this was like fucking 9/11 for the theory crafting community, that Carol has a different voice in this one scene. I even suggested to Molly that, like, there is a reality where Toby Fox thought that having Carol's voice revealed here in the weird route was actually like the full secret reveal that Carol was the voice on the phone. Like, it was intended to be like, this is the final confirmation that it was Carol, weird route exclusive. But then of course everyone saw that and thought, this is confirmation that the voice wasn't Carol, in which case, like, colossal blunder, Toby. Fumble. Immense fumble, but, like, I don't want to rule out that possibility. It may have been a more naive picture of how that scene would be reacted to. It clearly did not pan out that way for the lore heads. But I don't know. That's why I said, I don't fucking know. This is why I didn't go into this, because I don't know. And I think, honestly, the more I try to quibble about explanations, the less convincing it sounds. It's like a Streisand effect somehow. It's like... It's better just saying I don't know than trying to think of a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. I just realized that Chris has the option to do this if you keep stepping off the switch in Chapter 2. To do what? Timetable conflicts, and they will make random dog noises because they're just that kind of free. To make random dog noises, or to inform you of timetable conflicts? Is that a thing? Does Chris make dog noises if you step off the switch? They make dog noises. Oh yeah, it's a thing. I wasn't making that up. It's a thing. Chris makes dog noises. Okay, $5 from Lamalar M for reading. Thanks for reading my comment. Thank you for donating. Where was I? Here we are. I'm fond of the theory that Rudy is the knight. Okay. If Rudy is the knight, he would logically have some trouble getting from the hospital all the way to the Dreamer house. I'm just realizing what this is implying. I'm not going to descend into talking about Rudy Knight. What this is implying, though, is I think that the reason that the night takes so long to arrive in Chapter 3 is that Rudy spends 4 consecutive hours walking from the hospital to the house. Like, he's crawling along the ground, like in Metal Gear Solid 4 microwave hallway. He's just crawling. But then at the end of the chapter, he sprints back to the bunker at a running pace carrying Undyne. Same guy. Same guy. It was faster on the way back. It was downhill. He was saving his energy, dude. He saved his energy. That's funny as fuck. His cancer comes in phases. It was cured during that moment. Okay. That's enough. The Roaring Knight theories are pissing me off. I am the original Starwalker. True. Yo, what's up, brothers? Okay, more hype, more hype, more hype. Soroba, Third Soul? I don't even know what that's referencing. I have no idea. Flowey is Azrael? Did you know that Azrael Dreamer is an anagram for serial murderer? Looking forward to whatever comes next. Okay, thank you. Who is a rook? Did I say that Tenna was that Chess Theory died? Didn't you get the memo that Chess Theory is dead now? You don't have to be coming at me with Mike, Rook, and Tenna. That's fake. That's old. Translate to English button. Crazy. It's the same. Eigenvector. My theory on why the soul is so important is that it has to be something related to the ability to seal fountains, and the fact that we get stronger, the level increases with each major dark fountain we seal. Yes. I think that is relevant. It could be relevant. Sorry. The one thing that changes concretely after sealing a dark fountain is that the soul or your light world level increases, right? Or one of the 12 different definitions of level increases. And so it's like, okay, maybe the soul's getting stronger by sealing fountains. Another reason the soul is important, I think, which is easy to overlook, is that it's probably the reason you can save and load. I don't think Chris can just do that for no reason, because, like, the light only you can see. In Chapter 4, the soul is more and more associated with light now. Not so much a thing before, but, like, definitely now. It's so, like, okay, the light inside your soul is probably the same light that lets Chris save the game. So, okay, that checks out. Because otherwise, the soul wouldn't be all that useful. But if it can rewind time, it's suddenly very, very useful. Like, ridiculously useful. Like, an omnipotent tool of godly proportions, kind of useful. So, yeah, seems relevant. Did I gain 20k subs? No, I've only gained like 3,000 subs from the video. I'm not sure when you last checked. Unless I gained 20,000 subs right now. Hopefully I did, that would be nice. Get that silver play button. Have I not seen Chess Theory stuff from Jackenstein fight? No, I don't keep up with Chess Theory. I don't. I haven't really been keeping up with any theories, honestly. I've just been working on my own video, and now I'm working on RAM again. I have paradoxically little desire to watch more Deltarune theory content in my free time. As I said, the whole time I was working on the video, all I was watching, if I wasn't doing the video, I was watching how to drink videos. That's literally all I did for a month. It was unhealthy. I was working on that video non-stop, and I mean non-stop. Like, I just woke up and I'm like, okay, video. And then I went to bed again. It was fun, but it was like not a good, healthy schedule. It literally drove me to drink. Ironically, no, because I wasn't actually drinking. I was watching videos about drinking, but I don't think I drank a single drop of alcohol during that month. I only started drinking again after the video was up. That was like the celebration. The problem, see, is that if you're drunk, you can't work on the video. The whole point was to work on the video. I can't work if I'm drunk. It doesn't work. The Jackenstein level, that's just squares with little images that indicate chess pieces and symbols indicating roots on the background. Okay. Okay, sure. Cool. That's neat. My theory on why the soul is... I read that, okay. I wonder if Andrew knows about the Deltarune being a prequel to Undertale theory. How the fuck is it a prequel? I don't know this theory. I can imagine exactly what it is, though. Because to get from Deltarune to Undertale, the world ends and the timeline resets. That is the only way to get back to Undertale. So it's basically just a non-theory, where like if you take Deltarune and you delete everything that's in Deltarune and you make Undertale instead, then it's a prequel because it's Undertale. It's okay, yeah, sure. It's because of Sans? Well, yeah, I believe that Sans is from Deltarune, and he goes to Undertale. I don't know how yet, and I don't think that this being a prequel is the way, in a literal sense, where it's like literally the whole last timeline just attaches to the start of Undertale. Is there a connection between the games? Probably. Do I know what the connection is? No, but it's... Talking in terms of prequel and sequel, it just doesn't work. You have to essentially obliterate the entire game, like... there was like early fandom talk about like, you know, what Deltarune Chapter 1, is it an Undertale sequel? Is it an alternate timeline? And it's like, basically, to get Deltarune and Undertale to take place in the same universe, you have to retcon Undertale back to the fucking Human Monster War. So it's like, yes, it's Undertale, but also nothing that happens in Undertale or that you know about being Undertale or associate with Undertale is part of it. But it's the same game still. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. It is effectively an alternate universe for all intents and purposes. If we're talking non-diegetically, was it a predecessor in Toby Fox's mind? Yes, we know that it chronologically existed as a concept before Undertale was made. So yes, that is always going to be true. Okay, the corridor decals are such a good inclusion. I'm glad you like them. My Akazets. In regards to the section where you say the knight likely gave Gerson the shadow crystal, since he mentions the knight going through his study and that someone gave him a shadow crystal. If the knight gave him the crystal, why wouldn't he say that the knight gave him the shadow crystal? Why be vague, basically? I mean, that's a fair point to ask. My perception of it, in the case of like the knight gave him the shadow crystal, it was him being euphemistic. Where like, he actually did know like the knight's deal and like the knight wanted some agenda, but he's like, the kids don't need to worry about that shit. Fuck the knight. I don't care. The knight's not part of my story, so I'm not going to mention it. Someone wanted it. Who cares? So I don't know. I kind of did have that image of him just downplaying it because that's the kind of guy he is. But again, I'm not hard and fast on the knight giving him the shadow crystal. I'm not even hard and fast on the knight producing shadow crystals. It was just an idea that kind of crept into the video, and then I thought harder about it later, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not so sure. Yeah, the only one that really makes sense for, like, the knight delivering the crystal is Jevil, because Jevil was the first person to meet the knight in Chapter 1, and Jevil has the crystal. But as soon as you get to Chapter 2, that breaks, because Spamton just found the crystal in a robot. Like, and if Spamton was the one talking to the knight, or rather if the knight was the one talking to Spamton on the phone, then why did he have to dig his crystal out of the basement? That's a strange inconsistency. So yeah, I'm not hard and fast on the knight being the one definitive source of shadow crystals. But that at least explains what I had going on in my head, is like Gerson essentially being euphemistic. I'm like, yeah, someone wanted me to use it, doesn't matter. This is the second time after Sham that a very clear distinction is drawn between the knight and the someone who hands out the shadow crystals. This is the clear distinction? It's not clear, but like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but like, okay, the Fallen Star stuff does imply the crystals originate from Des or the knight, but I don't think she's the one giving them out. Well, that's a novel take. That's a bit... I'd assume that if Des was the one generating them, then she'd be the one giving them out. It's hard to picture someone like following behind her and picking up the shadow crystals like picking up eggs in a chicken coop. Like, That's a bit of a strange mental image. If I'll put it this way, if the knight's not the one dispensing the shadow crystals, I also think that the knight's not the one generating them. And the knight, in fact, got its shadow crystal from the same thing that everyone else got the shadow crystals from. The other reason, by the way, that the mantle guy ties in here, I feel like I've brought up the mantle guy regarding shadow crystals, but there was a link that I forgot. It's that the thing with the purple and yellow eyes, the color scheme that Spamton has. Wait, does Jevil have that color scheme, or is it just Spamton? I literally forget. Because I think this point doesn't make sense unless Jevil has the color scheme too. Jevil's purple, but I mean the eyes. Yeah, no pink. Okay, well, never mind. Forget what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, like, Spamton has the pink and yellow color scheme, which is associated with Shadow Crystal, which is associated with Friend. I think Friend is ultimately probably the source of the pink and yellow colors, and Friend is associated with the mantle guy. That was the link, but it's, now that I say it out loud, it's not very convincing, actually. People are asking if their comment was read. I literally don't know. I have no idea. I'm not keeping track. It's kind of the crux of these streams, is that I just read the comments and there's no way that I can remember all the ones that I've read. I hope you find out what the pink and yellow is in chapter 5, because Gerson mentions the field of pink and gold, so I hope that becomes relevant, because I'm curious. The odd controller has those colors too, so it's clearly associated with freedom. I think the concept of freedom is what it's associated with, but Jevil doesn't have it, and, like, I don't know, is that early chapter jank, or is that for a reason? And why does Friend have it? How is Friend associated with freedom? That's the question. Was Mike significant at all? No. Mike was literally just the community going nuts about something that Toby didn't mean to be relevant. That was what Mike was. Okay, I think Alvin made the church Dark World. The fact that Gerson doesn't appear in Susie's Dark World is implied that the creator would need a link to Gerson, meaning Alvin, unlike the Knight, can do that. That does make sense. Okay, and is it right for this hammer to would probably imply resurrecting Gerson? I mean, I don't like using that line because it implies whatever the fuck you want. That line has so little intrinsic information that, like, people say it probably implies resurrecting Gerson. What about that line implies resurrecting Gerson? Like, it implies literally anything to do with the hammer. It implies having the hammer in his desk. It implies nothing specific, is what I mean. It implies that he's guilty, yeah, which means, like, literally anything. Alvin was in the church already, presumably, and could easily create them. I mean, yes, Alvin was definitely in a position where he could have physically done it. He could not have met Gerson due to fear that the Fun Gang would see him. That's just making... That doesn't make sense. Look, I'm with you on that, like, Alvin making the Dark Fountain, and that's why we see Gerson. That makes sense. That makes most sense. That is the most reasonable payoff to the plot point about Gerson only being resurrected in a specific darkness. I know people say that, like, okay, Des could have done it because she was Gerson's student, but, like, the best explanation is that Alvin made it. But once you have that in play, we have to explain why Alvin wasn't there, and I don't think that he just didn't want to be seen is the answer, because if he didn't want to be seen, you don't spend the whole chapter talking to Gerson. Alvin could have talked to Gerson when you weren't talking to Gerson yourself. And we know that he didn't because Alvin, or Gerson makes you memorize a letter to Alvin, and if you could talk to him in person, then he wouldn't have written the letter, so it doesn't add up. Like, either Alvin did not make the fountain, or Alvin was forcibly or duplicitously removed from the situation.
Yeah, why is he named your son when he's actually the father?
That's the real question. Why is Alvin needed for the conspiracy? What knowledge or capabilities does he have? The knight doesn't. He has shelter code. That's the main bit. He's also just well, apparently he can resurrect Gerson, as we've talked about. It's a bit unclear how else they would have gone about, like, if Gerson or if Alvin wasn't part of the plan and didn't just happen to have Gerson's dust for no reason, then, like, how the fuck did the Night Gang get access to Gerson's corpse? Like, that's the kind of thing that probably Alvin would have been useful for. Why is there Mpreg spam? We're not even talking about Mpreg right now, dude. Wait till they get to the Mpreg discussion. Jesus Christ. Okay. Carol dug it up. I don't think so. Like, this is why I shied away from saying that Alvin dug it up. It's because, like, logistically, digging up a grave and having the grave not look like it's been disturbed is, like, extremely hard. Like, I don't think you can do that on a short time frame. And so it makes more sense to me if, well, I don't know. I don't know exactly how it worked. Like, if Alvin dug it up, I think it would have had to have been planned well in advance to be able to dig it up and then hide the evidence like that. Like I would know. I have dug graves. I'll have you know I've dug graves. I haven't dug up graves. But you know I did gardening work for a while. It was, topically enough, a deer that had been hit by a car. Yeah, that's another fair point. Why would they, even if this was operating under Alvin's nose and he was not part of the plan, why did they put the dust in his desk? Like, why specifically sneak into his desk and plant it there like they're planting cocaine on your car? Like, it's so extra. There's no reason to frame Alvin for that. They're not trying to frame him. That doesn't make any sense. Like, just, it was probably just Alvin had it. Yeah, anyway, that was all responding to a comment asking why Alvin was in the conspiracy. So those are some reasons why Alvin is probably involved in the conspiracy. Aside from just having a shelter code, probably. There are a few comments later about, like, the shelter code is Toriel, and that's something that I thought that I had brain farted, like, because that was an assumption that I had. I was like, oh, Toriel, Deltarune, that's Toriel's code. Then I was like, immediately, no, that's dumb. Why Toriel and Deltarune is not associated with the Deltarune? It's just a generic religious symbol. That's from Undertale. This is not Undertale, and Toriel is no more associated with the Deltarune than anyone else in the town is who follows the religion. So, but I actually saw comments echoing that sentiment. It's like, actually, I thought the Deltarune code was from Toriel, so I don't think it's true, but apparently other people had that same initial misconception. Makes way more sense if it's Alvin, like the church symbol. That's Alvin, church guy. The knight doesn't need the code? No, the knight needs the code. The knight has the code. How did the knight get the code? Right, like the knight already has the code, so that implies that it had to probably get the code at some point before the story, which, you know, Alvin. That's where you get the code from. That implies Asgore's complicity? I think it does. I said in the video, actually, is like, it doesn't make sense that the knight got the code out of Undyne while sprinting across town to the bunker. I think it's much more likely that It was just like Mayor Holiday got it from Asgore because he was the ex-police chief anyway. I think it all checks out. No funny business required. Asgore, Alvin, the mayor. Okay, I wasn't finished reading the comment, I think. He'd be the one in the closet. So this is just a bunch of sort of excuses for why Alvin wasn't in the Dark World. I don't really buy these. I think it had to be something bigger than that. Okay. 2 super serious theories. Okay, Dess's dust is the night, and the only reason it can go anywhere is a series of convenient wind currents. Okay, that's okay. Sans is not originally from Deltarune, but also not from Undertale. You know what? Okay, these are shitposts. Who cares? Too many Homestuck mentions. Unwatchable. Not enough. Fail. Is that a Homestuck profile picture? You never know with these guys. Unite Synchronization's a banger. I want to listen to that right now. Hold up, Toho. I complain about Act 6 a lot, but like the fucking Unite Synchronization flash, that goes hard as hell. Ideally an upload with high quality audio. Let's fucking go. It's loud, actually. Why did Carol show up in the weird route? In the weird route, she calls Noelle instead of Birdly in an over... Oh, fuck. I remember this comment. It's like a stroke. It's like having a stroke. Okay. Noelle... Carol calls Noelle instead of Birdly in an overprotective manner. It's possible that in light of what happened to Birdly, she's periodically calling her daughter, and then came when she could not reach her anymore. Why is the final text box different? Tone. It's the same sinister... Wait, I thought this was arguing against me, but it actually is arguing for Carol being the voice, just with like the most nonsensical argument possible. Oh, you can't see it. Sorry. Where'd it go? Why was Carol calling Birdly? Is it supposed to be Chris? She calls Noelle instead of Chris, but okay, anyway, this doesn't matter. It's just making shit up. I already gave an explanation. It's that Chris just calls her off screen. That's fine. There's no reason why that couldn't be the explanation. We don't need whatever this jank is. It's not over yet. Wait, is this the... No, it's a real one. There's like a prank version of this upload where when the audio cuts out and it's Dirk's dead body, it never changes. It just ends and holds on that for like 2 minutes. It's fucking funny. I ran into that while looking for the music for the video. We're good though. We're good. Insane spoiler. He gets better. It's fine. No one actually dies in Homestuck. Death is meaningless. It's like Dragon Ball. Okay, a donation though. We got $8 Australian from Wolfsode. Knight is actually Mr. Creamer. Trust me, my dad works at Toby Fox. I don't want to talk about Mr. Creamer. Fuck, the song is good though. It's got that kind of like the early 2010s kind of like candy sweet Techno Kitten energy, but it's also like, it doesn't sound like Techno Kitten. It's got like that unique kind of Homestuck, vaguely orchestral energy to it, but with like a kind of a sampling based like drum beat like an electronic processed beat. It's unique. Homestick music is very unique. It is of its time, but also it stands up, I think. Rainbow Tylenol, but epic? Oh, Haley Labs reference! You activated my sensors. Do you know who made Rainbow Tylenol? Do you know? Oh. Okay, back to Toho. When in God's name is Techno Kitten? Was that just like a weirdly deep cut? It was like a fucking iPad game that I assumed that everyone played in like 2011 or something. You had to be there, man. Back when having iPads was mainstream. Is it people still have iPads? I feel like the only people who have iPads are like moms. My mom has an iPad. My grandma has an iPad. Haven't thought about Rainbow Tylenol? Alright, fine. Field trip. Rainbow Tylenol. Let's go. It's an oldie and a goldie. Kitsune squared. I'll have you all know that I listened to Rainbow Tylenol for the first time ever after traversing backward through the entire Haley Labs back catalog to 2010 or something, and listening to it on the album Square Dance. In context. Legendary. Oh yeah, this the good shit. This the real good shit. I'm crumping to this. How many people have heard this before but didn't know what it was? Apparently this was like a massive meme for a while. I missed it. I had no idea this was a thing. You made a note block cover of this when you were 13. Nice. I've tried learning this on piano, actually. These arpeggios are fucking difficult. Is this Haley Labs? Yep. This was Haley Labs before it was called Haley Labs. This may have been before the Lap Fox era. This may have been like the fucking like the Volp vibe period. Another $8 from Wolfso, thank you. Won't lie, the Mr. Creamer thing has lived rent-free in my head for years now. I'm still salty. I fucking need to release like a definitive edition of Election Truckring where I only change that like to make the Mr. Creamer gag. I can't say the word. Mr. Creamer gag canon as the only edit. Is this 10 hours long? Oh no, it's fine. Holy Peem. Oh yeah. All the late 2000s, early 2010s are so osu-coded. Well, the earliest, what is now Haley Labs music was from a proprietary Stepmania clone called Mungyo Dance. That's what the aliases actually first came from there, is like they were making a Stepmania clone and they needed to make a bunch of fake artists to provide the soundtrack. It was all one person mostly. Well, I think it was actually a collab back then, but regardless. And so like, okay, I'm just gonna make a bunch of fucking personas that are gonna be the artists, quote unquote, but they're all gonna be me. And guess what that turned into? Guess what we have now? We have 50 of them. They're multiplying. It's insane. So they would be very Osu coded. There's also the Quick Brown Fox, I think, was for a long time. It was like the hardest Osu song. It was infamous. The Big Black was like the final boss of Osu, like Through the Fire and Flames was the final boss of Guitar Hero. That's also the same artist. Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. Also made penis music. Just for the record. $10 from Spectre Skirt. Thank you. You should commit to learning Rainbow Tylenol on piano just to edit it over Chris playing piano next time you show footage of the heart section, and don't even mention it to see if people notice. Funny thought. I'm not sure if I'm ever gonna get it to a point where it's actually performable. I kind of got a bit brick-walled on that first, like, arpeggio section. $5 from M4X1, thank you. Just got here. Did I miss Asgore Truck Theory? No. I'm gonna go with no. Fake artist album? It's called an alias. It's actually a fairly common thing within like certain music genres to publish under aliases, but the Haley Labs model is just sort of like the logical extension of that, and also furries. Very unique. But okay, we're not gonna spend all day talking about that. We're not gonna do that. Okay, everyone gets half a point. All Knight theorists, half point. For Chris Knight haters, they aren't the Knight. We only know this because they were in the same room at the same time. For Chris Knight truthers, all of the logic is perfectly sound, and all their arguments that people were making against Chris Knight, aged like milk. Commenter is not wrong. Chris is slow without the soul when they realized just how much Chris had to be sprinting around town during the 5 minutes they were faking washing their hands. Well, to be fair, that was actually when they were making it at night, but the point stands. Including hospitalizing Birdley and apologizing to Noel. I've said this before myself. It is really funny how Chapter 3 does everything in its power to, like, confirm Chris Knight, and then says, by the way, that's the Rory Knight over there. It was really funny to me. Because right before, immediately before you see the Roaring Knight in the flesh, I was thinking like, holy shit, Chris Knight confirmed. Chris made the deal with Tenna. Chris is the Knight for sure. And also it just, yeah, like the argument against Chris being able to physically make it to the library, that's wrong, because Chris can make it all the way across town without the soul. The argument that King would have recognized Chris, nope, the King never saw the Knight, that was wrong. It gave the Chris Knight faction everything they've ever wanted, and then said, but you're wrong still. Extremely funny. It also, yeah, the large person closet Knight is real too, so I don't know what the fuck how that works. Large person inside me? Only Rudy gets to say that during his college roommate years with Asgore. I'm sorry, that was not elegant. That was not worth the number of words it took to convey that. Pretend I didn't go there. Okay, here it is. The Death's Knight, the Knight is left-handed and Death is left. Fake, completely wrong. This is nonsense. I explained why at the start of the stream. No one in the game has consistent handedness. There's another comment that is exactly the same as this, except it says Death is not the Knight because the Knight is right-handed, and it is just as true as this because the Knight is not left-handed. Okay, looks like Christmas came early this year. The flaw in your ending is you assume that Death's being Lost Girl means she has to be the voice in the code. I didn't explicitly assume anything. Okay, the ending of this video was completely vibes-based. It was just like, it was me kind of popping the shirt collar and going like, I'm just gonna throw a bunch of fucking vibes, and like, hopefully people will know what I mean. Hot take, I said that Des is lost, but not in the way people think. She is not lost in the sense of not knowing where she is. She is lost in the sense that others don't know where she is. And not lost in that way. She's lost in the sense of these definitions from Wiktionary? Why are you quoting the dictionary? You shouldn't have to do that, generally. Ruined or destroyed, either physically or morally. Okay, like, just in a more general sense. You don't gotta be all dictionary about it. Just like, yeah, fucked up in some general way. Wagato. If Des is the Knight and presumably planning something that we will not like, this fits very well. Perhaps we are meant to find the true Des behind the armor of the Knight, the Des who wouldn't want the world to end. I don't think the Knight's trying to make the end of the world. There's no evidence to indicate that. Zero. If the Knight wanted to end the world, it could have done so. By making 400 Titans. In Chapter 1, off screen. Before we got to the Dark World. Okay, this is Mother 3 spoilers. Do I want to read the Mother 3 spoilers? I don't think it elaborates. But the reason I believe this is because in both places, Lost Girl, the phrase, not the song, has appeared in the Chapter 2 soundtrack and the Ribbix dialogue. Lost Girl is in Ribbix dialogue? Hang the fuck on. Wait, what the fuck? I don't think that's used in the game, is it? I've never seen this diet. Like, it's a messy and unfocused, a rowdy and dirty girl. I've never seen this shit. A lost and lost and lost girl? There's no way that's used. It's very rare? Like, actually, it's like, on my copy it worked, like it's personalized? It's just actually rare. Okay, well that's new info to me. A crying and crying and crying boy. Is this Des and Azriel? What the fuck? Why is this new lore? It sounds like Des and Azriel. I want to see footage of this now, if this is actually used in the game. It's not just some, like, a gash weaves down as if you cry shit. What is Molly saying? Let's put the Desreal reference on the Darknet that takes you to fucking man country. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. Yeah! Alright. Cool. Cool new lore. Where did the comment go? Oh, there it is. In the soundtrack in Rubik's, it has not been translated into Japanese, it has been left in English. The only reason I can think of this is if Toby wants to keep the ambiguity, but lost means. I mean, I think you're putting a lot too much, like, I don't think it has to be that deep. I'm not saying, like, that I don't think this is about the definition of the word lost, is what I'm trying to say. Like, because it's not just lost girl, it's also find her. That's more what I think is relevant here, which I think find her actually just comes from the sweepstakes, which is actually a bit, I was surprised to realize. The sweepstakes kind of matters quite a lot, doesn't it? But, yeah, it's like, finding her does imply a certain definition of lost, but I was also reevaluating how literal that was. Like, that was the conclusion of the video too, is like, what does it mean if Des is lost, but also the night? Maybe we don't know exactly how this actually works. So that's my take too. I don't think we know how it works necessarily. I just don't think we need to go into this rabbit hole of like analyzing the Japanese translations, implications on the meaning of the word lost. It's fine. And more about the Japanese translation, which I tend to shy away from Japanese translation because I'm kind of like Joel in that regard, where like I see Joel getting bombarded by fan theories in the comments and he has no toolkit to say yes or no, this is bullshit, no, this makes sense. That's me with Japanese. People tell you all sorts of shit. Sometimes it makes sense and sometimes it doesn't, but like I don't have any way personally of verifying it, so it's like, well, I kind of just, I don't feel like I really want to put too much faith in people just telling me things about the Japanese translation implies this. The source of truth should be the English version? Yes, it is. Like, that comes up very occasionally when people will, like, try to contradict the English translation with Japanese, but, like, and that's silly, obviously. But in this case, it's disambiguating. Like, it's an English word that has multiple meanings, but the Japanese will have a more specific meaning. But I don't think, again, I don't think these definitions of lost are that different. It's like lost as in some vaguer sense, but also she was literally lost, like she disappeared, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Disambiguating, yeah. Yeah, the nightmare of, like, Kara is the second voice because Japanese pronouns, and it's like, I have no idea if you're bullshitting me, and I can never know. I will never know, so, like, I don't know. Okay, this is a bit of a crack theory, so hear me out. That's always a great fucking start to a comment. Although sometimes I say this and it's not a crack theory at all. It's actually like the most reasonable thing you've ever heard. Des is in a similar but inverted situation to Chris, where her soul has been removed from her body and the body is the night. Kind of Godwin style, Flowey style. The night is clearly different than every other lightener. It seems to be almost instinctual in a lot of its behaviors. This explains why the night would be so knowingly antagonistic, despite all evidence pointing to Des being a good but punk kid. People seem obsessed with, like, well, maybe obsessed with this too far. I've seen this twice so far. People saying, like, justifying why Des would be a villain. It's not that simple, bros. It's like, it's not just being evil for the sake of it. They're trying to do something. They have a plan here. We don't know what the plan is. They're trying to accomplish something. Like, if Des is doing things, so like, why you have to be mean? We don't know, but it's for a reason, I assume. It's not just about being metaphysically evil or good. It would also increase the Flowey and Asriel parallels, with the night as a soulless being. It would do that. Quite? People know Quite. Do I know Quite? Who is Quite? I will check. Quite is a channel with 2 million subscribers. Oh. I don't think I've ever seen this channel before. I'm not gonna lie. Welcome, Quite. I have no idea who you are. Sick. What was I saying? Everyone but me knows who Quaid is. Okay, I'm sorry for being the one in the loop. I didn't know who Kai Cenat was either. It was brought up a couple weeks ago, or maybe like a couple months ago at this point. I'd never heard of Kai Cenat, so that shows what I know. Kai Cenat's in chat now. Yo, Aaron Mouse is here. PewDiePie, oh! You're just in the Deltarune pit and you like my stuff. That's all I need to know, buddy. Alright, I'll keep reading the comment. In any case, there's something deeply wrong with the Knight. No matter how you slice it, their form is like that of a Titan, and they have a wealth of determination. So much that they can open 5 dark fountains. Okay, it wasn't 5. It was 1 dark fountain with 5 blades. There weren't 5 Titans. I think you're reading a bit too far into that. But the power scaling discussion, the Knight beat 5 dark fountains at once, dude. I heard Goku could open 12 dark fountains at once. Frisk could open 200 dark fountains, most determined being in the universe. Sorry, it's a funny way to phrase that. At least in Deltarune so far, has been associated with the color red. Oh wait, hang on, donation is scrolling off screen. 50 check bucks again from Tamkesh, thank you. I sent a message when I was going to sleep and now I'm awake. Thank you, Andrew, for 7 hours of stream content for me to consume at work. You're welcome. This is how I cater to the European audience. I stream for so fucking long that they wake up. Gurren Lagann power scaling. Dude, how many dark fountains is Kamina opening? That guy has determination for sure. Like, he could reset the timeline. I feel like I should rewatch Gurren Lagann. I remember liking it a lot. I feel like I'm gonna rewatch it and it's either gonna be like ah, shit, it was actually trash. Or it's gonna be like, nope, it's hype, it's still hype. Only two options. I'm not gonna read every comment, no. I'm gonna go as long as I can, but... Yeah, do you see the scroll bar here? There's 3,000 comments. I will not be watching Promare. I will not watch that. I've watched Kill la Kill. That was enough. I'm triggered out. Okay? So, Gurren Lagann was fine. You can stop there. I did have an anime phase, believe it or not. Before I was known on the internet. Oh, $10 from Scarwing, thank you. The power scalers are going to be a nightmare once they get their hands on Chapter 7 Susie. Just wait till Noelle goes goner mode, dude, just wait. Ain't no one stacking up to goner mode Noelle. With the 7 human souls. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, there's more comments still. Okay, we're talking about determination being red. I'm curious why that is the case, because I don't really think that's the case. Susie's eyes flash red when she opens the second sanctuary. Chris has red eyes, the soul is red. But like all Lighteners have determination, that's not about the soul anymore. That's Undertale brain. The soul does not produce determination. All Lighteners just have it. I don't think it's productive to discuss levels of determination. I think it's sort of a binary. It's like you either have it or you don't. It's not like Undertale, where the most determined being could reset the timeline. It's not like that. It's not how it works. The knight is associated with red, yes, but I'm not sure this is like, we need to prove that the knight is like the most determined being with the most determination. It's a bit of crack, but the knight's general weirdness, I think, warrants an explanation. Well, I agree that the knight is not a lightener or a darkener. It's something kind of off the spectrum. It's something weird that we don't really know how to explain yet. I think that's fine. I think the knight being unexplained anomaly is right where it should be right now. I'm not going to take guesses at how it works. It's just like, it's a weird fucking thing. Okay, we got $10. We got 10 R-bucks, in fact, rather, from Tiago Xavier. Thank you. My main theory is that the prophecy has a second hero, a girl, and the last one, a girl, the second hero girl, and the last girl, and that's such a basic description that they can fit each other's shoes at any point, hence Susie's changes. This is a common thing. It's not something that I am prepared to discuss right now, and it's not relevant to the video, but yes, this is a common theory, and it's not unreasonable. What is it? What do you mean traumaner? What do you mean Sasa? What is a traumaner? Are we talking like Jaru, or is this new? I'll keep injecting them with trauma. I really want this to work. Like, what? I don't want to talk about the trauma spectrum anymore.
Just being a girl lets you in the prophecy? That's half the population. They're letting anyone in these days.
It's from the lore pit? Okay, whatever. A darkener that is an embodiment of trauma. Tasteful, tasteful. Sure. Girls in my prophecy? Woke. Yup. Next comment. I feel like with the file name for Asgore, the prophecy being Chapter 5 boss or something. I have heard of that. Like the file name for the Asgore prophecy image contains the word boss. I find it interesting that he might be the main boss of the fucking chapter with how much awareness he lacks about the situation. Is he going to create a dark fountain? Is he going to end up, is he going to end up in there like Toriel did, but have actual relevance? I'm genuinely interested to see how it plays out. I mean, I am too. Chapter 5 speculation has very little to do with the video, but yes, I'm interested. That is interesting. I feel like something has to happen for Asgore to not be someone we face against in Chapter 5, but literally the main boss. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna spend too much time speculating about whether Asgore is the boss in Chapter 5. It would be neat. I'm open to it. That's all I'll say. I hope that Asgore... I mean... That courier fic I've been reading has filled my brain with delusions of Asgore's grandeur, and how wonderfully realized his character arc will be in Chapter 5. It's probably not going to be quite that in depth, but I'm hoping for a decent payoff. Some good Asgore character shit. Okay, another $5 from some dude. Thank you once again. Titans are apparently darkeners in the sense of being a dark world entity made of an emotional experience based on Ralsei's description, so you don't have to bend over backward to justify the existence of a traumaner. Like, if you want to play devil's advocate, okay, but like, I don't know if we need that to exist. Okay. Dinner next week at Dorsia. Yeah, indeed. This person always writes like these gigantic timestamp walls on my live streams. They're funny, they're like a cryptid. They show up and just timestamp shit.
Fucking Koru in a Deltarune video?
Yep. Yeah, I did that. My one note is that I don't think Asgore is talking about the katana. Okay, so I've addressed the katana already. I don't need to retread it. When you get the black shard of the knight's weapon, it's not included in the ball of junk and does not change into a different item. It's still called the black shard. Well, I know that. I did know that. I think Asgore has a piece of Dess's weapon, which is what he's using to show everyone he was right and it was worth it. He knows that Dess is the knight, and that is why he was fired by Carol and placed in such poor living conditions. Okay, well this is just your kind of extrapolation though. Like, I've already talked about why, like, I think it's just as reasonable to say that the katana is the black shard as just deciding arbitrarily that Asgore was holding one that you don't see. It's like, well, maybe he was, but it also could be the katana. I've already been over all this, so I'm not going to go back into it fully. About Asgore, it's not that he couldn't find Dess, it's that he shouldn't find her. I think this is all just very extrapolative. Like, there's nothing really to indicate this one way or the other. Unless, like, you're thinking you literally fought Dess and broke off a part of the knife. Like, that feels a bit like, I don't know, like, wouldn't there be another crack in Dess's knife already if we fought her and, like, it just literally was cracked off by a battle, like it happened the second time as well? I'm not sure. Lines up pretty well with the all but confirmed belief that Asgore makes the Chapter 5 Dark World. Well, I think it's lining up with, like, a non-specific version of this. Yes, I agree. Like, Asgore knows about Dess and maybe the Knight. I'm not sure has to hide it from Carol, because they're working together to some extent. I think that Carol and Asgore likely both know at least the basics of, like, that Dess became the Knight, maybe? I don't know if Asgore literally knows what the Knight is. But Asgore knows that Dess didn't just go missing, she got eldritchified somehow. So that's fine, but, like, the specifics are, like, we don't really have the justification to go into this level of detail. Unless you're reading a fanfic, in which case continue. If you're watching Courier. I know our interpretations of the black shards diverge. Continue, though, continue. You used to think Asgore would go homeless, but it's somehow more depressing that he is only housed by the fact that he has dirt on the mayor. That's one way to put it. Whether it's about dirt or it's just about, Carol, it is somehow valuable for Carol to have control over Asgore, I think is the most general way you can put it. Just the mayor's boy toy. Again, probably not fucking, but you know. Okay, can't wait for chapter 7 in 666 years. Hey, chapter 5 in 2026. I'm guessing I'll have the game finished by 2030. That would be pretty chill. Copyright strikes. It's not strikes, it's just claims. There's a big difference between a copyright strike and a copyright claim. The only issue was that I couldn't monetize the video, so it's not that bad. Deltarune is almost as good as Kissy Cutie. She ain't getting any with Rudy in her current state. Well, as we know, Rudy is capable of sprinting from the Dreamer house to the bunker while carrying Undyne on his shoulders, so I think he has plenty of stamina when it counts. Okay. Deltarune is almost as good as Kissy Cutie. Well, that's what it's based on. That's what Deltarune was inspired by Kissy Cutie, that's why. The night is nerdly. Election trucking reference. I don't even remember why nerdly was a thing in election trucking. It's a mystery at this point. Who the fuck was nerdly? Why was there a reskin of Birdly for no reason? Who was just Birdly, but a different guy? I don't know. It's in the fic though. The weird route is tied to a video game, glitches, and creepypasta and sequence breaks. Yes. In Chapter 2, you skip most of the palace, the queen fight, the roaring, and darkness turning to stone explanation, the Ferris wheel scene, yes. Maybe the phone call at the end of the weird route is skipping ahead to the reveal or confirmation that Carol is part of the conspiracy. So this is the genre of comment that is, here's a reason why it was Carol still. And as always, maybe, but I'm not gonna specify. It's just a maybe. Could be. I don't know. Why is this the third comment that said this? Is there a conspiracy? Andrew, I love you, but not in a parasocial way. Just gay love. Okay. You are being forthright about it. Chill. Am I hallucinating? There's been 3 of these fucking comments. What song is this? This is Cafe de Toho. All albums. 5 hours of Toho jazz. One of my absolute favorite work playlists. Here's the trick. If you want to write something that's snappy and snazzy, you need jazz. I've written previous scripts on Toho jazz mostly. This script I wrote on an actual jazz album. Who the fuck was it again? I have a playlist for it, which I'm not going to play on stream because I'm going to get destroyed by record labels, but I just want to know the guy's name again. It is Charlie Antolini Jazz Power, Caravan. That's the one. I played that fucking on loop, and it gave me superpowers to write the script. Why am I back here? Shit. I have to clear this. There we go. $2 from Steak Master. Thank you. Chat really wanted Nerdly for some reason. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the reason anything got added to Election Trucking, is because someone in chat really wanted it to happen. There were some people in chat who were just dumping like hundreds of dollars into donations to put their ideas in. Fucking weird streams, man. $5 from some dude again, thank you. Speaking of dumping hundreds of dollars into the streams. It's a spontaneous cooperative bit, I think. First normal and not parasocial, and then parasocial instead of normal, and then neither parasocial nor normal. I get it. So it's a riff on the previous comments. They're building on each other. Okay. That's good. Does that mean that you've made it as a YouTuber and like the comments are gay for you? Probably. I don't know. Okay, this is Odysseus, who is... I know you. You're the person compiling the Courier New special collector's edition physical book thing. Can I announce that? I think it's almost done, actually. I don't know. Fuck it. I'll talk about it. There's this person, Odysseus, has formatted, I think, all of the chapter 1 and 2 Courier New Deltarune fics into an actual physical, like, book, which is going to be printed, I think, in, like, a small run prints on, like, a per-order basis kind of thing. Kind of like the Umris thing was earlier. Same person behind the Umris physical edition. But this time, we actually have official permission from the author, so we don't have to be coy and weird about it. And I've written a foreword for it recently. It has some really cool art. I've seen previews of the illustrations, and it's really cool. It's kind of like horror themed, and there's like spooky illustrations of the bunker before each chapter. It looks juicy. But yeah, I'm very excited to get a copy of that if I can. Okay, but the comment. One of the reasons I'm not totally convinced Des is the knight is because I can't wrap my head around what that implies about Carol. For all the world, it seems like her life completely fell apart when Des vanished. Maybe Courier is influencing me there. Well, I don't know, it's safe to assume. And Toby Fox is not one to write truly evil characters, so I can't imagine she has intentionally cursed her daughter to be this darkness monster. I'm not sure that I don't know why you'd assume that Des being the knight implies that it was Carol's intent. The fact that they're working together, I think, doesn't really imply anything about how that happened. If anything, it's like Des going missing was the instigator for this whole series of events, and now they're like, well, Des is this fucked up shadow monster, and they're working together to do some other task. I think we're missing context for sure, but I don't think Carol is complicit. That's the word. That the knight can seemingly act in the light world also implies it has at least maybe a normal person. So unless Des is some kind of ghoul in the light world, that would simply it would imply that she's not really lost in any literal sense, which would go against one of Deltarune's strongest plot undercurrents. I mean, yeah, like I get that, but again, I think like I think I've sort of discussed this already, but like the knight, whatever the knight is in the light world is like, it could be fucking anything right now. We have no idea. I don't think it's literally just like Hugh Cycle's desk sprite with a toque on running around in a jacket. Like, I can't picture that either. I don't think it's that. Because then, like, literally how is Des lost? I think if Des is the knight, then, like, she can't just go back to being her normal self. We could have the version from that one, the other Courier fic, where the knight literally just is the knight in the light world and floats around and doesn't change. It could be that. But we don't know is the point. We have no fucking idea. And I'll take, like, it's a totally unexplained void over, like, the Carol Knight just has these actual, like, annoying contradictions to it. Like, how does she get to the Chapter 4 Dark World? Why is she raising a fucking bat? Like, that's how I look at it. Like, we don't know. Des being the knight, I'm the first to admit, we don't know what that implies. It's a mystery. How does that work? I have no fucking idea. But, like, it also, I do believe that it is the implication regardless. And whatever weirdness it implies is just going to be elaborated on in due time. Alright, another $2 from some dude. Maybe I should make a physical run of your vids. Like, carved into clay tablets, frame by frame? Sure, please do that. The fact that I'm at 6 days ago is crazy? Okay, I'm nowhere close to the end, but I think this video got over 1,000 comments in one day. Like, over half of this video's views were in the first day. Like, it exploded on day one. So, like, we're not going to get past 6 days ago. All of the comments this stream, we're going to tap out, like, halfway through day one, for sure. No chance we're making it past that. The amount of comments is crazy. Oh, it is. It is. This video blew up more than anything I've ever seen on my channel before. It hasn't really blown up as much since. It's been at a more it's at a healthy but normal progression now. But day one was like 100,000 views in 24 hours. That was crazy. Yeah, I think we're still within the first hour after the video went up. Okay, I'm sure this video will have all the answers to the state of Azzy Pants post chapters 3 and 4. It will not. It will not. I don't know. Like, I don't know what to say to you about Azzy Pants. We all knew it was coming. There's a whole fucking fanfic I read on stream about meta-textually analyzing the fact that Azzy Pants probably wasn't going to be canon in like a really artful and, you know, surreal way. I don't know what more closure you need. I'm not gonna stand here and cope for you. I'm just gonna. It is what it is. What the fuck is Azzy Pants? It is the shit between Azrael Dreamer and Burger Pants. The only really good ship, if we're being honest. The only one I care about. Would you shed a tear for my cope? Sure. Azzy Pants will be confirmed after Chris murders Blue Ears in the pizza oven, like I said they would. I made a promise. Don't forget, Chris, you promised to push Blue Ears into the pizza oven. This is my weird route. It's not to make the prophecy come true or anything, or make Noel the hero of the prophecy. It's to make Azzy Pants real. I need my own private weird route. It'd be worth it though. Did I tell M about from? No, I didn't. I did not awkwardly make conversation with MSX about Azzy Pants. I politely said, "Hi, that's my video. Cool that you know me." And then I stepped back from the conversation because I didn't want to bully people for their Deltarune takes in a server that is not focused on Deltarune. That would be cringe. So I just kind of stepped back. Okay. I think one of the more interesting parts of Deltarune has been figuring out just how much everyone knows about anything. For example, how much does Chris know about the prophecy? Yep, I don't know. And where are the gaps in the knowledge filled by Ralsei and the conversation cutaways? How much does Asgore know about Carol and Des? How much does anyone else... How much everyone else is being kept in the dark? I agree, like... That was kind of the original premise of this video. Before the scope got kind of narrowed down a bit, I was like, I kind of want to dissect like what everyone fucking thinks they're even doing, if that makes sense. Like, people are doing things. Why? Like, what motivations are they following? I think a lot of them are following motivations that they don't actually realize they're following. They're being played. They're being manipulated, including the soul. The soul is suspect number one. Why are we doing anything? The soul does whatever the fuck it thinks is interesting in the moment, because the soul is the player. We're just like, yeah, sure, seems cool. Do you know whose hand you're playing into? Do you know if you're following the knight's will or the fun gang's will? I bet you don't, because I don't. I got no fucking clue. You're getting Twin Peaks vibes? I think you're not alone. Remnant. I'm referencing Courier 5 times a second at this point now, but I was getting very heavy Twin Peaks from some of the more recent Courier fics too. I think it's on everyone's mind who knows Twin Peaks. It's like, yes, this is Twin Peaks type media. The music. Oh, it came back. I think it's pretty interesting figuring out how exactly Des and the Knight are connected, a la Azrael and Flowey. Is Des responsible for the Knight's actions? Is the Knight a separate entity similar to the Soul? Did the Knight Do the Knights gang know something about the future that would lead to their choices being necessary for a better ending, or are they working selfishly? Again, all great questions that I don't know how to answer, so... And I'm glad you like Ram. Tomorrow? Today. Now. Now today. In Chapter 5, we will literally see the Knight's face reveal and people will still somehow debate who it is. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, buddy. I'm pretty sure we can see the Knight take off its helmet and it's like Des, and people would be like, that's actually Carol. Okay. Okay, we got 20 bucks. 20 bucks. Big one from Via. Thank you. Happy to finally join a stream. I know there's not any evidence for it, but my take is Des has been in the dark world so long she can't physically live outside of it very long. Like getting too sucked into a fantasy escapism. I could see it. Again, toss it on the pile of explanations for the Knight that may or may not be true. That's a decent one. That's a decent one. Papyrus shapeshifted his face to look like Death's theory. We know this is possible because we can see Papyrus's changed facial expressions despite his face being made of bone, so it's actually... his face is made of a sort of plasticine material which can be molded at will. It all makes sense. Always been a Papyrus Knight. I don't even know what the meme theory is at this point. Is Papyrus Knight the meme theory? Is Rudy Knight the meme theory? People seem to be really serious about Rudy Knight. It's probably not that. But that said, people are serious about Papyrus Knight too for some reason. I don't know if there's any meme theory. There's always someone who's going to be serious about something. Sundere Plain Knight. I think in the Brick and Co video he mentioned Gift Trot Knight being the ultimate meme theory. I was like, maybe that's it. Gift Trot, the only other character with antlers. It was him. You know what my theory is? I need the piss. Piss theory. BRB. Oh yeah, I'm back. I got a little biscuit. Little wee biscuit. Oh, the stream's below 1,000 viewers. Finally, I got room to think around here. Holy shit. 900 viewers is still ridiculous. Oh god. Flavor of biscuit. Hang on. So the biscuit is a very delicious, it's a President's Choice brand butterscotch chip cookie. I don't know if President's Choice is a thing outside of Canada. Very good though. Butterscotch? Yep. Thematic. I could have put cinnamon on it. Okay, I don't know why I'm responding to this particular comment, but like, why is everyone obsessed with Desreal, or just Des being a lesbian specifically? It's a weird thing to bring up. Like, everyone in this game is gay. I acknowledge that, but like, why? I've seen like there's so much of an emphasis on like Des specifically. I know she wears a red flannel shirt, but like, is that it? Is she, like, she has masculine interests and wears red flannel? And dates guys? That's a lesbian? Okay. Yeah? Alright. Sure. How do I even unpack that? I'm afraid if I read that message, I'm gonna walk into like having said a slur by accident, but like in a phrasal sense. Never mind. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Where was I? Yo, how to drink Greg? That was him. I've been a fan recently. That actually wasn't premeditated. I wasn't like, I gotta fit Greg in here, because I've been watching How to Drink while making this video. It was like, I just needed a clip for vinegary dregs, and I was like, oh yeah, I know a guy for that. I know a guy who sucks back the vinegary dregs. That would be Greg. You like the corner Akazatash? I do too. Greg is a cool guy. Is it the last video he posted? I think that was the last video. It was this like heartwarming story about how he went to visit a bar in Chicago, and the guy who owned the bar was like, dude, I recognize you. I started my bartending career because I saw your channel years ago, and that's the reason I started the bar. And then he came back and he was like, I feel validated now. I understand that my career means something to people. And I was like, oh, that's adorable. It was beautiful. Okay, that was a random tangent about another YouTube channel. Fun channel, How to Drink. There's Goth Tiki? Wait a minute, I don't know about Goth Tiki. How does Goth Tiki work? What's the video where he talks about Goth Tiki? Have I gotten recognized in public before? Fuck no. My face is barely even public. You have to go out of your way to find it. I don't want to be recognized. Okay, well, I'll find the Goth Tiki on my own time, I suppose. Where was I? I hate when my hyperfixations anomalously intertwine. It does happen. I really like this overview. Don't have much to add other than the general possibility that, whether Des or Carol is the Knight, the conspiracy may be based on pulling Des out of the dark somehow, and it's possible that if Des is the Knight, then she's not particularly herself. The Knight could be similar to Gerson's statue in the Second Sanctuary, a largely reactive and somewhat hostile presence created by someone who didn't actually know the corresponding Leitner that well. I think I've discussed this theory at least once on the stream so far, but like, on one hand, kind of, yes, possible. On the other hand, I don't really buy the Knight is actually that incoherent compared to the like the Gerson statue. Like, I think the Knight is much more intelligent than that would give it credit for, considering how it acts in Chapter 4. Oh, you can't see? Well, sorry. I just read this one. Well, I have done a face reveal. It just wasn't a ceremonious one. Like, I did a whole fucking charity live stream with a face cam. The first appearance of me, I think, publicly was like in the footage of winning that fucking award at IGF. Which, like, I'm not gonna wear a mask to stage like Toby Fox. Like, fuck it, fair play. I guess the award being considered the face reveal was somewhat ceremonious, though. That's true. I did wear a stupid mustache the whole time on the live stream, though, so it doesn't really count. Congrats on the award. Well, thank you. It was sitting on my bookshelf until recently. I give it back to Toby. I speak too fast. Maybe you hear too slow. My crack theory is that the call wasn't just one person. I feel like it was two people. I agree. I think group chat is viable. I should have made this explicit in the video. This is one of the things where it's just like, in my mind, it was implicit. I never said that I didn't believe in the group call, but people are going to assume that because I didn't mention it, that they didn't think the group call was real. No, I think group call is fine. I just, like, Carol was in there. That's all I was saying. If it's the Knight saying things in red and Carol in white, I don't know so much about that now, because, like, the Knight is the one talking about the guitar all the time, and Carol's the one who has the guitar in her house. It's weird that the Knight is specifying that. Unless the Knight is Des and is like, keep them away, I put the fucking code in the guitar, but like, I don't know. Like, that could be it, but there's no way to like really nail down what speaker has to be who. I'll be right there is in red? No, it's not. I remember editing that clip, it is white, because I had to match the text color when I fucked with it. Bang video, my man. We should have a counter for that. That's like the 10th time we've seen that. Do you think, who do you think is the person behind the conspiracy? Like, the single person? Like, the Knight themselves, Gaster, etc.? How many of the people in the conspiracy are being manipulated? Personally, I think Carol is in it to get Des back. I think either the Knight themselves or Carol is sort of in charge, I think is safe to assume. I kind of want to think that the Knight is actually the one leading the plan. That's more so just like based on preference, though. I think it's cooler if the Knight is actually bossing Carol around to some extent. That's funny. It could be Carol though. I just don't think Carol really has the means to control the knight. Like, if it came down to it, unless they're working together as a partnership, like, Carol being able to manipulate the knight doesn't really seem like it's kind of lame. If all it takes is your mom bossing you around, and you're like a fucking nameless abomination. No, I said nameless because of the donation that just popped up. But it worked, I guess. Sure, a nameless abomination from the Shadow Realm. But we got a donation of $10 from Nameless. Thank you. Nice video, Andy. Can't wait for Azzy Pants to become canon. Oh yeah, sure will. You should check Undertale Ashvale Lane. Cool old Deltarune YouTube series that needs more love. Ashvale... What? Ashvale... Ashvale laning it. Oh, okay. She ashed my veil. I see. I think Molly mentioned that to me at one point. Probably. I feel like I would have been informed by Molly about that. I have heard of it.
The trout population is quivering.
I don't know what that was in response to, but true. Molly says it's pretty dang good. Well, that's all I need to know, isn't it? I've been thinking about Chris losing their hand at some point in the future, given the numerous pieces of foreshadowing in the new chapters, plus a few noticed retroactively. I feel this has become far, far more likely as a result of the handful of physical wounds that happened throughout Chapter 4, with Chris bleeding after falling into a prophecy. Yes. Again, like, this wasn't really part of the video at all, and I think there is foreshadowing. Nothing really to say about it, though. Also, Mr. Cunningham, do you think the Gaster-Spamton connection is retroactively obliterated? With the idea that the knight generates shadow crystals. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of repeated information now at this point. It didn't take long. We've only been through like a tenth of the comments, and we've already like most of the big bases have been covered at this point. As I've said, I think the Gaster-Spamton connection is indeed weakened because we have other players now that have been introduced, which are similarly eldritch and could provide the shadow crystals, be it the knight, be it the shadow mantle thing. Or be it friend, assuming the friend is not just a familiar of the Shadow Mantle thing. Something like that. And Gaster seems a bit less hands-on than maybe we previously imagined. So, yes. Yes, basically. The commenter's calling me Mr. Cunningham like a professor. I had, well, actually, there's two different cases in high school. In high school band, the teacher just called me Cunningham, because there was another Andrew who was older, so of course, I couldn't be Andrew. We already had an Andrew, it was Cunningham. My French teacher, though, who I was kind of the teacher's pet in the French class, he always called me Mr. Cunningham, like a... like a mark of respect or something. I was like the one who actually paid attention in his fucking class, so he liked me. Different vibes. Not Monsieur? Maybe Monsieur. Depending on the day. He was an actual, like, proper, good French-speaking French teacher. It's like, you don't always get a French teacher that actually speaks French, but he was actually from France. Spoke fluently, so... I've got 10 A-bucks from Kripriva. Thank you. Wanted to get your thoughts on the Queen's Chariot cannot be stopped prophecy being something that doesn't happen during the Weird Route. That's a bit of a vague one. I don't think if the prophecy was meant to be, like, subverted, it would be something that fucking trivial, like... And it's also not to say that, like, the Queen's Chariot might still not be stopped off-screen. Queen might still just do that off-screen. It's not something that specifically doesn't happen, it's something that we don't ourselves interact with during the Weird Route, so it's like, I don't know. I don't think personally it's that deep. Some people say it's like, oh, well, the Queen has to stop at the traffic jam, but like, I think it's just supposed to be kind of a joke. I'm a bit loath to look at that and say, like, this is the key to proving the prophecy is fallible. It's like the Queen's fucking car running over the other citizens of Cyberworld. It's just a bit silly. Queen was acid cruising on the search for Birdly. Yeah, she was just running people over for fun. Good sax. Okay, editing is immediately fire. Hits harder than the Roaring Night. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. How do you feel knowing the Roaring Knight has smoked weed at some point? I mean, it's an astute observation. I feel no particular way. I am from a culture where most humans have smoked weed at some point. It would be more surprising if indeed the Roaring Knight had not. Dude, I just got into Koru Observer and you're fucking psychic! Put the mind spike down, buddy. We love the Koru. You're not convinced that's a weed in the container? I think it's a weed. I think even if it wasn't weed, then we could assume that Des was toking up on the weed. Everything in that room says I am smoking weed. The Firefox tab crashed. Love to see it. I wonder why they would make a web browser with the tabs crash. Why can they do that? Okay, we're back though. Honestly, I can't lie, like, my first assumption when I saw that was, like, it went over my head. I was like, they collect leaves, I guess? And then as soon as it was pointed out, like, that's weed, I was like, oh, yeah, okay. It suddenly made a lot of sense. I was like, yeah. You thought it was mint? My defense was that I had only before seen weed in a sort of crumbled up dust form. I wasn't aware that you could buy actual leaves. So, that's the story. Enough weed lore, though. I don't actually smoke weed. I'm not gonna try to be cool here. I don't smoke weed. What about Chapter 3 ending stopping us from actually seeing what happens at the bunker? Does Chris go in? Does the knight come out? Who knows? Because Gaster flipped the off switch, allowing us to play the game. This suggests to me that Gaster is working with the anti-fun gang, but that contradicts Des hijacking Gaster's vessel creation to get to this. So I don't know if we need Gaster. I don't know what it means that the lights turn off. There are other time skips in Deltarune. It's not just then. Like, it seems to just kind of happen whenever. And it doesn't seem to be motivated by, like, anything that Gaster would not want us to see. So I think it's... I don't think we can just say, like, Gaster did it. Because it's not specific enough. If that was the only time in the whole game that it happened, then I'm like, okay, maybe we should read into that, but it's not. It happens when Toby doesn't feel like animating something. Yeah. It's Harry Dubois climbing the ladder. I mean, sorry, teleporting up the ladder. Andrew Jazz Cigaretting Ham. You're gonna have to fill me in. I've never heard the term jazz cigarette. Is that weed? Is that when weed? Is that a jazz cigarette? It's weed, okay. It's not a huge twist. Thoughts on the weird connections between Sham and Image Friend? Am I supposed to know what those are? What are the connections? Sham is a cat? Shadow crystals? I love how it doesn't specify, like, it's whatever I think the connection is. Do I know about it? I don't know. I don't know what the connection is. The connection is that they're mysterious. Hello, Andrew and stream. You actually did make it to the stream. Good. Guessing off of vibes, what do you think the knight's narrative role is going to be in chapter 5 to 7? There will probably be a rematch, but will it get a power-up? Will we? Should we expect it to betray Carol, or maybe confront the Gaster narrator? What? You can't just drop Gaster narrator on me and be like, oh, you mean the voice? Like the thing that talks to you, like, at the end of chapter 4. Maybe that, okay. Probably that. The worst possible outcome is it being a retread of Asriel, so I'm hoping the information so far points to a better trajectory. So you're asking me to reassure you that the game won't go in a direction that you don't want. Okay. I didn't really have any specific thoughts on this, to be honest. I didn't really think too far ahead about what the knight would be doing in chapter 5. I thought a bit about what Asgore is going to be doing in chapter 5, because that's what we've actually gotten hints about. As for the knight, I don't know. Like, I feel like we don't have anything to extrapolate on, because we haven't seen the knight do anything. It doesn't have a clear modus operandi besides showing up and fucking around, so maybe it'll do that again. I honestly don't know. Being a retread of Asriel is like, I don't know exactly what that looks like in your mind. You mean if it's flowy? I don't think it'll be literally that, but I also don't know what you think that means, so I don't really know what to say here. Yeah, Toby Fox has never even mentioned chapter 6 or 7, like not even referenced them. There's nothing. The knight's other habits are flexing and lashing out when threatened, and also drooling and or crying. Sounds like me in high school. I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, sir. Everyone drools a little sometimes. Okay. I think it's worth remembering that as far as anyone, including presumably Chris themselves, know, Toriel was supposed to be in church when the knight made the fountain. That is true. That is true. Couple that with the fact that the knight immediately turns their attention back to Toriel after kicking the Fun Gang's asses, it seems pretty clear that Toriel was a target. Okay, I'm gonna say it for the 400th time. If Toriel was a target, the knight could have shown up earlier. That's it. That's the summary now. I've given more detailed explanations as the streams went on, but what it boils down to is if Toriel was the target, the knight could have gotten there, I don't know, 1 to 4 hours earlier. It could have done that. I'm glad Molly likes the You know what I think it was channeling subconsciously? It was like that ancient fucking meme about like Donald Trump impersonating the sound of a windmill. I think that's what I was going for. I don't even know what the context of that was. I just saw it like ages ago. What is the grape juice laser? Will we ever know? Who else was in the choir? That's a question. I mean, there's Caddy's dad, and Noelle, and Toriel, and Snowy's dad? Not too many relevant people besides Toriel and Noelle. Why did Undyne take so long? That's another good question. But it's not time dilation, I'll tell you that much. I've seen a couple of comments being like, well, actually the Dark Worlds are time dilated, so it was actually only like a minute. That's not right. Like, it's unclear how fast time does pass in the Dark Worlds, but like Chris and Susie spent an entire day. It's evening by the time they get out, and like, you didn't spend that long in real time doing it. Like, it's pretty close to real time. It takes, what, like 5 hours to do the Chapter 1 Dark World? And it seems like they literally took that long before they pop out again, so there's no evidence of time dilation. Okay, we got $5 from Dan Matisk Red. Thank you. The knight is either a Flowey, a masked man, or something Omori. That's a strikingly succinct summary, actually. I kind of know what you mean. I'm assuming if you're asking if Noelle was supposed to be heading to church too. I'm assuming that if by the time Noelle had the proposal from Susie to study together at her house, all thoughts of choir practice had been discarded. I assume that was no longer even remotely the plan in Noelle's mind. I think if Noelle had an appointment to get like a tooth extracted that day that was causing her constant physical agony, she would also have missed that appointment. I don't think it really mattered after Susie showed up. I think... Oh yeah, this is the comment. To me, it's likely scenario that both Toriel and Undyne were the targets, but due to yet unrevealed issues, the knight lost time in showing up, and I had to grab one and run. If both were the targets, that's like the one way to save it. It's still weird. I'm still just like, until we get an explanation for the fucking delay, I'm just... Toriel being the target, just, I can't buy it. It would also help if we knew what characterized the targets, too. Like, people think Undyne maybe because she knew the code, and it wasn't to get the code, but it was to stop other people from learning the code. Okay, maybe that makes sense, but like, why Toriel? She almost certainly didn't have the code, for various reasons, including, like, if Asgore had one and Toriel had one, that's like all of the power in the hands of the Dreamer family. That's kind of lopsided and weird, so... So what's special about Toriel, even? And why not grab Toriel? Yeah, it's just logistically strange to, like, Undyne shows up, so that means, like, the knight overpowered her. Like, the knight had to incapacitate her to get her out of the bunker, into the bunker, I mean, anyway. Even if it's off screen, like, it wasn't just dragging Undyne kicking and screaming through the town streets. Like, that would defeat the purpose of luring her to the Dark World in the first place, if they could have just done that. So, like, okay, clearly the knight can KO Undyne in some shape or form. Just do that, and then go back for Toriel. Like, it's so contrived if it's not like they were going for Undyne. There was a way to make it work, Knight. I know there was a way to make it work. You were not trying. Okay, we got another $5 from some dude. Thank you. Even if both were the target, then still what the fuck was the beam? I don't know what the beam was. Well, I don't know what the beam was, dude. What does it do? Like, if we get an explanation later, it's like, okay, the beam has a specific purpose. This is why the knight was delayed. Toriel being the target, it's not completely impossible, but just like right now, it just doesn't make any sense. It just really doesn't. I don't know what to do with it. Your question is, if Toriel isn't a target, how would that be explained in the game itself? In all discussions I've had on the topic with others, I've never seen anyone answer that in a satisfying way. What do you mean? Like, people ask this sometimes, and it's strange. I've seen this pattern before, like, if this is the case, how would the game reveal it? I don't know. I don't have to know. Toby knows. I don't know how to make Chapter 4, but Toby sure fucking did. He'll figure it out, because he's good. We don't need to worry about this. We don't need to worry about how will the game convey this to us. I don't know. It'll figure it away. Don't worry about it. I just don't think it's a good argument. If I can't picture how this would be dropped on us, that doesn't mean anything. Jokesy Ozo jump scare. Indeed. I love Koru. Indeed. This profile picture's good, by the way.
Oh my god, Joxioso!
Tootsie Roll hand flash was diabolical. Oh, it was indeed. I needed a way of incorporating the idea of a not safe for work image that was still safe for work, and that was like, bingo, I got it. What's your stance on the second moon? The what? I don't have one of those. A stance. Okay. Positive comments. Maybe lost girl doesn't mean physically lost in the code like we've been thinking. Maybe she's been corrupted by someone and needs, yes, this is a riff on the common theme. Sure. Why the hell? Sure. Or why the hell not, I mean. Yeah, the knight uses the grape juice beam instead of just walking past them and getting towards you. When it takes Undyne, there's no grape juice beam. It just fucking gets her within 1 second. Just comes at her. Toriel, it's like weird. You know? Like what? Can you imagine if the knight would like stop in front of Undyne and pointed the purple beam at her, and she was like, "Wait, what? What? Stop that! Stop it!" It's really funny. I'm sorry. What's your stance on being asked about things you don't know? Oh, I love it. My stance is very positive. It said the second moon landing was fake. Okay, $5 from Pinkerton. Thank you. Can you do the Shy Guy voice thing again? Thanks. What is the Shy Guy voice? What is that? I don't have a Shy Guy voice. Are you doing this to fuck with me? Is this on purpose? That's the is that what Shy Guy sounds like? I didn't know that. Alright, that's Shy Guy. I didn't know that. I thought it was Donald Trump. That's exactly Shy Guy's voice. I didn't know Shy Guy has a voice, okay? I don't play these newfangled Nintendo games where Shy Guy has like a character arc and a wife and kids and he's getting a divorce. Like when I played Mario 2 back in the day, you saw Shy Guy, then you stomped on his head until he died, and that was it. It's from Mario 64? That's newfangled. I only played 2D Mario. Since 2001? Yeah, that's Zoomer shit. And also, I don't think Shy Guy had a voice in Superstar Saga. The real reason I don't know this is I don't fucking play Mario games, okay? I play the Mario and Luigi series, but only 2 of the games. And Mario 2, because I got it randomly as a birthday present when I was 8 years old. Mario 2 is one that's not even a Mario game, by the way. It was Doki Doki Panic, and then they reskinned it, so like, cool. I guess I have played Mario 64 recently, like within the last year I played that for the first time. Why are we talking about Shy Guy? We shouldn't be talking about Shy Guy. Where was I? Oh, it's yeah, this comment. She's gone like a goner. Maybe. I hope we find out what goners are by the end of Deltarune. That would be cool. That would be nice. Completely seriously, do you think canon crudely is possible? Because I want it so bad. I have to disclose, the reason that I had Tesla in the crudely baseball cap for that one edit was literally because I looked up Deltarune baseball cap and it was the 7th result and I thought it was funny. That is the only reason. I'm not a crudely shipper. I was like, fuck yeah. The hat. The hat's gotta go. We did get confirmation that Birdley's into it. I mean, yeah, that's true. Birdley seems to have a master plan that is, I guess, date everyone. Birdley is just rules card in the light world. He's light world rules card. That's all he is. I figured it out. But with a bigger ass. Winning as always, with Des being the knight. Anyways, wanted your opinion on Eggman being secret Valentine letter. Okay, that's very different. That got erased. I'm pretty sure it is, yes, that it matches up. That guy is the Eggman. He even quotes the letter to an extent about washing your face and putting on your coat. So, like, yeah, it's definitely him. Whether that answers the question of to what extent, if any, the Eggman is related to Gaster, I don't know. I don't know. Eggman is weird, man. Back before we had context, I was of the opinion that letter was Gaster. I was one of the people who was actually firmly on it, like, yeah, Gaster wrote that. Could be Gaster type letter, sure, easy. So, I don't know. I just don't know anymore. To what extent the Eggman is Gaster or not. Might just not be, but maybe kind of is still. Okay, $5 from Sam Deluxe, thank you. Was fun being here. Was gonna send super chat if my comment got read whenever I left. See ya. All right. Thank you for coming, Sam, and I'm sorry your comment was not read in time. Most comments will not be read. Okay, $2 from some dude again. Thank you. Weird Dude is worth it just to kill Birdley. Okay, I wasn't gonna go there. I was cutting off this comment before I went on my customary anti-Birdley tirades. I'm not gonna go and start slagging off Birdley. The vibes are good, okay? The vibes are fine. Where was I? Yippee! Yippee! Okay. I replied to this one for some reason. When talking about connections to the knight, I'm surprised that the no-hit dialogue wasn't brought up. Oh yes, okay. If you make it to the last turn without taking any damage, Chris coughs conspicuously and the knight tilts their head. One interpretation is the knight is telling them to wrap up the fight or something along those lines. So I'm pretty sure this was in the comment, or the reply. The reason I didn't bring this up is exactly what this person said. Is because that aligning with my narrative of Chris working with the knight is one interpretation of that interaction. I think it's a valid interpretation, but also it's like, it's not clear what this means. I knew about this. I know that Chris tilts their head, or no, Chris coughs, the knight tilts their head, but like, to me, I didn't even know how to unpack that until a chat member suggested, like, oh, it could mean that Chris is telling the knight to wrap it up. I'm like, it could be, but also, like, I don't want to have to go on a limb and, like, explain that. Like, how my interpretation lines up with the evidence, so it's, like, cleaner just to leave it out. There's other evidence that doesn't require explanation. I didn't want to bloat the script waffling about my interpretation of how this evidence could be actually real or not. That's the gist of it. Joke's on you, Andrew. I disabled ad block. I have 70 alternate ad block free accounts. Cool, man, cool. Here's a fun fact, apropos of nothing. If you pay $1 on Patreon one time, you have given me as much money as watching, I want to say like 10,000 videos with no ad block. Something stupid like that. What is the conversion again? Maybe it's like 1,000. I get like $2 per 1,000 views, I think, roughly. It's something like that. Just a fun fact. My personal vibe for the connection between Des and the Knight is that some Kingdom Heartsian shit is going down. Either Dessa's body is the night and Dessa's consciousness or soul is the voice and the code, or the night is a corrupted memory of Dessa akin to a fate curse in Chapter 4, Dark Sanctuary. Say it with me, chat. Could be true. Possibly. Maybe. Potentially. Yes. Yes. Okay, $5 from Chianman 98. Thank you. Do you believe Spamtom's collar and Chris's collar is the same character? This is honestly the biggest confusion I have with the factions. I think there is reason to assume it could be the case, but also it is not clear that it is the case. It could just be a thematic parallel. They both have their own similar figures who call them on the phone, or it could literally be the Knight calling both of them in a group chat. Probably not a group chat that Spamton is literally part of, because otherwise they would probably bring that up to Chris, but like, so I guess I don't know, but it's weird that it's a very strong parallel, even if nothing else. How do premium views stack up out of curiosity? I actually have no idea. I don't even know how to get stats on that, to be honest, how much YouTube Premium gives me per view. So I don't know. It's probably more than just watching ads, though, I have to assume. As I said, like, if you put $10 into YouTube, you'd have to watch 10,000 videos that month to actually get your money's worth via, like, ad revenue. It's actually insane how it works out. I think my videos have fairly low ad revenue just because I don't put that many ads on them, so I think some channels may have more, but it's still, it's like hundreds. You have to watch hundreds of videos to generate $1 of ad revenue. Is this the one from my video, by the way? It is. This is from the end of the Gastra video. One of my favorites. I remember this song was like, I was really struggling to end that video. I didn't know what the conclusion was, because I don't write my conclusions in advance. I just make the video, then I'm like, okay, what is the conclusion? And I couldn't get anything going. And then I think it was, I had to put on this album. I don't know if it was a specific song, but like, once I had this on, I was like, okay, I can do it. And I just wrote it in this like fucking frenzy. It's like, no fucking shit, Scooby, or like whatever. I forget the exact quote. Deranged shit was brought out of me by the Toho Jazz, so I knew I had to include it in that segment because it matched the vibe too perfectly. Mondo cool Shaggy. I read the textual evidence for that in the wiki 6 fucking months ago. It's just true. Jazz powers up your writing. Listen to Jazz. I haven't even read Scoob and Shag. That's the crazy part. I don't even know what that comic is about. I just knew that it was a thing I could reference. Am I live? No. Okay, Andrew is literally the green Matt Pat Pippins. It could be real! That's how Matt Pat talks. I only know the fucking Matt Pat conspiracy meme is because people like posted it to me during the Jaru stream or something. I forget the chronology of it. It's forever associated in my mind with that Jaru Piles of Azrael's Dust video. What fucking dream did Tricky Tony... Oh, that's one of the top comments. I read that. Here comes the grub. Here it comes. Election Truckung, it kind of called a lot. Like, it didn't call everything. It called enough. I'm happy with Election Truckung. It did well. It wasn't trying to predict Deltarune, but it kind of did a little bit. Especially Sans and Toriel. But in fairness, I think a lot of the things that we quote-unquote predicted were actually just things that the game was pretty heavily foreshadowing regardless, so it's like... It's pretty crazy that Sans shows up and is doing the jitterbug with Toriel, yes, but is it conceptually surprising that it went in that direction? Not really. You can kind of see it coming. Like, Sans and Toriel has been like a pretty fucking canon-improved ship since Undertale. It is extremely vanilla. Okay, another $5 from some dude. Thank you again. Just looked it up. Apparently 55% of my premium gets divided amongst the creators I watch, proportional to watch time or something. So that's probably like, if you watch 100 videos a month, say, and that's $10, is that $10 a month? Then that is 10 cents per creator, which is still like, I don't know, it's a lot more than you'd be paying for ad revenue, I think, still. Even if it's 5 cents per creator, that's probably still more. $5 from Ty to say that you've heard that YouTube Premium give more pay than regular ads. I heard it a few years ago and I'm not sure. It checks out to me. It just makes sense because of how little fucking money ads make. It makes sense. Chris's blushing sprite is called Cringe? That's awesome, but that sprite is not related to the actual scene where Sans is in your house, so unfortunate. The constant stream of people amazed that I'm still streaming. I stream for a lot of time. I do big streams. I usually hit my limit around like 12 hours or more, so I'm just gonna keep going till I get tired. Another $5 from some dude. You're donating money to talk about how much money you're generating. It's fucking Jesus. Of course, I'm also paying you more than that to chat about how much my premium is paying you. So yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know, how much have you donated so far? It's got to be over $100. That's like, I'm probably gonna make more on the stream than I have on the video so far. Put it that way. The ad rev is not great. The Patreon is where it's at. I love my Patreon. Thank you to all the Patreon subscribers and also the donators on the live streams. Speaking of which, $5 from Via. Hell yeah. Gotta head out. Remember to drink water and get plenty of rest, Andrew. If you see my comment, I give you permission to skip it to save time. I won't remember, but thank you. There's zero chance I remember that. This one. Now I do love myself some Andrew Cunningham, but I have my own theories, and I will not hear disproven, so I will stay intentionally oblivious. Okay, interesting stance. Cool. If you're wondering how Carol forged the black shard katana, remember there was a blacksmith that lived in hometown, Gerson, known for making terrible weapons. Okay, maybe. I don't know. That's not where my head was at, but honestly, I was thinking it was just like, it just kind of peeled off the katana or the black knife like a banana. Just like peel a katana off of it. Like, boop! It just pops off like a concentric little curve off the edge. Here you go. I don't know, dude. The logistics of things that are magical sound stupid if you try to describe them. I'm unsure of the implication of him making the black katana out of the black shard for Carol, but I'm sure this will be notable detail in the lore. If that comes back, I'd be surprised, but like, I don't know, maybe. It's one of the after images. True, you can just pluck the after images out of the air and it becomes a new sword. New headcanon. Those are physical objects. Meanwhile, the courier lore is that they come from a black garden in the hometown woods that Asgore accesses. Interpretations vary. Anyway. Undyne, who was also in the store for 5 hours. You got a snort? Good. I go for the snorts. Shout out to Brick & Co. Indeed, shout out. Ging Waster Water Collar. I think that was like an infant typing into autocomplete. That's fine. We take that too. Lamau, poor Asgore, always getting sidelined in every relationship. Speaking of Asgore, what are your thoughts on the field of pink and gold and Asgore's role in Chapter 5? Well, I think we're probably going to get a Flower King Dark World. I think Chapter 5 could be fucking crazy, which is just, I mean, that doesn't really tell you much, but like, based on Chapter 4 having 3 Dark Worlds, like, Chapter 5 could be like, you start off at the festival, and then the knight makes a fountain. The knight appears in the light world, makes a fountain. It becomes an external, the roaring starts. You flee into Flower King, and Asgore also makes a dark world, and there's a second dark, it's some bat shit like that. I think anything's on the table after Chapter 4. Like, it could just go nuts, so. My prediction is that I don't have one, but it could be fucking anything. As for the field of pink and gold itself, I'm assuming that's going to be the Flower King Dark World. It seems flower themed. Set ablaze by jealousy, that seems like Sans is going to be involved, honestly. It's like, the jealousy element is like, I think that's what Sans and Toriel at the end of Chapter 4 is leading into. Like, it's not just a gag, it's a gag, but also it's actually set up for Chapter 5, where that's the reason for Asgore's jealousy. He's gonna crash out, basically, is what I'm saying. Will Sans be in the Dark World? Maybe. I think that would be really funny, because it happened in Election Trucking, kind of, and it was funny there, so. I want Asgore to have a fist fight with Sans. That's my thought. Okay, another $5 from some dude. If the night is the same in the light world, do they cast an inverse shadow, like a bright spot on the ground? I don't know, but they probably should. That'd be cool. They should do that. And this causes Sans to be teleported to Undertale. Yes, Asgore slaps Sans back into Undertale. Backhand. He's got them dad muscles. He can do it. Ow.
I've always wanted to do that.
Yeah, me too. I'm picturing that gif of like the, I don't even know what the original is. It's like someone getting slapped and they bounce 3 times across the room on the ceiling and shit. That's what's gonna happen to Sans. Oh, is that a Homestuck gag? Yeah, it's probably a Homestuck gag. Knocking you into next week, that is. That sounds like the Felt would do that. A truck being driven into Asgore's store, also an Election Trucking staple. I've seen that in memes, as Asgore drives his truck through Sans' store, but Election Trucking did it first. Didn't we already get? Oh. This person's leaving a lot of comments. No, it's all the same comment, what the fuck? There was some sort of error. A grievous error occurred. One other factor about the night I find interesting that supports both Carol but especially Des is that the Dark World revived Gerson at all. It's implied that you need a Lightener who knew the person in life to revive them as a Darkener, and while I have no trouble believing that Carol could have known Gerson, the through line of Gerson having taught Azriel and Des is an established plot point. Yeah, that's I think a good explanation. If it wasn't Alvin, that would be our explanation for why Gerson could be resurrected, because Des was a student of Gerson. So that could do it. And then ditto twice. New Andrew video. Heck yeah. Uh-huh. Good video, etc. Delay your viewing experience to listen to Jokesy Ozo. Excellent. That's actually really cool to hear, because like Jokesy Ozo is like my favorite song easily from the Koru soundtrack. Good soundtrack in general, but like fuck, that song is cool. When that first came on in game, and I'm hoping I won't spoil it if you're watching my Koru streams now, but when I first got to the place where you hear that song, I just sat and stared at the screen for the full like 7 minutes until it was clearly looping, because I thought it was a cutscene. I was like, whoa. I didn't realize it was just background music. I thought it was like, I get to hear this. This is my reward. And that's by Oliver Buckland, who works on Ina. which I actually looked into Oliver Buckland because I'm like, holy shit, I need to get more of this guy's music, but I haven't found any other music. I haven't listened to much of it, to be fair, but I didn't find anything else that actually sounded like Joxiozo that much, so I was like, ah, shit. It may be a one-off. Completely unique, one-of-a-kind piece of music in the world. So this is another thing about Chris used Undyne as a scapegoat so the knight would not take their mother. Yeah, I've talked about this plenty. Plenty of that. Let's go. Peak is back. The other thing about Joxiozo is that it's one of those cases where I don't know if it's the song was actually that good or if it was the context that it played made the song that good. Because that's what Undertale was like to me, is I don't know how much I like Undertale's music because it's part of Undertale. Like, it's so deeply tied into the experience of playing Undertale that Undertale, I don't know why I said it like that. But it's so tied in there that I don't know if I would like the music as much if it was separated from that. It's impossible to say. It's too contextual. Because I have to admit, I still prefer the Undertale soundtrack to the Deltarune soundtrack. That's kind of feels bad to say, honestly, but I think part of that might just be the fact that it was the Undertale soundtrack. Nothing is ever going to recreate the experience of playing Undertale for the first time, Deltarune included, so it might just be its own thing forever. I'm not going to unpack that. I don't know why I prefer Undertale. It's so profoundly subjective. It's like, do I like Papyrus's theme because of how it sounds or because I like Papyrus? I don't know. And it's not like I don't like Deltarune characters, but I feel like they don't have iconic theme songs in the way that they did in Undertale. Like Gerson does, some characters do, but Ralsei doesn't have a theme song. Chris doesn't have a theme song. Susie kind of does, but you only hear it under very specific circumstances, and it doesn't really reflect her current character, so it's not just I'm Papyrus and this is the Papyrus song, and it sounds exactly like Papyrus, and you're like, okay. It's fused with his personality. But anyway. Papyrus' theme is going to be the fight theme of Deltarune? I had heard that. It's funny to think, right? There's a little quote in the Undertale song booklet, the official thing that comes with the collector's edition or something, I forget. But it's Toby answering a question about why his songs always fit so well. And he says, well, I don't think they do. I think that you're just really good at making associations with the first thing you hear them with. Which is partially true. I think he's also actually very good at making songs that fit well, but he had a point. Papyrus' theme sounds like Papyrus, partially because we heard it with Papyrus. You donated $2 to ask if I have a DVD player. Why? Why do you want to know? I don't actually, but I'm very curious why you asked that. Okay. We're building intel, building a profile.
I had a VCR, then I sent it to lightning fast VCR repair. That was in 1986.
You might need to play DVDs. Do you want to borrow my DVD player that I don't own? We need a Ralsei theme song. We do need one. He had to use Lost Girl this chapter. Bro needs his own theme song. Please, Toby, give our boy his theme song. People are gonna keep calling him a girl if he has to use the Lost Girl. Don't want to go back there. Hello from the Balkans, says chat. Hi, hello, Balkans. Lost bro. Lost goat. Where's my theme song? Anyway. Really hoping that the thought that Night is Des Flowey is true, if for nothing else than for the fact that I really just want to be able to find her and would be pretty sad if we couldn't. I mean, fair. Sometimes you really just want that Des in that bunker. You really just want your bunker Des. So the Night being Des in a way that still allows us to find at least a part of her is cope for that being possible. Again, within the vast wealth of Death Knight interpretations, all things are possible. The Buddha's storage space is vast, as the Sekiro tutorial tip said once. It's like that. I'm like the Buddha, and Death Knight is like my the palm of my hand and or storage locker, which contains all possible interpretations of Death Knight equally, at the same time. All things to all people, as long as Death Knight. Another $2. As mentioned, considering physicalizing your videos. Oh, you meant that as like actually like putting them onto DVDs. Oh, like you meant that. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a DVD player, so there's your answer. I'm not sure why I would need a DVD player to do that. Or if you're asking if I would play the DVDs. Anyway, I don't have a DVD player. I'm like the Buddha. Maybe it is getting a bit late to be streaming. I'm gonna keep going though. I'm not actually like the Buddha chat. The allegations are false. I didn't mean it. I would never find detachment from worldly pleasures. Not even a little bit. I would never meditate under a tree. I would never be tempted by penis demons. Never have been, never will. Just being real. This doesn't consider Chris's slash, which ties everything even better. Well, I addressed this already. Chris's slash it's in the category of evidence that could work for my point, but also that I don't need, and also that is a whole theory in and of itself that I would have to justify to bring it up. So it's easier and cleaner just to be like, independent of Chris slash, it still works. That's the thing. If you start introducing too many interpretable points to your state, not your state, your case, people will fixate on that and be like, well, I don't think Chris Slash is real, so your argument is bullshit. And you're like, no, Chris Slash was one of 5 pieces of evidence. They don't give a shit, though. They'll just find something to disagree with, and that's all they'll remember. So, I tend to avoid bringing up things unless I can very solidly justify them. Okay, $5 from some dude again. Would it be silly to make a physical copy you can't play? We'll consider the options. Oh, I mean, were you gonna send it to me? Are we gonna like hang out and watch my own videos? I don't know what you're picturing here. I'm not really a physical media connoisseur, I have to say. I've never been analog pilled. Meanwhile, Molly, I think, is like fucking recording her footage to VHS to get analog tape distortion or something for her next videos. The shit that she's been talking about. We're very different in that regard. I don't hold much of a romantic view of technology, whereas Molly very much does. They slash them theory. I get it. I get it, guys. I get it. Wait till you hear about she slash them theory. She slash her. He slash him? They slash them. This is riotously funny. What game is this? Random Access Mayhem. The roguelike with no player character. Control your enemies. Weave a pass of stylish and indiscriminate carnage through hordes of robot foes in a post-apocalyptic world. It's that one.
I don't think Chris was meant to lure Undyne into the Dark World. I think they did so that Toriel wouldn't be taken. This again. I've responded to this many times, so we know what my stance is now on this. From the way they look at the screen when you kill Ralsei and Susie, they deal more damage to the Knight when they're down. It's clear that they still care about people close to them, even if they're working with the Knight. You're not wrong. I wasn't saying they weren't. If you thought I was saying they weren't, I wasn't. And then the Knight faction can't leave Undyne alone now that she knows about the fountains. Again, I've addressed this. If Toriel was the target, the Knight would have shown up 5 hours earlier. It kind of boils down to that. It's peak. Especially the way you tied the desk discussion back into what seems like the Omori Lake incident that probably is at the core of the conspiracy, if not the whole damn game. Gives a nice narrative flow. I'm glad you think so, because once again, I came to the end of my video and I'm like, fuck, what's the conclusion? And I had to pull something out of my ass. Well, not out of my ass, but I had to throw something together. And it usually involves, like, something about deaths. It was vibes-based, but I think it was pretty good. I think it was alright. Oh yeah, the swoon being referenced to a JRPG. I don't know if you're vague posting about that or if you actually don't know, but I did see a post, which I'd forgotten about until now, about an actual inspiration for the swoon, the use of the word swoon. There's apparently in a Final Fantasy game, I forget the number, an old one of the old crusty fucking ones that Toby Fox played when he was 2 years old. You get a special black sword from a quest, which has the power to randomly instant kill enemies, and when that effect triggers, it says swoon. So it's a direct reference. It's Final Fantasy 9? Oh, no, that's 4. Final Fantasy 4, okay. So yeah, it's a direct reference. A black sword that swoons ya. There you go. Toby Fox's love for bad translations trumps any obligation to encode meaning into the things in the game. Thank you, Toby. Don't start recommending me Final Fantasy games, guys. Please don't. It's a whole thing. It's a whole series. If I decide to play Final Fantasy, I will do that at some point of my own volition. I think I actually watched a playthrough of Final Fantasy IV. I don't even remember. It might have been fucking Sips. This is back when I watched like everything that certain Yogscast channels put out. Just indiscriminately, just whatever they published, I would watch the day of. This was childhood, right? That's what you do. I think Sips may have randomly done a fucking Final Fantasy IV playthrough for some reason, and I watched it. And that's the only Final Fantasy game that I know about. Sips mentioned? Fuck yeah. Sips was my favorite back in the day. My favorite guy. No, I've never played any Final Fantasy game. This is why it's so funny to me that I'm a big fan of the Epic Battle Fantasy series, which was like a Newgrounds parody of Final Fantasy. But I played that before I actually played any of the JRPGs it was based on. Like, that was my introduction to the genre of JRPG. So instead of actually playing Final Fantasy, I was playing some Scottish weeaboo's parody of it and loving it. And don't tell anyone I said this, but I'm pretty sure the combat system in ABF is going to be better than any Final Fantasy game you can encounter. But say what you will about EBF, that game, or Matt Rozak knows how to make a fucking combat system. I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name. How can you say that if you've never played a Final Fantasy game? How would you know? It's because I've played Chrono Trigger. And people talk about Chrono Trigger as being the best SNES era RPG ever made, along with Final Fantasy VI, and I didn't find that game particularly entertaining on a gameplay level.
Because it was worse than Epic Battle Fantasy 3. That's what it boils down to. It's a terrible position to be stuck in. Every turn-based game is lame compared to Epic Battle Fantasy 3, but that's reality. That's where I'm at. What happens in EBF 3? It's a bunch of bullshit and anime references and like sex jokes. And eventually they kill God. It's like a stoner comedy was a JRPG. That's it. That's the game. There's a Nazi. Yes, the Nazi. There's It's from 2010, okay guys. It was a thing. Was there a Nazi in Persona 2? What the fuck happened in Persona 2? Okay, so guys, picture like, you know in Chrono Trigger how Magus joins the party, he's the big bad, and then he joins the party afterward. It's a picture if like Magus was a neo-Nazi. Okay, it's like that. It hasn't aged the best. But I'll tell you, back in the 2010, that was the vibe. Magus was basically Hitler. He was basically Hitler, okay. SMT is crazy. Oh yeah, wasn't Hitler in SMT 2 or Persona 2? Like, I've seen the screenshots of like the hilarious anime Hitler. I've seen that, yeah, that's real. Fucking nuts. Okay, enough about Hitler. Enough. Okay. Not to delve too far into separate topics, but I've been kicking around a video, once I learned how to make one, hell yeah, about how death relates to the depths, and from there even to Shyren's late relative. In fact, the amalgamate graves might even directly tie into core aspects of the game. As in the Song of the Deep, or the Lost Girl stuff. Yawning. Is Shyren's relative, the friend slash Darkness shenanigans, the dog amalgamate, and the Snowgrave and gangsteriness is Snowy's. I'm sure it'll make more sense in the context of a video where you explain what this means. It's a bit strange out of context. I can see how, you know, friend relates to the dog amalgamate, that's true. Song of the Deep being Shyren, I mean like waterfall and a song. And Waterfall is also associated with Deltarune because of the Clam NPC, right? Talking about Susie. So I can kind of feel what you're going for here. And Gerson doing his own thing, I guess. Either way, excellent stuff. Excited for RAM 2. I'll have to check when it drops. Please do. I hope everyone's going to buy RAM when it comes out of early access. Everyone's just waiting. I hope so. Airwaves, My Beloved. I didn't even know this song was in the soundtrack, because when I streamed the game, I've only fought Mike on stream. I was so fucking overloaded in the brain trying to do that stupid bit that I didn't even perceive the music at all. So I found this in the soundtrack and I was like, oh fuck yeah, new song. It is pretty good. Who will win, Des or Grandpa Semi? Ah, fucking hell. I haven't heard that name for a long time. Dope shit. Despite having recently watched the Deltarune VOD, it's still a particularly special feeling getting the notification for you uploading a full-blown video. Hell yeah. It's been a while since I've made one. Trust me, I've missed it. I really have. I want to make the videos. I have not had time to do so. It's been an issue in my personal mental well-being. But yes, I want to make videos. I'm so excited to see more Deltarune videos from you down the line. I think one focusing on the whole Hell's Tale thing would be really neat. I want to talk about that too. That's cool. I don't know if I can. I don't know if there's enough to talk about, but like I'm interested in that. That might end up branching into the Des or Chris Mack story as a whole, but yes.
Personally, I'm intrigued about the potential implications of the tale of hell being made of circles, referencing cat petters. Yes, I'm aware of that. If it ties back to cat petters, that's actually fucking crazy, but like that's the only thing we can really do with that so far, I think. It's made of circles, and we know in cat petters, the sprites are made of circles. That's the only link we have, which we know has circle-based animations. That would tie in with Friend and potentially imply a much larger role for Friend within the narrative than a lot of people had assumed. I agree. I think Friend is rapidly being pushed into, like, we actually have to know what this guy is territory. Regardless, I'm looking forward to what videos you end up making once you got RAM released and settled. In the meantime, I'll try to get my roguelike fans to check it out. Hell yeah. I think that person donated earlier in the stream. That's at the different weird username TLOMACM. It seems familiar. Friend also appears in the Cat Petters mini-game. Yes, yeah, you can actually get Friend to appear in one of the weird mic mini-games, doesn't it? If you get a high enough score. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen footage of it. Friend just keeps popping up. Will not be reduced to irrelevance, just keeps appearing.
You can't spell friend without end.
Deep. This is deep. We're so back. Honestly, I think all of your compiling here works well with the Take-Two theory. Is that the same one about like the previous fun game? Regarding Des being the lost girl, I wouldn't be surprised if the night is sort of her essence rather than her. Like Flowey. She was distorted somehow to create the night rather than conscious with it. It's my speculation. Remember, I am the Buddha. All things are true. Whatever I said before. Whatever I said. Andrew, I love you, but this video is too fast. Several people actually said this. Which is interesting. I wasn't trying to make the video faster than normal. I wasn't aware that I was doing it, but apparently I was speaking noticeably faster. Which I guess is just, I don't know, I boiled the frog over time, maybe. But I wasn't aware.
You're too fast.
I'm speaking fast as fuck now, but that's because I'm like semi-delirious. I was trying to keep it dense though. My goal with, I had to get the video in a month, and like that's fast for me, it's really fast. And I wasn't even sure if I could do it, so I really was pretty ruthless and just like keeping the script like go, 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 don't spend too long on anything. There's like next point, next point. And I think that may contribute to the disorientation, because like there's so many different things being thrown at you so quickly that you don't really have time to soak it in. That might be part of it.
Give it up for hour 9.
It's been hour 9 for 13 minutes. I think I read this on the Patreon upload. Can confirm the teleconference was with the O5 Council, although Mr. Cunningham... Oh, this is Site 42, the SCP guy, okay. Although Mr. Cunningham here wasn't supposed to know that. Someone, I don't know how the fuck they did this, they paused the footage of my script scrolling. They saw that I spelled O5 Council as 05, and then like messaged me on Discord and said he spelled it wrong. It's like, what the fuck? Fuck off. That is an O. Now you know. SCP guys are weird sometimes, man. I'm from the future. Chris uses the Unity mask to send Des to Jokesy Ozo during Chapter 7 as to save her from the roaring. Trust me, I'm a trustworthy individual. If we can find a way, if in Chapter 7 I'm describing Deltarune by like making parallels with Koru Observer, we reached a good timeline, I think. Love the video. Something interesting I noticed about Chris and their conversations with Noelle and Rudy. There's often options labeled key. You mean in the church when Chris is asking about the shelter key? I think in chapter 1 when the code flew hunting and the... Yes, yeah, that. I didn't think too much of this until Carol's "you are welcome here anytime" and the knowledge we get in the weird route that Chris was able to meet Noelle in the middle of the night. This indicates that Chris has the key? Wait. Key is just a word for a code. It's just a synonym for code. That's all it... Oh my god, did you extrapolate that into... this? How does this work? Probably not. Probably not that, actually. Sorry. I was actually... This has, inadvertently or not, touched upon a point which I actually did think about before, which was like... The music's kind of loud. Hang on. Gotta turn it down a bit. There we go. Is that if Chris goes and talks to Noelle after chapter 2, if Chris actually goes and like into Noelle's, not into her house, the porch though, I was like, wait a minute, does Chris have a key to the gate? Because that would be a point of evidence that I could have put on the board, being like, Chris is allied with the mayor because Chris has a key to the holiday house. But I chose not to put it on the board because it's another point that's a bit too vague, because Chris also implies that, or Noelle says that Chris used to help her break into her own house, which is like, okay, if I bring this up as evidence, I'm gonna get a 400 comments saying that, well, actually, Chris can break into Noelle's house, they wouldn't need a key. So, like, okay, just don't bring it up, it's fine. But this is not what this comment is saying. I think this comment made a grave misunderstanding. The sword game implies the shelter key. The shelter has a key as well as the code panel. I think that's figurative. I think the key is a key because you get keys like in games, but it's actually an electronic lock. I don't think it's that deep, basically. Chris could climb the fence. Exactly what I was thinking. I was like, Chris might have a key, but also they probably don't need one. Okay, I think I'm reaching my limit here. My voice is getting sore. I'm losing lucidity. And I should probably stop soon. The question is, where exactly to stop? How about one more big comment? One more big one. What if the reason Carol's text box is different at the end of the weird route because she trusts us and no longer needs to see and no longer sees any need to disguise her voice in case we hear her? You mean us as in the soul? This is implying that Chris did fully explain the situation and Carol's fine with it, which is like, that's a strange interpretation, but it's not completely impossible. That's fucked up, but Carol's like, okay, now I know the soul is going to be on my side, so I can talk to it directly. That's kind of scary, actually. Think about it, she doesn't stop Chris before leaving the house in the weird route because we've already made our motives and desires known in that scenario. Does she not stop you? I think it's because we never actually see her. Like, she's just in a different room and we leave without her noticing. I'm not sure there needs to be another more specific explanation for that, because the scenario is different once you leave the bathroom. In the normal route, we're an incomprehensible being with indiscernible desires. We can't oppose Chris very often in any meaningful way and make our aspirations known, but in the weird route we do exactly that, resulting in Carol no longer thinking of us, or no longer thinking that she needs to get the soul on her side in case it's against her. As you know, you are welcome anytime. There's just enough here that, I think there's some value to this interpretation. I'm not totally on board with it, but I think you might be onto something. It is kind of interesting and frightening to think that Carol is just no holds barred, just wholeheartedly on board with the weird route. Fucked up, but weird route is fucked up.
It's unclear what she thinks the goal of that is. Like, in her mind, what is the outcome of that? That is actually... that she wants to happen so badly. I don't know. It doesn't get in the way of her fracking, so she's fine with it. Yet another case of election trucking kind of had it right. I went really ham exaggerating how evil and mean Halloween, sorry, was an election trucking, but like, the real version isn't that fucking different. She's pretty on the nose. Like, she's terrifying. What was the election trucking line? Who is that girl who kept asking me questions in the hospital? Was she with the press? I think that was your daughter, Mir. Yeah. Maybe she thinks having the soul will make her immortal and stronger, as that's a fear Rudy mentions. Oh, Noelle, making Noelle stronger. Maybe. Fucking maybe. Something like that. If it is about Noelle getting stronger, that could tie into some pre-established ideas. $5 from some dude for yet another time. I mean, if Carol in chapter 5 tells me, help me and you can have Noelle, I'm with her way more than on the normal route. What is that? What does that mean? I don't know how to unpack that one, buddy. Yeah, okay. Is this a giant wall of text? All the wall of texts must be, like, backloaded? I remember every comment being, like, a page long, but they're not so far. This is still, like, the first fucking couple hours, though. How much energy do I have? Not much left. All this evidence combined, it seems to imply that the Knight is intentionally trying to make a good story for us. Yes. I kind of know what you mean there. We already know, we've known for years that Ralsei is trying to make the player happy, so what if the Knight is trying to do the same thing, but from the opposite angle? The whole thing of feigning an attempted abduction of Toriel could very well have been done to give the player motivation to protect her, food for thought. I kind of see what you mean. Like, the Knight, its apathy, its passiveness in chapters 3 and 4 feel to me that it's... I said this earlier, but it's less trying to do something and the fun gang is interfering, and more it's trying to do something that involves the fun gang. Its plan is to lead the fun gang along for some reason. It's not doing something independently of them. It doesn't want to escape and do its own thing and they come in and stop it. It's willingly being stopped. It's kind of like a pantomime, it feels like. So yes. Oh, it got smaller. Side note, I wonder if Toriel's ever going to learn that their child and their best friend are like her religion's messianic figure. I feel like that's some story implications worth exploring. I kind of feel like that my gut says it probably won't be a big deal, but maybe it will be. Kind of funny though. The fact that like Jockington growing a beard is part of the prophecy tells me that like the mainstream version of the religion, if you're not in like a crazy fucking, I don't know, Knight conspiracy, for example, doesn't probably know the full prophecy, but I don't know. It's going to be funny once they find out. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's make this the last comment. I gotta cut it off at some point here, and I'm getting tired. Alright, also having had some minutes to think, I think a big fascinating part of Deltarune is how much of a mystery it's setting up compared to Undertale at the same percentage. Yeah, well, Deltarune is also just a much bigger game than Deltarune. There is more story in it. The fact that it is much longer also affects that. Oh, well, yes, yes. Even this video has many things where we can speculate at best, and even themes not mentioned here that are present so consistently that are 100% intentional, such as the water, sea, and ocean. Yes, that's the big one. That's a real big one, but also, yeah, not relevant to the video's scope. And we have no clue what they might mean. Amen, brother. Yes, this is true. It is remarkable how much we learned in chapters 3 and 4, and still how little we know. I guess that's my summary there, is like, we learned a lot, but also so much of what we learned was polluted with just enough uncertainty that it's like we can't really draw a concrete answer still. It's still up for debate. Even the Death Knight, I think Death Knight is like pretty likely, but like it was polluted with all this like Carol shit, right? So it's never going to be totally clear cut. And on top of that, we have a bunch of new questions that were raised that we didn't even know we could ask before, like the Tale of Hell. What is that? Asgore being the Chapter 5 secret or antagonist potentially, like that's crazy. Asgore knowing the prophecy at all. Chris working with Carol, like the scope got blown so far out of the water that like even if we had all of our questions from before answered, we would still have a bunch of new bullshit that we couldn't answer. There's so much new stuff. Yo, Molly made a hot toddy and grabbed an extra bowl of rice and beef. That's fucking sick, Molly. How do you make a hot toddy? I'm the cocktail guy nowadays. Tell me how to make the hot toddy. Yet we're still going. I just read your comment, Sate 42. I just read it very recently, and this is actually the end now. I'm not reading any more comments at this point. I made it through a pathetic ratio of the comments, but I knew that I would. I didn't actually have any aspirations of reading all 3,000. That was never going to happen. I did 9 hours straight of comments, though. I think that's pretty good. Okay, another $5 from some dude. On another note, Gaster saying that the player's loss is all but guaranteed is about a forced loss encounter is interesting. Gaster saying the player's loss is all but guaranteed about a forced loss is interesting. About a forced loss. I mean, that is what he would say if it was a forced loss, right? I'm trying to encode what the interesting part is. Okay, Molly makes it with some tea with lemon, honey, and a bit of whiskey. Oh, I see. And a cinnamon stick. Okay, so tea, lemon, honey, whiskey. I don't actually have any whiskey, so we're dead in the water, unfortunately. Sounds nice, though. Gotta make something after the stream. I'll make something fancy. Not that, though. And a mint leaf? Oh my god, you're popping off. With the honey and the lemon and the mint and the whiskey. Can I make a gin hot toddy? Is that allowed? Do people know if gin hot toddies are valid? Because I only have gin. You hope the comment wasn't stupid? I think it was not stupid. I forget what it said. It's just about the O5 Council. They didn't want an anecdote about how I spelled it with a 0 instead of an O in my script, and someone like hunted that down in the video footage and called me out that I spelled O5 Council wrong. Truth be told, I only have the vaguest recollection of this even existing. It was like a deep pull from my memory. It's like, oh yeah, there's a thing in SCP, O5 Council. Yeah, that'll do, that'll do. All but guaranteed means it isn't guaranteed. Well, I think, well, that makes sense. Like, it's just an encounter that you are very likely to lose. I don't think Gaster was thinking, like, it's a metaphysically, like, a forced loss, like the Genichiro fight at the sort of, Sekiro. It's just a fight that, well, Sham said it too. It's like, I don't think you can beat this guy. So it makes sense to me. Drinking whiskey from the bottle, not thinking about tomorrow, singing Sweet Home Alabama all summer long. I don't know where that came from. I'm drinking gin from the... I'm not actually. I'm drinking fucking... drinking Campari from the bar. I think if you're saying about drinking Campari in Alabama, you're getting lynched or something. I don't know. I don't know how it works. Gin hot toddy is real? Okay, if John SCP Foundation says that I can make a gin hot toddy, maybe I'll try it. Maybe it's worth a try. Fuck it. We got $5 from Spamton Spamton Slapper 1997. I think that's the first username that's made me crack up. It's never happened before. Fucking, because that instantly brought back to mind that fucking cursed video of someone who, like, they made the baby burping slapping wheel device and photoshopped Spamton's face over it, and that lives in my head rent free now, and it all came back in a flashback when you said that, and I was like, ugh. Okay, anyway, $5 to say, since you won't see, I want to say my favorite line from my comment. I don't think someone is going to raw dog the blade of their personal bedroom katana. Was there context for this? I don't think someone is going to raw dog the blade of their personal bedroom katana. I can't imagine what the context for that was. I'm kind of curious now. Gin from the bottle makes you feel like the 99% of germs. It kind of does, but I mean, that's most liquor. Like, vodka just smells like doctor's office. At least gin smells like doctor's office with pine air freshener. Molly knows Spamton Slapper. Yeah, I remember Spamton Slapper. Alright, Molly and Spamton Slapper go way back. Who up raw dogging they bedroom katana? Carol. Okay, that's a good mental image. Does this song not sound like Scarborough Affair, by the way? It's from Toho, I assume. It sounds exactly like Scarborough Affair. Marian time. A frequent commenter on Molly videos. Spamton Slapper 1997. Can I find that video? That would be a good note to end on, I think. The Spamton slapping video. How'd I Google that? I guess I'll Google Spamton Slapper. It's gonna be a whole genre of content now. I'm not gonna be able to find the original. Did I favorite it, actually? Past me may have come in clutch. Maybe I fucking favorited the video. Let me check. Where the fuck is my favorites playlist at this point? Where does YouTube actually keep your favorites? You still use favorites? Not for years, but that may have been like one of the last videos I ever favorited. It's in playlists. Want to see my cool playlists? Is there anything embarrassing here? I don't think there's anything embarrassing. Or maybe a couple of things are embarrassing. Oh hell yeah! I got the Subspace Emissary World's Conquest reading in here still. That's an oldie but a goldie. I've got one called Bish Bash Bosh, which is just like a Chumbawamba video as the thumbnail. I think that was a playlist I made when I was playing Deep Rock Galactic with my friends, and we just wanted like a certain type of music to play during it. Anyway, okay, where the fuck? I can't find the favorites, guys. Why is Game Theory, the complete series, the first video in my playlists folder? This shit is ancient. On phone, it's a playlist. Is it a different tab? They keep changing this shit. Is it in history? This is playlists again. On my profile. No, it's not going to be in there. Your videos? No, that's just my videos. Alright, we're never gonna find this, I guess. It's lost forever. The Spamton slapping device. Damn. All my favorite videos, dude. How am I gonna find that one remix of the Space Jam song and Megalovania from 2015 that I listened to a lot? How am I gonna find the Sans AMV set to Wolf in Sheep's Clothing? How am I gonna find the fucking iDubbbz videos I watched when I was 12 years old? How will we ever find it again? Look in my heart. It's not in there. I looked. Okay, well, let's look for stream art. That's one thing we can look at. Let's look for art. What playlist is this that's playing now? The music? It is Cafe de Toho. This one. A classic. Okay, but let's check Discord. Check in Discord. A ping from Toffee's server. Oh, it's the playthrough. I should show this actually. People should go watch people should go watch Toffee's playthrough because it's fun. She did a supercut recently. And it's pretty good. I'll link it.
This game disgusts me. I want them to be happy, man.
Alright, dude. Oh, I'm pretty fucking hungry now, I just realized. Damn. What I really need now is just some gin. Stream for 9 hours. Spinner starving, sweaty, drink gin, collapse into bed. It's like a fucking pirate if they drink not rum. Disgusting. It's Harry Dubois lifestyle. Okay, let's look at the art. I'm not sure what kind of art there would be for this stream, but I'm gonna check anyway. Maybe I'll just show random Deltarune art. That sounds fun. Let's just look at random art from my server, because I don't know if there's gonna be any stream specific art. Here's a cute Noelle from Chicon. Very cool. Someone's sibling made a Sans homunculus. Credit to them, I guess. It's the Characters by Sporin. Looking good. I like how Noelle is just a fucking deer. That is just a deer. Mochibot Friend design. That's a Digimon. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that is just a Digimon. I don't even watch Digimon, and I know that's a Digimon. Yo, that's sick. Oh, this is by Dirk. Oh, Dirk is always so cool. That looks awesome. That's a fucking postcard, dude. Batter up. The Hometown Knights. Number 1225. Damn, did she play for the fucking Yankees? Don't they have 4-digit numbers on their jerseys? That's so good, though. Dirk's art goes crazy. It's beautiful. It looks like a woodblock print. This is the same kind of, the shading. It looks like, it was pressed onto a sheet of paper from, like, a carving. It's beautiful. Oh, it's being cut off? Oops, oops, oops. Let me fix that. Is that it? There we go. There we go. Molly's saying the December one made me think of when Lapis wore a baseball fit for that one episode of Steven Universe, and if Des is even remotely like Lapis, it's over for me. I wonder what you mean by that. Huh. I wonder what that means. Neuropuppy with a vintage simulated pre-turtleneck era 2015 Mystery Man fan art. Beautiful. It's so retro. I can feel the fan leaving my body. The first Gaster turtleneck, my server went on a quest to find this at one point. It didn't take long. It was like a few fucking weeks after Undertale. And there's no definitive answer, but the oldest one he found was like, it was very quickly. People decided, yes, Gaster turtleneck. I'm old! Yep. Ooh, that's cool. Delta and Destiny. The children followed the pointed tail. Yes. This is like, it's every fan theory mashed together. Yes, it's Friend Cat with the pointed tail stuck to its butt. It's going to the shelter desk, going to the shelter with Chris with the horn headband, and yeah, it's perfect. No notes. It's beautiful. All of this happened. Molly's been stimming. I'm old. It's pretty much of a brain virus, that is. I think people were spamming that in like Joel's chat, and people were asking like, what the fuck does this mean? Why are you saying that? Whose art is this? This is by Delta and Destiny. This is just off my Discord server. I don't know if it's stream art, but I'm just doing anything Deltarune related today. This is by Roast Toast. I don't even know if that's Deltarune actually. It could be. You decide. Apple Girlington has made a new catty, young catty with like the color palette of a pack of rockets. They're called Smarties in America, but in Canada they're called rockets. If you licked her shirt, it would taste like pure citric acid. I'm gonna get the Obask really, really drunk. What the fuck is this? Beck Daham. The Final Prophecy. Cold... Okay, I get it now. Cold Light. Yep, I get it. That's fucking good. Alright, I'm not going to explain this one. Very good, though. This is Coca's substitute for stream art. What the fuck is this, Coca? Ooh, you like diagrams, don't you? You're a visual learner, aren't you? Is that a Homestuck troll? What the fuck is this? What does this have to do with anything? Is that Tesla? Wait, why are there orange ears? Why does Tesla have candy corn ears? Is it a troll? It's the troll Sona boy kisser Tesla? Okay, this is going over my head, guys. This is a bit too much. I am a diagram lover, though. I do kiss diagrams. Boy diagrams? Unclear. Stream art from the bucket. Oh yeah. Some classic Azzy Pants boys. We know because Courier said so that Asriel is really turned on by the fact that Pizza Pants' breath constantly smells like cigarettes. Because it activates his dragon fetish. Canon. Yo, that's a sick desk design. Look at the desk design by Gum. Look at the desk, look at the desk. Yo, she's so cool. Unreasonably cool. And a comic by the same artist here. Didn't you all think she was cool? That's what I'm saying. I've really enjoyed, for the video, I had to browse a lot of, I was just browsing Tumblr looking for desk designs. Because I wanted to get a stockpile as well as Death Knight designs. And I really enjoyed it. There's a lot of really good desk art out there, as well as a lot of really good knight art. Can I find that one that I liked? I may have saved it. Hang on. My folder. Oh, I did save it. Which, hang on. Let me get it in the browser. Check out that fucking knight design. Isn't that cool? I believe the person, I recorded their username. This is by ZipSons on Tumblr. And part of the reason this stuck out to me because it matches that one description that the Courier fanfic, the recent one, about the knight being all sharp angles and broken glass. It's like, yes, that's what he was describing. It's this image. This is the Courier knight. It's so cool. Anyway, there may be more from the server. That is... Fuck It. Sonic OC by River Flow, unrelated to the preceding, the previous stream. Okay. Computer Player Will has drawn a Patreon channel bit? Were you live posting about the stream in the Patreon chat this whole time? Is that what's going on? The blood lore, oh my god. The dumbass 2-year-old reads the blood book that Chris took from the shelf with Gaster dancing in the background. Humans bleed, monsters don't. Unless they are lesbian. This is... Okay, I got there in the end. I think I get it. Hi, Sans Amiibo. Sans is lesbian? I've literally heard that take. I have literally heard, I think it's Bisha, is like the Soriel is Yuri truther. I don't pretend to understand it, but I'm pretty sure they know what they're talking about. I don't know. It's just vibes, you know? It's just vibes. I don't know. I don't get it. And we got an illustration of a dark fountain by Mindzap. That's the final piece of art. Very nice. Never mind. Here's a random doodle by Aresh. Okay. It's a screenshot, apparently, by like a phone camera picture of it. Very nice. What's my favorite Courier fic? Ooh, that's hard. That's really hard. I feel like it's mostly informed by recency bias, if anything. I feel like I had an answer to this, but it may be slipping my mind. I really liked one of the Omori ones. Cleaning out the rooms, I think? That for some reason that sticks in my mind as a really good one. Scatterplot, no bias, was really, really good. Like, legitimately one of the best Deltarune fics. It is Azzy Pants, but you know, that's not the only reason I say so. I don't know if I can give you a super concrete answer, because like I've read them over such a broad time span, and I reread them sometimes, but not constantly. The Leak is good. They're all fucking good. They're all really good. Of the original trilogy, I tend to say that Day to Day is my favorite. Do you ship Azzy or is it a joke?
It's not a joke.
Not now, anyway. If you want to know if it's a joke, check my stream backlogs. And, like, Control F for Azzy Pants. Or, actually, no. Control F for gay fan fiction. That might give you more results. Let's go back. I want the cool-looking desk. Give me the... There. Cool-looking desk. She looks like a fucking lumberjack. She chops down trees for fun. Is she wearing like the... Didn't the Gravity Falls guy have the pine tree symbol on his shirt? Am I hallucinating that? It's Wendy from Gravity Falls. Oh yeah. Kind of is. Dipper would have a crush on her. I might have a crush on her. Just saying. Anyway, that's gonna be the stream. European men look like that. Alright, I'll take your word for it, chillin'. The classic European men's fashion. I can kind of picture. There's this what my perspective on what European men look like is there's this one ASMR channel that I always watch, and it's like a Polish guy, and he's always in like some sort of like tight-fitting sportswear. It's like a flannel shirt or like a tight-fitting like a cyclist jacket. That's Poland, I guess. Is he hot? Yeah, he's pretty good looking. But anyway, what was I saying? The stream is ending. The stream is ending. I don't know if I'm gonna do another one. I have done 2 comment response streams in the past, but I think, judging by how the direction this was going, where like more and more comments were just like the same thing, that I was like, yep, I addressed that. I'm probably not gonna do a second one here. Because, you know, I've got Core to stream, I've got RAM to program, and I think I've said everything that I wanted to say here in terms of, like, clarifying my stance in the video, so, I'm probably gonna call it here. Okay, well, if you want, you can tune in next Sunday for more Koru. I'm excited to continue streaming Koru. It was fun yesterday. Thank you for coming. If you wanted to see your comment read, I didn't read it. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. I can't control if my video gets 100,000 views in 24 hours, so I'm only human. With this very chipper song. Good night, everyone.